Hello everyone. Welcome to the fifth part of the story. She left Maine at the wedding because I had no money. If you missed the previous parts, don't worry, you'll find the links in the description and the pinned comment. If you want to see more episodes, please like the video and leave a comment. Your support is very important to me. Enjoy watching. And in the previous part, to comfort Song Yun, Ye King spent the night with him, cuddling him and sleeping peacefully. The next morning, Song Yun opened his eyes and saw his wife sleeping peacefully in his arms, and smiled. Ye King stretched, rubbed her face against his chest, and said she needed to go to the office despite the chaos. Song Yun offered to go with her, and she happily agreed. After breakfast, Song Yun, along with Yang Yingying and 5 other bodyguards, escorted Ye King to Mojing Group. In the office, Secretary Jasmine informed them that Mr. Fu was waiting for a meeting. Ye King instructed to bring him into the office. Fu entered confidently, but Yang Yingying took and extinguished his cigarette. Fu began complaining about a 20% increase in raw material prices within the contract period. Ye King coldly asked the reason for this increase, to which Fu replied that international market prices had risen and his company also needed to make a profit. Jasmine objected, saying that such an increase would deprive them of their profit, but Fu rudely responded that negotiations are always ongoing and he could have asked for an even higher price. Ye King asked if Fu intended to breach the contract, and he confirmed, adding that he would lose at most 10 million but quickly recoup it through international trade. Ye King ended the negotiations and told him to leave, stating that the lawyers would handle the compensation for breach of contract. Fu was surprised by this decision and tried to continue negotiating, but Ye King firmly refused. Fu began to threaten that stopping supplies would jeopardize Mojing Group's status, but Song Yun calmly replied that there were other suppliers. Fu, not recognizing Song Yun, started insulting him, but Song Yun was surprised that Fu didn't know his face despite being an important figure in the city. Later, Mo Huanqing appeared at the reception desk, which caused tension for Song Yun, who knew that the real Mo Huanqing was still imprisoned. Song Yun called his father to find out the situation. It turned out that Zishu, a partner in the organization, had found someone who could fake Mo Huanqing's appearance using human skin masks. Mo Huanqing offered to help with the problems caused by Fu Zong through his connections. Previously, Fu Zong had joined an overseas organization and received help from its chairman, who eliminated his competitor. Fu Zong was tasked with putting pressure on Ye King's company to create a situation where Mo Huanqing could play the role of a savior. Song Yun suspected that Mo Huanqing was a fake, and, pretending to be worried, told him about an assassination attempt the previous day. Mo Huanqing responded that it was probably the work of his enemies abroad who were impersonating him. To make amends, he offered his business connections to help Ye King's company. Song Yun warmly shook Mo Huanqing's hand and said, "You are truly a great person, helping King out of such a difficult situation. I don't know how to thank you enough." "Isn't it too formal to say thank you between friends?" Mo Huanqing replied with a faint smile. "As King's best friend, this is what I should do." He continued to smile, thinking that everyone was still in the dark about their plans. Little did he know that a traitor had already revealed everything to the organization. Once all preparations were complete, he planned to use some drugs to control Ye King and thereby influence Song Yun's judgment. He chuckled inwardly. He had heard that the organization recently developed a new type of potion. Even though Ye King was married, her figure remained stunning. Wearing a human skin mask had brought him many advantages. Both men harbored their own thoughts, yet outwardly they appeared to be old friends who had reunited. "Since it's almost noon, why don't we have lunch together?" Mo Huanqing invited. "That sounds great, but let me arrange this meal. After all, you've helped King so much. It wouldn't be right if I didn't treat you to lunch," Song Yun said, then waved to Yang Yingying. "Book a table at the Magic City Hotel, get the best, not just the most expensive." "Got it," Yang Yingying responded, though she didn't know what Song Yun had in mind. Over time she had come to trust him deeply. As they headed downstairs, Song Yun took Ye King to the car. Yang Yingying and 6 others squeezed into the back, leaving no room for Mo Huanqing. Mo Huanqing felt a bit embarrassed. Song Yun started the car, rolled down the window, and waved. "Huanqing, we'll be waiting for you at the Magic City Hotel. Don't be late." The car drove away, leaving Mo Huanqing standing alone. Impossible. Based on his information, Mo Huanqing and Ye King had always been close. But today Ye King didn't seem to show any affection, while Song Yun acted as the main character. Could his cover have been blown? No, it couldn't be. As a member of the organization, he knew how grave the consequences of betraying it were. The people called Ugly Ox and Monkey wouldn't joke with their lives. Where had it gone wrong? He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Captain Z-Rat, There might be a change in the situation. Isham? Has your identity been exposed? No, but Yi King seemed very distant, while Song Yun was overly friendly. I'm worried. Have you lost your mind in the organization? Yi King is married now. How could she show concern for another man in front of her husband? Hearing this, Mo Wanking suddenly understood everything. Yes, he had been too foolish. If his wife acted like he imagined, he'd definitely suspect some affair. All doubts cleared up, Mo Wanking hailed a taxi to the Magic City Hotel. Honey, do you think this will really work? What if Yi King sitting in the passenger seat, seemed worried. Song Yun reassured her with a smile, don't worry. I have everything under control, we'll root them out completely or not act at all. Yi King felt relieved by her husband's confidence. But a hint of concern for Song Yun's safety lingered. Outside a building opposite the Magic Crystal Group, a man slowly put away his sniper rifle. He was the backup for this operation, ready to execute a decapitation strike if anything went wrong. Luckily, everything went as planned. He lit a cigarette and enjoyed the feeling of the sun on his face. You've got a sweet deal, enjoying wealth and playing with beautiful women. I envy you, he muttered, flicking his cigarette ash. He was the rabbit of the 12 Zodiacs, a notorious womanizer who had used many women during his missions. He was also the only one among the Zodiacs with offspring. Rabbit, long time no see, a deep voice called from behind. Rabbit didn't react aggressively, recognizing the familiar voice of a comrade. Ugly Ox, shouldn't you be on your mission? Why are you here? Rabbit finished his cigarette, carefully putting the butt in his pocket to leave no trace. I happened to be in the area. Ugly Ox sat beside him, smiling. You're also after Song Yun. Yes, he's quite a prize. Killing or controlling him could bring huge rewards and promotions within the organization. We need to seize this chance. Rabbit sighed. Where's Monkey? He's injured and resting. Ugly Ox patted Rabbit on the shoulder. Don't overdo it. Our lives are worthless unless we value them ourselves. Yes, we. Before Rabbit could finish, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. In an instant, Ugly Ox grabbed him and threw him off the rooftop. Good job. Song Bo appeared behind Ugly Ox, speaking coldly. Though Ugly Ox had his back to the legendary figure, he felt the overwhelming pressure from him, a crushing force on his very soul. He jumped off the rooftop. It's an honor to serve the Song family, but why did you make me attack Rabbit? Won't my cover be blown? Don't worry. The moment you contacted Rabbit, all signals within a kilometer were blocked. We'll ensure your safety as our spy. Down on the street, people saw the commotion but quickly calmed down, assuming the poor man must have been desperate, perhaps bankrupt. They pitied him. In the driver's seat of a van downstairs sat a woman. Seeing Rabbit's death made her fingers tremble slightly. She couldn't imagine what kind of person could kill such a powerful genetic warrior. Maybe the killer was lurking somewhere, watching her quietly. Rabbit is dead. Z-Rat was a bit surprised but quickly regained composure and said, leave the area immediately. I'll send someone to clean up. The woman hung up the phone, took a deep breath to calm herself, and turned the car key. Before the vehicle could start, someone yanked the door open. It's over. Arturi. She had indeed been discovered. Xiaozhu? It's you. Hearing the familiar voice, Xiaozhu looked up sharply, tears welling up in her eyes. She choked out, Uncle Ugly Ox, Rabbit is dead. I'm so scared. It's okay. I'm here now. Ugly Ox gently patted Xiaozhu's head. Each of the Zodiac warriors had a backup, someone ready to take over if they died during a mission. Xiaozhu was the shadow of Pig. Uncle Ugly Ox, why are you here? Did Captain Z-Rat send you? Xiaozhu wiped her tears and asked, still sobbing. Yes. The situation has changed. You need to come with me to a safe house to ensure your safety. Ugly Ox crouched down, looking seriously into Xiaozhu's eyes. Every genetic warrior is chosen from thousands. Only we can handle the wild nature of the genetic drugs. You must not die here. Uncle Ugly Ox, you're so kind. Xiaozhu cried even harder, tears streaming down her face. Uncle, please turn around. I need to get some important documents from the car. Ugly Ox nodded and turned his sturdy back to her, standing guard. Suddenly there was a whooshing sound behind him. When he turned, he saw Song Bo gripping Xiaozhu's hand tightly, while she clutched a dagger. Damn Ugly Ox, you've betrayed the organization. Xiaozhu's face twisted with fury, her sweet demeanor replaced by rage. She struggled and shouted, Ugly Ox, how could you betray and kill your comrades? You deserve a terrible death. Enough nonsense. Song Bo punched Xiaozhu in the chest, sending her flying into the car, unconscious. What the? Ugly Ox couldn't believe that Xiaozhu had attacked him. Although he had considered restraining her, Xiaozhu had always seemed harmless and cried a lot. How could she suddenly turn into a violent person with a knife? Was it all an act? Was her meekness a performance? Surprised, Song Bo observed the scene with a godlike detachment. To him, women fell into three categories: wives, confidants, and ordinary women. But no matter the type, women were always masters of deception. Trusting a woman's words was never wise. Yeah, Xiaozhu always seemed gentle. She couldn't even kill a chicken. Captain Z-Rat once scolded her for it. Ugly Ox said with a bitter smile. Have you fried your brain with those drugs? Genetic drugs might be a miracle to you, but those who use them are always chosen from thousands, capable of fighting their way through anything. Do you really think she's innocent? Song Bo looked at Ugly Ox with disdain. This big guy was good at fighting but not very bright. At the Magic City Hotel, in the most luxurious private room, Mo Huanqing and Song Yun were drinking and chatting happily. Suddenly, Mo Huanqing felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. Only Captain Z-Rat had his number. Pretending to be drunk, he finished his drink and ran outside, feigning nausea. Once out of the room, Mo Huanqing's face returned to normal. He went to a quiet corner and answered the call. Rabbit is dead. Execute the backup plan, Z-Rat's cold voice said before hanging up. Mo Huanqing was shocked. As Rabbit's shadow, he knew how strong Rabbit was, one of the top 5 fighters among the Zodiacs. And yet, he was dead? Mo Huanqing stood there, stunned. No. He was the new Rabbit now, and he had to carry the responsibility and honor of Rabbit. He couldn't let external factors disturb him. Slap. Someone patted Mo Huanqing's shoulder. He turned instinctively, ready to fight, but stopped when he saw Song Yun. Pretending to be drunk, he smiled and said, I couldn't find the bathroom. Huanqing, you're really drunk. We have a bathroom in our room. Oh. Damn, I really drank too much. Don't make me drink more when we get back. Mo Huanqing smiled, following Song Yun, his hands clenching and unclenching. It wasn't time to act yet. He would let Song Yun live a little longer. Once he got his hands on the new potion, he would. Back in the room, after a few more drinks, Song Yun shook his head and said, No more. I didn't expect you to handle your drinks so well. Ying, tell the manager to put the bill on my tab. Brother Song Yun, it's our first time drinking together. Let me pay. No way. You're a guest. I can't let you pay. Don't argue. We'll take turns. Today I pay, next time it's your turn. Sigh, Huanqing, we really met too late. You're right, you're my brother. We have plenty of time ahead. You pay this time, I'll pay next. Mo Huanqing was a bit slow from all the drinking. He was surprised. He was just being polite, but Song Yun, the richest man in Magic City, really pushed the bill onto him? Damn. Does this guy have no shame? Looking at the dishes and the expensive wine on the table, his face changed. This meal would cost at least tens of thousands. As a shadow, he didn't have that kind of money. What now? I'll go settle the bill. You all wait here. Mo Huanqing stumbled out and asked the waiter for the bill. Seeing the long string of zeros, he nearly fainted. He miscalculated. It wasn't tens of thousands. It was hundreds of thousands. You rich people, we poor dogs can't understand your lives at all. Sir, are you ready to pay? The waiter asked, noticing Mo Huanqing's pale face. Give me a moment. Mo Huanqing rushed to the bathroom and called Z-Rat. Captain Z-Rat, can you transfer 300,000 yuan to me right now? Z-Rat, who had just finished training the new recruits, wiped his sweat and asked in confusion, What do you need so much money for? I had a meal with Song Yun and the others. To show off, I suggested I pay the bill. The 300,000 is the bill. Are you out of your mind? Eating out with the richest man in Magic City, and you think you should pay? Are you trying to compete with Song Yun in wealth? You've got some nerve. Mo Huanqing felt so embarrassed he wanted to crawl into a hole. He hadn't realized what a foolish thing he had said until it was too late. If only he could turn back time, he would let Song Yun pay without hesitation. Fine, I'll arrange for the finance department to transfer the money, but just this once. Z-Rat hung up angrily. Every operative's action funds were limited during missions because most of the commission and daily expenses went into the organization's higher-ups' pockets, leading to financial difficulties for some. Z-Rat cursed the higher-ups in his heart but knew the new Rabbit had made contact with Song Yun and seemed to be getting along well. This connection couldn't be broken otherwise, it would be hard to re-establish. He contacted the finance department and provided them with an account number. The finance officer, usually a trusted person within the higher ranks, immediately said they didn't have the authority to approve such a large amount and would need to report it to a supervisor. 300,000. Damn it. Who would have thought such a big organization would need layers of approval for 300,000 yuan? Into hell with those higher-ups. Deduct it from my next mission's funds, Z-Rat said. The finance officer thought for a moment, and, not wanting to push too hard, agreed. As a captain, Z-Rat had 500,000 yuan in action funds for each mission. With this deduction, he would be left with only 200,000 next time, which felt like cutting flesh from his body. At the Magic City Hotel, Song Yun and the others waited but didn't see Mo Huanqing return. Song Yun frowned. Could this guy have run away? That shouldn't be. He had initially gained Song Yun's trust. How could he quit halfway? Maybe he didn't have money to pay? No. If he dared take on an assassination mission, he must have money. After thinking it over, Song Yun still couldn't figure out what Mo Huanqing was doing outside. He stood up and walked to the front desk, where he saw Mo Huanqing, drenched in sweat, muttering to himself. Huanqing, are you feeling unwell? Mo Huanqing flinched when Song Yun patted his shoulder. He looked up, forcing a smile, and said, My stomach hurts a bit. No worries. I have connections with the best private hospital in Magic City. We can get you checked out. No, I feel better now, Mo Huanqing said, standing up and shakily handing a bank card to the waiter. Check, please. Sure, sir. Keisha knees. The waiter took the card and began processing it. Mo Huanqing prayed silently, hoping Captain Z-Rat would transfer the funds quickly. Otherwise, his cover would be blown. Sir. It's over. Damn it. The organization's leeches refuse to give me money. What do I do? Please take your card back. The waiter handed back the card with a smile. Mo Huanqing was stunned. Did it go through smoothly? Ding. His phone beeped. He pulled it out and was dumbfounded. Your account ending in 6,895 has been charged 285,600 yuan. Remaining balance 152 yuan. Mo Huanqing was at a loss. What happened? He had requested 300,000, and he still had over 80,000 in his account. How did he end up with just 152? He didn't know that Z-Rat had indeed requested 300,000, but the finance department had deducted 100,000, transferring only 200,000 to him. Huanqing, our first meal together and you've already spent so much, Song Yun said, putting an arm around Mo Huanqing's shoulder and smiling. Next time, it's on me. You pick the place. No problem. It's just a small amount for me, Mo Huanqing forced a smile through gritted teeth. Let's go. Song Yun told him to head back to the private room first. After he left, Song Yun asked the waiter for the full bank card number. Why choose the Magic City Hotel? Because the Yi Group owned 32% of its shares, making Song Yun the second largest shareholder. Moreover, with Mo Huanqing's bank card number, Song Yun could trace his spending and identify other active operatives in Magic City. With the card number in hand, Song Yun returned to the room to gather his things and prepare to leave. Huanqing, do you have any plans later? Why not come over for a chat? Song Yun invited warmly. I know you've been feeling down, which is why you drank so much. I'm moved by your friendship with King despite what happened to your family. Mo Huanqing was confused. What was this about his family? Damn. What did he miss? Still, he played along, no one expected what happened. But since it did, I can only move forward. Don't worry, Huanqing. I'll use all my connections in Magic City to find out who harmed your family. What? Thank you so much. Mo Huanqing licked his dry lips. Let's not dwell on sad memories. Since you're so kind to invite me, I can't refuse. Let's go. Just tell the driver to head to Hua Shu Villa. Song Yun patted Mo Huanqing's shoulder, and they all got into their cars and left. Damn. So I have to go myself? You're so rich, couldn't you send a car for me? But he had no choice. For the mission he endured. Arriving at Hua Shu Villa, Mo Huanqing saw the meter read over 100 yuan. He was about to lose it. After paying, he was left with only 3 yuan. What now? Right, maybe he should stay at Song Yun's place tonight. At the villa entrance, Mo Huanqing knocked on the door. Although Huang Baoding knew the man before him was an imposter, he was still taken aback. This organization was remarkably skilled in their deceptions. Brother Huanqing, let me introduce you. This is my father Song Bo and my mother, Bai Qiyu. Song Yun said cheerfully. You are King's friend, and with your family facing such a major crisis, consider this place your home from now on. Thank you so much, Song Yun. I'm all alone in Magic City with no relatives. Every night I think of my parents' tragic fate and can't sleep. If I could stay here for a while, I believe I would recover faster. Mo Huanqing was penniless now and dared not ask Captain Z-Rat for more funds. If he could successfully stay here, it would significantly benefit both his mission and personal comfort. Of course, Song Yun said, pressing Mo Huanqing onto the sofa and pouring him a cup of tea. Brother Huanqing, what do you plan to do next? I have some influence in Magic City and could help you out. Sigh. I haven't thought it through yet. Why not work at my company? Although the monthly salary is only about 100,000, it's stable and not too demanding. 100,000. Damn. Is this the world of the rich? They casually offer a million yuan annual salary. As genetic warriors, we earn about the same, but what kind of work do we do? Surveillance, fighting missions. We never have a day off. Yet, Song Yun is basically offering money for nothing. If not for my mission and the fact that the genetic drugs only last a week, I'd seriously consider defecting. No, we are friends, let's not talk about money. Mo Huanqing felt like his heart was bleeding with every word, each one like a slap in the face with money. Stay calm, rabbit. You are a qualified genetic warrior. You must not be swayed by the enemy's sweet words. Mo Huanqing, right? Have you been abroad all this time? Song Bo asked, his gaze sharp. Under Song Bo's powerful presence, Mo Huanqing trembled. Damn! This must be the top name on the organization's kill list. So scary. Even when Captain Z-Rat got angry, he never made me feel this anxious. Song Bo truly deserves his multi-billion-dollar bounty. Yes, I recently returned to find my family in crisis. Sometimes I think I'm cursed, destined to be lonely and miserable. Mo Huanqing lamented. I'm now an orphan with only my friends to support me, to keep from starving. Oh? Do you really think so? Song Bo relaxed slightly, smiling. I've studied fortune-telling for a few years. Let me check your fate. Mo Huanqing didn't want to extend his hands but felt he had no choice. Your fate, oh dear, it's tragic, Song Bo said, pretending to be pained. You face a major calamity this year, one you cannot avoid. Uncle, this is the modern age. Can we skip the superstitions? You're a top expert. Predicting my fate like this scares me. Is there any way to avoid it? Song Bo rubbed his chin, muttering and calculating. Finally he slapped his thigh and shouted. It's tough. This disaster must be faced. Nephew Huanqing, why is your face so dry? Song Bo reached out to touch Mo Huanqing's face. Damn. The higher-ups. They must have cut corners on the human skin mask. Damn it. Mo Huanqing cursed the higher-ups and their families. He quickly covered his face, saying, I haven't been sleeping well, my skin is just dry. He turned to Song Yun, who was watching with amusement. Brother Song Yun, your villa is nice. Could you show me around? Song Yun stifled his laughter and nodded. As they left the living room, Mo Huanqing marveled at the place. This is where rich people live? It's so beautiful. Damn, this world is made for smart people. There's no room for a brute like me. Are all those cars yours? Standing outside the garage, Mo Huanqing pointed at the luxury cars inside, astonished. Some cars he had only seen in pictures online. Why am I so broke? Sports cars are every man's dream. Seeing so many of his dream cars, Mo Huanqing couldn't help himself. He walked quickly to a custom Ferrari, his eyes full of longing. Brother Huanqing, if you like it, it's yours. Song Yun said generously. Originally, this garage only had a Lamborghini Veneno, but after King moved in, more cars appeared. They annoy me. Really? Really? Mo Huanqing swallowed hard, trying to suppress his excitement. Rabbit, you've seen the world. You can't be swayed by a little profit and break the organization's rules. Focus on the mission. The Mo Huanqing you're playing was born with a silver spoon. How can a car excite you? No, stay calm. What's wrong, Brother Huanqing? If you don't like this one, pick any car. I like it. Mo Huanqing nodded eagerly, then opened the scissor door and sat in the driver's seat, touching the unique F1 steering wheel, his heart racing with joy. Want to take it for a spin? Song Yun asked with a smile. Mo Huanqing nodded vigorously. Organization, it's not that I, Rabbit, am being bought by the enemy. It's that you give too little, and the enemy gives too much. At this moment, Rabbit eagerly awaited the organization's new potion. If he could control Yi King and influence Song Yun, the mission would be highly profitable. If he could control Song Yun directly, I dare not imagine. Even in his dreams, Rabbit wouldn't dare to dream. Vroom vroom, vroom. Mo Huanqing turned the key and pressed the gas, and the car roared. Since I'm in a good mood, let's race a few laps, Song Yun said, getting into his Lamborghini Veneno. Mo Huanqing stared at Song Yun, his eyes flickering. Following the plan step by step would take about 6 months. But if Song Yun had a car accident, and all his assets went to Yi King, could I finish in a month? On the suburban highway, two sports cars raced wildly, one following the other closely. Mo Wanking gripped the steering wheel, feeling an indescribable satisfaction. This was a sports car. The power, the acceleration, the comfort. So enviable. But soon, Song Yun would be dead, and all of this would be his. Beep beep. Mo Wanking honked the horn and saw a river ahead, just the right size to swallow Song Yun's Lamborghini Veneno. Heaven is helping me. Heaven is helping me. When Song Yun crashes, I'll just say he was driving too fast and fell into the river. He gradually slowed down and pulled over by the river. Song Yun, pretending not to understand, also stopped, got out of his car, and asked, "Brother Wanking, what's the matter?" "I can't beat you. I give up." Mo Wanking shook his head with a smile of resignation. "I didn't expect you to be such a great driver." "I admit defeat. Ha ha ha. You really know how to make people happy." Song Yun patted him on the shoulder and took out an unmarked pack of cigarettes. "Want one?" "I don't smoke." "That's a pity." Song Yun sat on the hood of his car, looking at the rushing river. Life is like this river. Even if you don't want to move forward, countless reasons and external forces will push you on. Wanking, who is behind you, pushing you? No one really. I'm all alone now. Even if I want to strive, I have no goal. Mo Wanking stood behind Song Yun, reaching for his lower back. "Wanking, don't give up on yourself. You still have us, your friends." Song Yun suddenly turned around, grabbed Mo Wanking's shoulders, and shook him vigorously. Then he asked curiously, "Hey, why is your hand behind your back?" "Song Yun, I have to admit you're a good friend, but our paths are different, and we can't walk together. Besides, you're too naive. You were just attacked, and you dare to trust a stranger." Mo Wanking pushed Song Yun away with a faint smile. "Did you really believe everything I said? You underestimate me. The entire organization is mobilizing people because of you. My predecessor Rabbit died miserably in the streets for your sake. Song Yun, you're really a jinx." He pulled out a black gun from his back, aimed it at Song Yun, but quickly put it back. "No, using a gun would draw suspicion. I'll choose this instead." Mo Wanking reached into his pocket and pulled out a pair of brass knuckles. "Speeding, hitting someone, and then getting beaten to death by the family. Sounds pretty good, don't you think?" "Wanking, what are you doing? Are you going to kill me?" Song Yun's face showed surprise and fear. Seeing this, Mo Wanking felt a rush of satisfaction. Besides money, nothing was more thrilling than killing someone. "Song Yun, after you die, I'll take over Yi King. All her wealth and her body will be mine. Ha ha ha, I have to thank you for paving the way for me." Mo Wanking walked slowly, intending to apply psychological pressure on his enemy. The anticipation of death was excruciating. Also, he wanted to fully mobilize his body's strength. Every punch and kick had to appear normal so everything would seem natural later. "Are you really going to kill me? What else? Then you have a murderous heart." Song Yun extinguished his cigarette and pointed behind him with a smile. "Didn't you notice you're being followed? Stop trying to distract me. Are you trying to grab my weapon, or escape?" Mo Wanking's smile turned cruel. "Your tricks won't work on me." Song Yun calmly watched as a large hand grabbed Mo Wanking's shoulder. With a quick move, he threw Mo Wanking to the ground, rendering him powerless in an instant. "Little Rabbit, long time no see." Ugly Ox, still looking honest and thick-skinned, squatted down, gently touching Mo Wanking's face. "Who'd have thought I'd kill 2 rabbits in one day? It's quite exciting." "Ugly Ox, how dare you betray the organization?" Mo Wanking's veins bulged on his forehead as he roared. "Have you forgotten the organization's methods? How will you survive without the genetic drugs? Sorry, but my body is almost healed. Soon I'll be a normal person again. Could you resist that temptation?" Ugly Ox patted Mo Wanking's face. "Time to report to the underworld." To avoid attracting attention, Ugly Ox gripped Mo Wanking's neck with his large hand and steadily increased the pressure. Mo Wanking's face turned red as he struggled, but within seconds he was dead. "Mr. Song, what should I do with him?" Ugly Ox asked respectfully. "Make it discreet." Song Yun sighed and drove back in his Lamborghini. At Hua Shu Villa, Song Yun opened the door to find Song Bo sitting calmly on the sofa. "Is it done?" "Yes. Ugly Ox is quite a useful pawn." A simpleton. Song Bo waved his hand. "Z-Rat has already given Ugly Ox a return date. What about the real Mo Wanking? If he doesn't return, Ugly Ox will have a hard time explaining." "That's a headache." Song Yun rubbed his temples. I'm going to an interrogation soon. Arrange a rescue scene with Ugly Ox. Song Yun had barely sat down when he had to leave again. Yi King held him, full of reluctance. Her husband had sacrificed so much for their family. She didn't crave wealth, just his safety. Be careful. Yi King looked up and urged him. Don't worry, I'm just acting, not really fighting. Song Yun patted his wife's hair, resting his chin on her head, drawing strength from her presence. Mo Huanqing was taken to a remote wilderness. In the land-scarce magic city, finding such a place had been a challenge for Huang Baoting. In a dimly lit room, the flickering orange light added to the tense atmosphere. Hello, Mo Huanqing. Injected with muscle relaxants, Mo Huanqing lay on the bed, unable to do anything but speak. Victory or defeat. Just kill me if you dare. Kill me. I have nothing left to live for. Mo Huanqing used all his strength to turn his neck, staring at Song Yun. Why are you so agitated? Song Yun moved a chair over and sat down, facing Mo Huanqing. Isn't this all you're doing? You're clearly an executioner, so why are you acting so righteous? Mo Huanqing stared coldly at Song Yun. After a while he sighed and said, What you sow is what you reap. This messed up world, I've had enough. Oh, so you've got a story, huh? Interesting. Song Yun took out a pack of cigarettes, smiling as he offered one. Want one? There's no better symbol of friendship between men than sharing a cigarette. Mo Huanqing let Song Yun help him sit up. With a cigarette in his mouth, the rising smoke hid his gentlemanly face. I was born into a wealthy family. When I was 10, my mother died of a severe illness. The ironic part was that my father was always with another woman. If it weren't for the fact that the death certificate needed a relative's signature, I wouldn't have seen him at all. I drifted through life for a long time. Even though my schoolmates bullied me, I just smiled and moved on until I met Shishi, King and Chi Lu. They were like heroines who fell from the sky, especially King. She saved me from the crowd. At this point, Song Yun frowned slightly and interrupted. Sorry to interrupt, but King mentioned this before. It was actually Li Shishi who saved you, wasn't it? Mo Huanqing froze, choking on the smoke. I couldn't be wrong. It was Yi King. She saved me. I'm sorry, but do you think King would lie? It was indeed Li Shishi who saved you. If you don't believe me, we can call and ask. Seeing Mo Huanqing fall silent, Song Yun didn't waste time. He took out his phone, got Li Shishi's number from his wife and dialed. Hello, who is this? It's Song Yun. Song Yun? Oh wow, what's up? King's pregnant, and you've got too much energy so you're calling me. Song Yun's face darkened. Damn. This girl hadn't changed at all. Not wanting to let her go on, he quickly interrupted. I'm calling to ask back then, was it you or King who saved Mo Huanqing from the crowd? Ah? That's old news, Li Shishi said unhappily. I saved him, but he disappeared during college, and I was heartbroken for a long time. Okay, we'll talk later. Song Yun hung up, looking at the dumbfounded Mo Huanqing. You've been brainwashed. Your organization used your emotions to make you think you loved King. But all these years, it was Li Shishi you should have remembered. Mo Huanqing now needed a lot of time to process this revelation. All those nights of nightmares, all those memories keeping him going, were lies. So everything he did was just him running along the path the organization had set. The huge disparity almost drove Mo Huanqing insane. Sigh, think it over. Song Yun patted his shoulder. Mo Huanqing's face darkened, and he said nothing. As the two sat in silence, a large figure burst through the door. Buddy, I'm here to save you. Ugly Ox smashed his fists together, shouting at Song Yun, You must be Song Yun. Take this punch. How dare you? Song Yun charged, exchanging dozens of blows. He pretended to be exhausted, giving Ugly Ox an opening to knock him away. Ugly Ox hoisted Mo Huanqing over his shoulder and ran out without looking back. Song Yun climbed up, rubbing his chest. That bastard Ugly Ox must have taken this chance to get back at him. With the situation resolved, Song Yun felt a weight lifted off his chest. Great performance. A man in black training clothes clapped his hands as he entered, followed by a battered Ugly Ox and Mo Huanqing, tossed aside. Run, Song. Run. Ugly Ox's voice was hoarse with fear. Who are you? Or you? Song Yun asked calmly. You can call me Z-Rat. The man placed his right hand over his chest and bowed slightly. Mr. Song, you are indeed Master Song Bo's son. Your strategies are impressive. If it weren't for the deaths of the 2 rabbits and the pig candidate, I would have been completely in the dark. Just a little more, and you would have succeeded. But unfortunately for you, I noticed something was wrong and have been waiting in ambush for this moment. Too much talking. Song Yun squinted and said lightly, "Haven't you heard that villains die from talking too much? How did you become a captain?" G-Rat was stunned. When he looked up again, his pupils were red. "Mr. Song is eager to go to the underworld, so I won't stop you." Z-Rat charged at Song Yun. Song Yun, unarmed, pushed his body to its limits, eager to surpass them in the coming battle. Night fell. Z-Rat leaned on his knees, sweat pouring down his face. The man he was fighting had an unbelievable level of combat power for his age. They had fought for hours with no clear winner. If this continued, he would be the first to die. He couldn't keep fighting. Z-Rat threw a dagger at Song Yun and turned to flee. His jumping ability was astounding. The several-meter-high wall was nothing to him. In seconds he was over 100 meters away. Song Yun followed closely. Now that Ugly Ox's cover was blown, he couldn't let Z-Rat return. Z-Rat's position in the organization was at least mid-level. Capturing him would provide valuable information. They chased each other through the wilderness. Half an hour after they left, a group of people entered the dilapidated building. At the front, Song Bo frowned at the wrecked surroundings, deeply worried. Why is Ugly Ox here? Continuing inside, he found the unconscious Ugly Ox and the weeping Mo Huanqing. Mo Huanqing kept muttering, "I remember it all now, I remember everything." Ignoring the insane Mo Huanqing, Song Bo checked Ugly Ox's injuries and found severe internal damage. Without immediate help he might not survive. Where is Song Yun? Song Bo grabbed Mo Huanqing by the collar, fury blazing in his eyes. This was all part of the plan, but now something had gone wrong. I was wrong. I really was wrong. Shishi, king. Slap. Song Bo struck Mo Huanqing across the face. Seeing him still dazed and foolish, he threw him to the ground in frustration. Search. Search the entire city. I don't believe they can hide my son from me. At his command, the men in black scattered in all directions. Under the moonlight, Song Yun continued to chase Z-Rat, relentlessly accelerating. Though Z-Rat was fast, Song Yun's stamina, honed by rigorous training from Song Bo, was astonishing. Damn it. Doesn't this guy get tired? Isn't he the richest man in Magic City? How can he be so strong? Z-Rat felt a headache as Song Yun kept closing in. He knew that if this continued, he would collapse from exhaustion within minutes. He couldn't keep running, he had to fight to the death. Seeing a forest ahead, Z-Rat used the last of his strength to dive into it. The forest at night offered poor visibility, and the branches made it hard to spot someone hiding. Truly a rat. Song Yun stood at the forest edge. Inside, everything was silent, as if no one was there. But Z-Rat didn't know that Song Yun had X-ray vision. For Song Yun, all darkness and hiding were as useless as farting. Song Yun activated his X-ray vision and saw Z-Rat perched on a tree branch, watching cautiously. Crack. Song Yun deliberately stepped on a dry branch, making a loud noise in the quiet night. Z-Rat remained still, his vigilance unshaken. Squish. Song Yun stepped into a small mud pit, but Z-Rat still showed no sign of attacking. It seemed that no matter what Song Yun did in the forest, Z-Rat wouldn't reveal himself. Damn it. How about this? Song Yun walked to the tree where Z-Rat was hiding and unexpectedly struck the trunk with his elbow. His strength was formidable. This already half-dead tree was almost instantly broken in half. How did you find me? Z-Rat dodged Song Yun's attack, crouching on the ground with eyes glowing eerily in the moonlight. I have my ways. Song Yun smiled and slowly approached. If he could capture Z-Rat, he could tear open a part of the organization and better handle the crisis. Song Yun, you have a lovely wife at home. Do you really need to get tangled up with me? Z-Rat backed away, trying to reason. Do we really need to fight to the death? Are you willing to give up all your wealth and power? Oh? Do you think you still have a chance against me? Song Yun shook his head. That's quite a fantasy. Song Yun, I have a backup plan. If you leave now, we can stay out of each other's way. But if you insist on being stubborn, don't blame me. Haha. Do you think I scare easily? A cruel glint appeared in Z-Rat's eyes. He was too exhausted to continue fighting. If he could trade his life for Song Yun's, he would consider it a win. The Zodiac warriors each had serious flaws. Ugly Ox's weakness was Monkey. Monkey hated being called unmanly, Rabbit was lecherous, and Mo Huanqing enjoyed torturing his opponents. Z-Rat had a gambler's mentality, he loved the thrill of going all in. Whether at the gambling table or on the battlefield, Z-Rat charged at Song Yun recklessly. Song Yun stood his ground, ready to face him. But as Z-Rat approached, Song Yun saw a red light flash between Z-Rat's eyebrows. Not good. He really had a backup plan. I was too careless. Song Yun accelerated towards the forest edge, but pain shot through his back, his vision blurred, and he fell unconscious. The news of a massive explosion in the outskirts of Magic City quickly reached the higher-ups. Song Bo's face was grim as he waited for his subordinates' reports. Luckily, no body was found at the explosion site, which meant Song Yun had been captured or was missing. Better than being dead. Wife, stay with King these days. Don't tell her anything about our son. If she asks, say I sent him to Beijing to contact the Yuyang family. Also, make sure no rumors about his disappearance spread inside or outside the villa. If something really happens to our son, if something does happen, King's unborn child is the hope of our family. Bai Qiu nodded silently and left. Song Bo stood up, stretching, a glint of determination in his eyes. The organization, huh? I'll start by uprooting all your external members. In an unknown river, Song Yun slowly opened his eyes, followed by the system's voice. Ding. Detecting the host suffered a lethal attack 9 hours ago. Emergency survival mode activated. During this period, the host's combat effectiveness decreased by 50%. So, the system saved me. I was too reckless, underestimating Z-Rat. Who would have thought he would dare? Damn it! Where am I? Stranger. Suddenly, a soft female voice reached Song Yun's ears. He struggled to get up and crawled to the riverbank. Soaking wet, he looked quite disheveled. How did you get into our village? A young girl squatted beside him, playfully poking his cheek with her finger. Where am I? Song Yun stood up and looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings. This is Saint's village. The girl's big, wet eyes kept scrutinizing him. Finally, she handed him a bouquet of freshly picked flowers, smiling, You're really handsome. Thank you. Song Yun rubbed his temples. The loss of strength made him extremely alert. Do you have a wife? The girl patted her well-developed chest and asked, What do you think of me? Do you want to marry me? You're too young for me. Plus, I'm already married. This kid is a bit too forward, and where is Saint's village? It feels like I've traveled through time. But you're so handsome, she pouted, showing her charm. Which district of Magic City is your village in? Where are your elders? Hearing this, the girl looked puzzled. Magic City? What's that? You don't know Magic City? Song Yun was very surprised. With how advanced communications were nowadays, even people in remote villages should know about the major cities in China. But the girl in front of him didn't seem to be lying. Could he have stumbled into some isolated place? You're really strange, outsider. I don't understand half of what you're saying. But it makes sense, our village is very secluded. We usually don't see outsiders for years. The girl played with Song Yun's hair, smiling. My name is Wenshu. What's yours? My name is Song Yun. Song Yun stood up, but Wenshu grabbed his coat, looking up at him pitifully. Whenever an outsider comes, they take a few villagers away. Will you take me with you this time? This village is so boring and the village chief is very strict. I get scolded for the smallest mistakes. Song Yun looked at the girl curiously, pondering her words. Firstly, she didn't seem to know anything about the outside world. Secondly, this place wasn't connected to the outside world, and only specific people who entered would take villagers away. Where exactly was this place? Could it really be Saint's village, as Wenshu said? Wait, Wenshu? Damn. Isn't that a bodhisattva's name? Parents usually avoid giving their children names that touch on sacred figures. In remote areas, they often give children humble names to ensure they grow up healthy. Wenshu, can I ask what other people in your village are called? Without hesitation, Wenshu started listing names: Maitreya, Great Sage, Golden Cicada. Song Yun was stunned. Damn, where on earth am I? Song Yun had a feeling that if he took Wenshu with him, it would greatly benefit him. He even believed that this village might be connected to hidden families. I can take you. But we need to agree on 3 things. First, you can't tell anyone outside that I'm marrying you. Second, you have to tell me everything you know. Third, if your people want to harm me in the future, you must warn me. Wenshu nodded vigorously. For her, escaping this prison was worth any promise. Brother Song Yun, your clothes are still wet. The wind at night here is strong, and you might catch a cold. I suggest we start a fire to dry your clothes before we leave. Wenshu carefully suggested, afraid of upsetting Song Yun. All right. Song Yun reached into his pocket and found his lighter. It was wet and wouldn't work. I'll start the fire. Seeing Song Yun frustrated, Wenshu took out a firestone from her sleeve and gathered some dry grass. Snap, snap. The firestone struck, creating sparks. Soon, a small flame appeared. Wenshu nurtured the fire, adding dry twigs to it. Song Yun hung his clothes near the fire using a stick. The two of them sat silently, watching the sparks fly. Wenshu, why do you want to leave? Isn't this your home? Song Yun broke the silence, wanting to know more about this place. Well, Wenshu's face turned sad. After a moment she whispered, do you really want to know? I do. As Wenshu explained, Song Yun's clothes dried completely. He put them back on and lit a cigarette. Blowing out a thick plume of smoke, he asked curiously, so according to you, you're the saintess of your village, and you stole a sacred artifact, which made everyone chase you. That's absurd. Song Yun found it hard to believe. The term saintess seemed so ancient, as if it pulled people back to the past. Everything I said is true. I didn't lie. Wenshu looked like a wounded animal, afraid that Song Yun wouldn't take her after hearing everything. Why did you steal the sacred artifact? Because my mother was the previous saintess. She died right after I was born. When I was 3, my father told me to destroy the artifact if I ever became the saintess. The next day the villagers threw him into the river for heresy. Speaking of this, Wenshu's face was full of sorrow. Good heavens, the people in this village are insane. With his combat effectiveness reduced by 50%, Song Yun just wanted to escape quickly. Let's go. I'll take you away from this heartless place. With that, Song Yun got up and headed towards the distant forest. Wenshu followed him excitedly. Finally I can escape. In fact, she didn't steal the sacred artifact. Or rather, it was the village's revered object. When she was about to destroy it, the village chief suddenly entered the temple. To avoid being caught, she hid the artifact in her mouth. But the chief wasn't there to pray, he intended to harm her. Frightened, she accidentally swallowed the artifact, nearly choking herself. Seeing her struggle to breathe, the chief, afraid of being accused of killing the saintess, quickly fled. After finally swallowing the artifact, Wenshu knew that if the villagers found out, they'd kill her to retrieve it. Being naturally timid, she decided to run away. Entering the forest, Song Yun moved like an expert, while Wenshu struggled to keep up. This man is as strong as he looks. As long as I follow him, the villagers won't be able to find me outside. Half an hour later, Song Yun emerged from the forest into an open area, but suddenly lost all sense of Wenshu's presence. Normally, with his enhanced senses, nothing could escape his notice. But strangely, Wenshu had vanished into thin air. He quickly turned around and saw her struggling to climb over a fallen tree about 100 meters away. She was real. What's going on? Song Yun frowned. If Wenshu were a special spirit, his abilities would have detected it. But she was just an ordinary person. Activating his X-ray vision, he finally found the clue. The exit from the forest looks chaotic, but it's actually well organized. From what I know about Taoist techniques, this is a small shielding array. If you don't intentionally look back, you won't notice the path. Back in the Three Kingdoms period, Zhuge Liang used a few stones to set up a formation that trapped thousands of soldiers. There must be a master living in this small mountain village. Song Yun, where are you? Don't leave me behind. Wenshu could still see his figure getting farther away, but when she looked down and then up again, Song Yun had vanished. Am I really just a burden? Wenshu stopped, squatting down and hugging her knees, looking very sad. If she went back, she would definitely be punished by the villagers. They didn't care about the saintess, they only cared about the cold sacred object and the instructions brought by the outsiders. Aren't you coming with me? Song Yun re-entered the forest, looking puzzled. You didn't abandon me. Wenshu threw her arms around Song Yun, feeling comforted by his scent. I was so scared just now. I thought you had left me and ran away. Song Yun frowned slightly and pointed in a direction. What do you see over there? He was pointing at the exit. If they passed through the arch made of entwined trees, they would reach the outside. But Wenshu, as if her vision was impaired, said blankly, it's just a few big trees. Without wasting time, Song Yun grabbed Wenshu's hand and walked toward the exit. But when they passed through, it was as if an invisible barrier stopped Wenshu from leaving. Damn. Song Yun stepped back, sat on a large stone, and lit a cigarette. Wenshu, is there anything you haven't told me? No, nothing. Wenshu lowered her head, her big eyes darting around nervously. Are you sure? I really haven't hidden anything from you. What more do you want me to say? Wenshu's coquettish tone didn't soften Song Yun's resolve. He walked back through the barrier and stood outside, waiting. Seeing Song Yun disappear again, Wenshu froze, unable to move for a long time. She tentatively approached, but it was as if a transparent wall was keeping her inside. She panicked, pacing back and forth at the exit. She had been gone from the village for some time, and once the villagers noticed both she and the sacred object were missing, they would stop at nothing to search. The forest would be a key area they'd search. What should I do? What should I do? Song Yun, I know I was wrong. Please come back. I'll tell you everything I know. Wenshu looked like a child abandoned, her eyes brimming with tears. A sight that would evoke protective instincts in anyone. But Song Yun wasn't swayed by her beauty. He stood with his arms crossed, watching her performance. I actually didn't steal the sacred object. I accidentally swallowed it. If the villagers catch me, they'll surely cut me open to retrieve it. Song Yun, are you still there? You can't just leave me like this. I'm so scared, Song Yun. I'm still young. I don't want to die. As she spoke, Wenshu's spirit gradually collapsed. Staying here any longer would only bring her closer to danger. Why can't you walk out on your own? Song Yun's voice was like a warm ray of sunlight on a winter's day. Wenshu looked up, tears streaming down her face. I don't know. Even though I'm the saintess, all the secrets are controlled by the elders. I'm just a figurehead. So, to take you out, we have to go back to the village. Song Yun was conflicted. Ignoring the village's strangeness and whether there was a master there, his combat ability was currently reduced by 50%, and the system hadn't said when he'd fully recover. Moreover, his previous recklessness had cost him dearly. He didn't want to go through that again. Wenshu. Before Song Yun could finish, she interrupted him, understanding everything from his expression. Song Yun, you should go. Go. They might come here soon. How can an ordinary person like you defeat them? Go. Song Yun exhaled slowly. Could he really abandon her? Would he still be himself if he did? He squatted down, patted Wenshu's shoulder, and asked, how strong are the people in your village? Huh? Wenshu was taken aback by the question. She mumbled, they're just a bit stronger than me. Except for a hunter who learned some skills from an outsider, the others only have brute strength. Song Yun focused on a tree and punched it with all his might. Bang! The tree trunk was pierced through, and Song Yun retracted his large fist. Stronger than this. Wenshu shook her head frantically. No way. They were just farmers who lived off the land. They couldn't compare to this monster. Then let's go back to the village. After half an hour of walking, they reached an archway with 3 large characters inscribed Saint's Village. Host detected in Saint's Village. Would you like to check in? Damn. Good thing I didn't leave earlier, or I'd have missed this opportunity. I wonder what surprises this mysterious village will bring. Check in. Ding. Congratulations on checking in. Reward BZs. The system's words were suddenly cut off, as if something was blocking it. This had never happened before. Song Yun became even more wary of the village. Wenshu. How dare you come back? Hand over the sacred object, or you'll face the clan's 18 punishments. 2 burly men in short jackets stood at the village entrance, holding sticks, and walked towards Song Yun and Wenshu. They looked like old-timey guards for a landlord. And who is this pretty boy? One of the men glared, shouting, hand over Wenshu, or I'll make sure you die a horrible death. The 2 men pointed their weapons at Song Yun. If they hadn't been unsure of his identity, they would have attacked already. Too much talk. Song Yun was about to handle the situation, but felt Wenshu tugging on his clothes. What's wrong? Everyone in the village is somewhat related. These 2 are my uncle's children. If possible, just knock them out. Don't kill them, Song Yun spoke calmly, then moved so swiftly that he seemed to vanish. No one could see where he went. Bang! 2 quick sounds later, the previously fierce men fell to the ground, unconscious. Wenshu quickly checked their breathing. Fortunately, they were still alive. As long as they weren't dead. Let's go. We need to finish this quickly and get out. Song Yun estimated that it had been about 20 hours since he last passed out. He could imagine the chaos outside. He hoped his parents could keep the news from King. Song Yun and Wenshu walked quickly through the village streets. The villagers ran away upon seeing Wenshu. But witch is back. And she brought an outsider. Hearing their words, Wenshu felt deeply saddened. These were the elders who had watched her grow up, but now their hostility was overwhelming. After observing for a while, Song Yun realized that the village wasn't as large as he had imagined. There were at most about 100 households. But as they moved deeper, the streets became deserted, with no one wandering around. Creak. A window of a wooden house opened slightly before being shut abruptly. Inside, parents spanked a mischievous child. "Do you know who that witch is outside? Aren't you afraid she'll eat you?" The spanked child stubbornly shouted, "Isn't she the saintess? You used to tell me to get close to her." "Nonsense. That was before. Since she stole the sacred artifact, she's become a demon. Do you know what a demon is? Someone who eats children." Outside, Wenshu hung her head, lost in thought. She believed the villagers were deceived by the so-called sacred artifact. Otherwise, her father wouldn't have insisted on destroying it. Why couldn't these people understand such a simple truth? More and more whispers emerged from the houses. Some were curses, some were pleas for Wenshu to repent. These words gradually made Wenshu feel guilty. "Enough. Shut up, all of you." Song Yun's shout silenced the village. Aside from the occasional cluck of chickens and quack of ducks, no one dared to speak. The villagers' fear of outsiders was deeply ingrained. To them, outsiders were messengers of the gods, conveying divine will and occasionally taking villagers away to live better lives. The witch and the outsider are over there. Destroy the witch. Protect the sacred artifact. Surround them. Don't let the witch escape. Suddenly, a commotion arose. 30 to 40 men, young and old, armed with farm tools, surrounded Song Yun and Wenshu. A middle-aged man with graying temples and a greasy belly stepped out of the crowd, eyeing Wenshu greedily. But he quickly suppressed his desire, coughed, and said, "Outsider, I am the village chief of Saint's Village. The woman behind you is a witch who stole the village's sacred artifact. Hand her over, and I'll spare your life." Hearing this, Wenshu hid behind Song Yun, her fear of the elders still strong. Annoying. Song Yun scanned the surroundings, then charged at the village chief without hesitation. Procrastination wasn't his style. Besides, with so many people around, Wenshu could easily get hurt. To catch the thief, first capture the leader. In the villagers' astonished eyes, Song Yun grabbed the village chief by the neck and lifted him. "What are you doing? You scoundrel. Release the chief, or we won't let you go." Song Yun looked coldly at the villagers. They didn't seem to grasp the gravity of the situation. He tightened his grip on the village chief's neck. The man's face, already fleshy, turned red. Song Yun could easily snap the chief's neck with just a bit more force. But he didn't plan to kill him. As a hostage, the chief would help control the brainwashed villagers. "Chief, if you don't want to die, tell your villagers what to do next." The chief croaked. "Drop your weapons." The villagers exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to do. At this critical moment, a throwing knife flew through the crowd and struck the chief's back with a thud. The chief was killed by the outsider. Revenge for the chief. The villagers, blinded by rage, raised their farm tools and charged at Song Yun. Song Yun's eyes narrowed. Someone in the village was deliberately stirring up trouble. They wanted to keep him and Wenshu here. These villagers had some strength from farming, but it was just brute force. Song Yun threw the chief's body into the crowd, knocking some villagers down. He dodged and weaved, knocking out one villager after another with precise strikes. Song Yun. Wenshu was being harassed by several men. Their eyes filled with malice as they tried to tear off her clothes. "Get lost." Song Yun rushed forward, knocking the men away with single punches. "This outsider is a demon. Everyone, kill him." "Damn it, Wenshu brought this outsider here. After we deal with him, I'll strip her and parade her through the village." The villagers, wary of Song Yun, cursed but didn't dare approach. "Outsider, leave now, and I won't hold you responsible." A burly man carrying a large bow stepped forward. He was over 2 meters tall, wearing clothes made from animal hides, resembling a bear. "Hunter Tiger is here, shoot him down." The villagers were overjoyed. Hunter Tiger was their top fighter, having been trained by the gods' messengers for a few years. To the villagers, Hunter Tiger was their protector. "What if I say no? Then die." "Bulls." Hunter Tiger's fists collided with a loud thud, his tiger eyes glinting with violence. Each step he took echoed loudly on the ground. Hunter Tiger charged fiercely, his hands like iron claws aiming for Song Yun. "Get him, Hunter Tiger. Kill this outsider. The witch stole the sacred artifact. She will bring misfortune to the village. Only by killing her can we cleanse this sin." The villagers cheered, brandishing their farm tools. In their eyes there was nothing Hunter Tiger couldn't accomplish. They believed under his power, the outsider and the witch would pay for the village chief's life. After exchanging a couple of blows, Song Yun realized that this supposedly formidable opponent was, in reality, quite weak. Hunter Tiger's steps were chaotic, his strength uncoordinated despite his raw power. In the villagers' horrified eyes, Song Yun toyed with their so-called protector like a cat playing with a mouse. "Why are you running? Fight me head on." Hunter Tiger, repeatedly outmaneuvered, began to lose his composure. He smashed everything around him in frustration, collapsing 4 or 5 wooden houses in no time. Some villagers tried to intervene, but were sent flying by Hunter Tiger's punches, left bleeding on the ground. They then realized that while Song Yun, the outsider, only knocked people out, Hunter Tiger indiscriminately attacked anyone who got close. Enough. Song Yun faced Hunter Tiger directly, charging at him. Hunter Tiger grinned cruelly, ready for a head-on clash. Just as they were about to collide, Song Yun leapt into the air, spun 360 degrees, and landed behind Hunter Tiger. Then he unleashed a series of powerful punches, a set of Bajikwan moves that hit their mark with explosive force. Despite his size, Hunter Tiger's body wasn't resilient enough. His spine shattered, leaving his lower body paralyzed. Even so, Hunter Tiger, lying on the ground, tried to continue the fight, using his head to push himself towards Song Yun. Crazy Song Yun kicked Hunter Tiger in the neck, causing him to pass out. What now? Hunter Tiger was defeated by this outsider. God, are we doomed? It's all the witch's fault. If she hadn't stolen the sacred artifact and brought this demon here, none of this would have happened. The villagers muttered among themselves, which annoyed Song Yun. He had expected formidable opponents in this mystical village, but they turned out to be ordinary. It's the witch's fault. She must be exterminated as the divine messengers decreed. Kill the witch. Use the holy water left by the divine messengers. It will kill the witch and save the world. Driven by these instigators, many villagers took out small red glowing vials from their pockets. They uncorked the vials and drank the contents. Damn, these people must have connections to the organization or hidden clans. Otherwise they wouldn't have access to gene-altering drugs. Song Yun cursed internally, planning to escape with Wenshu and wait for the drug's effects to wear off before making any decisions. But the villagers' eyes turned blood red, and they lost all sense, roaring in rage. Damn it. Song Yun frowned, grabbing the hunter's bow from Hunter Tiger's back. The villagers, now like zombies, charged at him. Song Yun used the bow to fend them off, sending some flying. But those who fell got up again, while others turned on their own, attacking anyone nearby. Damn. They're like zombies. Song Yun was horrified. If these drugs were unleashed on society, it would be an apocalypse like in the movies. Wenshu. Are there any places in the village that are easily defensible? Song Yun felt his strength waning. The villagers, relentless and unyielding, kept attacking. I think the ancestral hall. Wenshu shouted. It was built to house the sacred artifact, so it's very sturdy. Song Yun nodded, drawing a half-moon slash with the bow to create an opening. He grabbed Wenshu and held her at his side. Lead the way. As they ran, Wenshu witnessed the village's horror. Once gentle villagers now attacked each other like beasts, turning on their own families with bloodthirsty fury. This is hell on earth. Turn the corner and run 50 meters to the ancestral hall. Wenshu, terrified but determined, directed Song Yun. She knew that Song Yun was her only hope. As they rounded the corner, they saw a grand temple. Song Yun sprinted with all his might. But suddenly a woman leaped from a rooftop, claws extended, aiming for him. The woman's eyes were blood red, and her nails, lengthened by the drug, were over 30 centimeters long. Song Yun halted abruptly, kicking the woman in the abdomen. That's my aunt, Wenshu whispered, trembling. But the woman didn't stop. She scurried on all fours, trying to prevent Song Yun from reaching the hall. Wenshu screamed as the woman slashed her arm deeply. The wounds emitted black smoke, and the flesh around them turned from pink to purple, then black. This was necrosis. Without immediate treatment, Wenshu could lose her arm. No choice. Song Yun spotted a pitchfork, grabbed it, and hurled it at the woman. The woman was flung back 10 meters, pinned against a wall by the pitchfork. Despite this, she continued to thrash and scream, seemingly unfazed by the pain. Inside the hall, Song Yun barricaded the door. Wenshu had fallen unconscious, her body burning with fever, infection and inflammation. All his emergency medical knowledge surfaced in Song Yun's mind. Now, he had to do everything he could to save Wenshu's life. The first priority was to remove the necrotic tissue. But Song Yun didn't have a knife with him. What should he do? He stood up and looked around the shrine. In the dim light, he saw a small knife wrapped in sharkskin on the altar. A stroke of luck. Song Yun grabbed the knife. Its cold blade reflected the candlelight, brightening the room. He sterilized the blade over the candle flame, and then placed a small wooden stick in Wenshu's mouth to prevent her from biting her tongue in her unconscious state. With a change in demeanor, Song Yun seemed like a master healer. He began to meticulously cut away the rotten flesh from Wenshu's arm. Gradually, fresh blood started to seep from the wounds, revealing healthy pink flesh beneath. He sighed in relief. He had acted just in time. Any delay might have required more drastic measures. He grabbed a handful of ashes from the incense burner and sprinkled them over the wound. The ashes had antiseptic and pain-relieving properties, and soon Wenshu's body temperature normalized. Song Yun took this moment to survey their surroundings. The shrine was expansive, covering 700 or 800 square meters, with an inner and outer hall. The inner hall was used for council meetings by the village elders, while the outer hall housed the ancestral tablets. Suddenly, loud banging noises came from outside. The crazed woman was trying to break in. Song Yun tightened his grip on the knife, ready to defend himself if necessary. Hoo! A horn sounded in the village, drawing the attention of the frenzied villagers. They began to move toward the sound. In the shrine, Song Yun noticed the horn's sound was getting closer, then stopped abruptly as it entered the inner hall. The crazed villagers started pounding on the doors, threatening to break through the sturdy shrine. Damn it! Song Yun lifted the unconscious Wenshu and ran toward the inner hall. The inner hall was meticulously decorated. After passing through numerous corridors, Song Yun reached a room. Who was out there? An elderly voice called from inside. Song Yun hesitated. There were dangers both ahead and behind him. He had no choice but to push forward. Inside, 6 robed elders were seated in a circle around a mummified corpse. They were channeling energy into the corpse, which seemed to be slowly reviving. Outsiders are not welcome. One elder growled, "Leave." "I'm not one of your villagers," Song Yun retorted, placing Wenshu on a chair. He watched them with interest. "You're trying to revive a corpse? Isn't that a bit far-fetched?" Outsider. Who let an outsider in at this crucial moment? Is that the witch Wenshu sitting there? She dared to return after stealing the sacred artifact. What are you babbling about? Song Yun saw that the 6 elders were engrossed in their ritual and couldn't afford to be distracted. He continued, "Your village is in ruins. The villagers took some kind of genetic drug and turned into zombies. I barely escaped. It's a massacre out there." Impossible. The holy water was a gift from the divine messengers. It can't have any side effects. You dare slander the divine messengers? You'll die for this. The elders were enraged, hurling insults at Song Yun. But soon their expressions turned to fear. The light in their hands intensified and was absorbed by the mummified corpse, which started to regain vitality. The 6 elders, however, withered and turned to dust. This is terrifying. Is this some kind of dark sorcery? Song Yun, now wary, picked up Wenshu and prepared to flee. He would rather face the crazed villagers than this resurrected monster. Why leave so soon? A raspy voice echoed behind him. The corpse waved its hand, and a swarm of insects blocked Song Yun's escape. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is, Wenshu must stay. The corpse stood, testing its rejuvenated body. And if I refuse? The corpse smirked and whistled, sending the insects swarming towards Song Yun. System alert. The system was previously blocked by unknown factors. Would you like to change the reward based on the current event and location? Without hesitation, Song Yun selected yes. System update. Congratulations! You've received a protective divine technique. Instantly, a transparent shield expanded from Song Yun, forming a barrier that repelled the insects. The corpse seemed impressed. Interesting, you're no ordinary person. Enough talk. Prepare to die. Song Yun lunged with the knife, but it clanged off the corpse's skin like metal. Damn, he's invincible too. Both of us are invulnerable. This is a stalemate. If you give me the sacred artifact that Wenshu stole, I can grant you eternal life and endless riches, the corpse proposed. Eternal life? That's something straight out of a fantasy novel. How can you expect me to believe that? The corpse, seeing Song Yun's skepticism, continued. I've lived for over 300 years. I am living proof. A 300-year-old freak. Song Yun cursed internally. If you're so powerful, why do you need the sacred artifact? Is it the key to your immortality? The corpse laughed, smart boy. Yes, the artifact is crucial, but... However, what? The sacred artifact only works with my cultivation technique. Without it, swallowing or worshipping it is useless, the mummified corpse said smugly. To outsiders, it's just a trinket, but for me, it's a treasure. Boy, give me the artifact, and I'll teach you how to cultivate. I don't know where it is. Song Yun took a couple of steps back. The corpse grew impatient and used its long nails to cut open its chest, communing with the worms embedded in the sacred artifact. Soon its gaze fixed on Wenshu's abdomen. Unexpectedly, this girl had swallowed it. Give me Wenshu, and I'll give you whatever you want. No way. Then I'll kill both of you, and retrieve the artifact from her body. Song Yun was surprised. This old undead knew quite a bit. Die. Song Yun held Wenshu while his knife sparked against the corpse's tough skin. He couldn't keep this up, the knife would break before the corpse did. Wait, why does this mummy keep using insects to attack? It must be more powerful in close combat. Song Yun decided to test this. He lunged towards the window, and just as he was about to leap out, the corpse kicked him, sending him tumbling across the floor. The mummy then returned to its original position, confirming Song Yun's suspicion that something was binding it to that spot. An idea flashed in Song Yun's mind. He dashed for the door again, and the corpse lunged at him once more. But this time, Song Yun swerved, skimming past the mummy and scanning the floor. He spotted a bottle of blue liquid. Perhaps this was what the mummy was guarding or feared. Snatching the bottle, Song Yun said, "I've got your weakness." The mummy's face darkened. "What do you want?" "Let me go." The mummy hesitated. It was clear that the blue liquid was crucial. Seeing Song Yun about to open the bottle, the mummy shouted, "The outside is full of zombies, you'll be surrounded. There's a tunnel under my bed that leads out." Song Yun didn't believe him. "I'll handle my escape. Now, will you let me go?" The mummy seethed with rage but had no choice. "Get out. And don't let me see you again." Song Yun exited quickly, leaping across rooftops until he was out of sight. He ran back through the forest and finally stopped to catch his breath. Wenshu can't leave because of her condition. What to do? Song Yun thought for a moment, his gaze shifting to Wenshu's stomach. The only way was to retrieve the artifact she had swallowed. "Song Yun, where are we?" Wenshu slowly woke up, looking weak. Song Yun, startled, explained, "We're safe for now, but you can't leave this place unless..." "Unless what?" "Unless what?" "Unless we retrieve the artifact from your stomach." Wenshu paled. She had already lost so much blood another surgery could be fatal. "I was going to do it while you were unconscious. But now that you're awake you have to decide." Song Yun felt he had done his best. He had risked his life multiple times, and if Wenshu still refused, he would leave on his own. Is there another way? "Well, there's one, but it's gross." "What?" "Inducing vomiting." "What is that?" "Just making yourself throw up." Wenshu covered her mouth, horrified at the thought. But the idea made her nauseous, and she began to retch. Amidst the mess, Song Yun spotted a small black stone with a glowing worm inside. He pierced it with the knife, releasing a foul smell. At the same moment, the mummy back in the village felt a sharp pang of loss. "Damn you! I'll never forgive you." The worm was the mummy's life source. If he didn't perform the longevity ritual every 60 years, he would die. Now, his chances were slim. Oh, the smell. Even the prettiest girl looks terrible when she's vomiting. Wenshu kept retching until there was nothing left but bile. "This stone is your sacred artifact?" Song Yun asked, holding his nose. Yes, Wenshu nodded weakly. Song Yun decided to bury the stone. "We can't take it with us. I'll hide it here and come back for it later." He dug a small hole with the knife, buried the stone, and marked the spot. "Let's see if you can leave now." Wenshu reached out towards the exit, and the barrier was gone. "Let's go." No. Song Yun led the way, eager to return to his family in the city. Leaving the forest, Song Yun felt a surge of excitement as he saw the winding path ahead. Finally, he was back to the human world. Everyone in that village seemed like they had been hiding there since ancient times. It would have been fine if it was like a paradise, but unfortunately, it was a filthy nest. Song Yun and Wenshu walked along the path for about half an hour until they reached an old, broken-down road. There were many passing vehicles, and Song Yun eagerly waved, trying to hitch a ride. However, not a single car stopped, despite more than 10 passing by. Seeing Song Yun's dirty clothes, stained with what looked like blood, the drivers were reluctant to let him dirty their interiors. "Song Yun, what are those things?" "They move so fast," Wenshu asked nervously, clutching his sleeve. Everything outside was new and frightening to her. She had no idea what these things were. "Don't worry. Once we're back, there will be people to help you adjust to modern society," Song Yun replied, feeling a bit frustrated. He had no idea where they were, and if they were far from the city, it could take days to get back. He could handle it, even without rest for several days, but Wenshu was different. She might be beautiful and well-built, but she was weak and quickly exhausted. Seeing no car willing to stop, Song Yun led Wenshu along the road, waving occasionally to try and hitch a ride. After walking for a while, they came upon a roadside motel. Wenshu's stomach growled loudly, and she blushed, glancing at Song Yun. She hadn't eaten for over 30 hours. Let's get some food, Song Yun said, leading her into the motel. The motel owner initially wanted to shoo them away upon seeing Song Yun's dirty appearance, but her eyes lit up when he handed her his ring. We were robbed while traveling and have been walking home. Could you be kind enough to let us wash up and have a meal? Song Yun asked, placing the ring in her hand. The owner examined the ring's green gemstone, realizing it was valuable. She noticed Song Yun's refined demeanor and handsome features beneath the grime and believed his story. Come on up, she said, leading them upstairs. Meanwhile, back at the Grand Hotel in Shanghai, Yi Qingqing sat despondently behind the scenes of a conference. News of Song Yun's disappearance had leaked, thanks to her mother, who had called to comfort her but inadvertently revealed the truth. This caused an uproar. Many people in Shanghai, already resentful of Song Yun's rise to wealth, couldn't wait to pounce upon learning of his disappearance, possibly his death. Yi Qingqing and her father fought off several business attacks, but soon realized that over 60% of the city's businesses had formed an anti-Song alliance. Within hours, many of Song Yun's enterprises suffered severe drops in stock prices. Even Song Yun's father and some others had gone missing. Sitting beside Yi Qingqing, Bai Qiu comforted her. Don't worry, when your husband returns he won't spare them. Mom, it's my fault. I couldn't protect Song Yun's assets, Yi Qingqing cried, her emotions even more fragile due to her pregnancy. It's okay, Bai Qiu said, stroking her hair. Even if something happens to Song Yun, your father-in-law and I will make sure this family stands strong. Miss Yi, the reporters are here. Shall we start the conference? Jasmine asked, entering the room and feeling sorry for Yi Qingqing's weary appearance. Let's start, Yi Qingqing said, wiping her tears. She knew she had to show strength to protect her husband's legacy. As she left, a voice behind Bai Qiu asked, should we make those traitors disappear mysteriously? Huang Baiding emerged, now controlled by a second soul. Though she had a complicated history with Song Yun, he had helped her a lot, so she couldn't betray him now. Not yet. If they go too far, then we'll deal with them, Bai Qiu replied. At the press conference, Yi Qingqing faced over 40 media outlets. Flashes went off, and questions were fired rapidly, making the room as noisy as a market. She raised her hand to quiet the room. Please settle down. We have plenty of time to answer all your questions. Back at the motel, after a refreshing shower, Song Yun joined Wenshu, who was devouring a bowl of braised pork. The owner was watching TV, admiring her new ring. Song Yun sat down to eat, but the owner sighed. When someone's gone, they're gone, whether a commoner or a tycoon. She continued, you seem wealthy. Take my advice, don't take girls on dangerous adventures. You were lucky to find me, but next time who knows? Just look at the TV, even Shanghai's richest man is dead. Song Yun nearly spat out his food. Wenshu's face shifted from surprise to shock and then to sadness, tears welling up. Boss, did you say Shanghai's richest man is dead? Song Yun asked urgently. Yep, they say he's missing. But I reckon he's dead, she replied nonchalantly. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? Without knowing, Song Yun had been declared dead? Staring at the live broadcast on TV, seeing his wife's slightly swollen eyes, Song Yun's heart ached deeply. Madam, can you arrange a car to take us to Shanghai? Song Yun urgently asked, grabbing the motel owner's shoulders. The owner had never been this close to a handsome man before. She felt dizzy and didn't know which way was north. Okay, stop looking at me like that. I have a husband, you know, she said, blushing. Huh? Oh, sorry. After fixing her hair, she replied, a car to Shanghai will be here in 10 minutes. I've known the driver for years, you can take his car. Thank you so much. Song Yun focused on the TV, growing angrier as he watched reporters bombard his wife with questions. It seemed that during his absence, some people had already started plotting a coup. Damn it! He had been too lenient with them. 10 minutes later, a minivan pulled up at the motel. A man in his 40s, the driver, blew a kiss at the owner, who chased him for 10 meters with a broom. Hey, are you from Shanghai? The driver asked, rubbing his bald head. Don't let the owner's attitude fool you, deep down she still likes me. Yeah, sure, Song Yun thought. Where did you get that idea? Ignoring the owner's marital status, he couldn't believe this greasy man thought she had feelings for him. The driver continued to ramble nonsensical theories, nearly brainwashing Song Yun into believing the man had a bit of charm. Was this the power of words? To turn black into white, to make the dirty seem clean. This man should have been a courtier, convincing others of absurdities. Arriving at the Shanghai Grand Hotel, the driver waved at Song Yun, calling out for a drink next time, nearly making Song Yun trip. At the entrance, lower-tier reporters anxiously waited for any news, hoping to catch a snippet from the staff. After all, the young tycoon's death was the hottest story. Seeing the crowd, Song Yun knew he couldn't push through. Or could he? Using his physique, he started to make his way through. Hey, what's wrong with you? Can't you see we're all waiting? Even if you push, you won't get in. The ones who matter are already inside. And bringing a girl along, what's that about? Wait, what? A zombie. The last shout caught everyone's attention. Turning around, they froze at the sight of Song Yun. What was happening? Inside, news spread that Shanghai's richest man was dead, yet here he was outside. They felt their worldview shatter, thinking the press conference and disappearance might have been orchestrated by Song Yun to expose traitors. Such deep scheming chilled their hearts. So, can I go in now? Song Yun asked, standing boldly before them, shattering the lie. Seeing him alive and well, the reporters murmured in disbelief. Mr. Song, who is the girl with you? Did you disappear due to a crisis with MS? Yi King. Mr. Song? Mr. Song, please answer our questions. Their relentless questioning made Song Yun break into a cold sweat. You guys are relentless, aren't you? Forget it. Let's go inside, he said, pushing open the door. Inside, reporters were already aggressive with their questions, but the commotion outside drew their attention. How did those small-time reporters get in? Didn't they know the rules? Turning to see the familiar figure, they gasped. It was Song Yun. What's this? I heard rumors that I'm dead. Song Yun's words caused an uproar. Yi King stood, trembling with joy, tears streaming down her face. Her husband was alive. Song Yun, you're alive, an elderly man stuttered, pointing at him. This old man was the hidden power behind a company, still controlling its direction despite his son being the official head. They had clashed before, and now he had backstabbed Song Yun. Song Yun's back? This isn't what we were told. Damn, we're done for. With him back, we're finished. Our family business, built over a century, is doomed. The room was filled with those who had come to challenge or watch. Faces turned pale, knowing Song Yun's ruthless nature. Ignoring them, Song Yun walked to the stage, smiled at his wife and took the microphone. Everyone, are you disappointed that I'm not dead? His words struck hard, and heads bowed in shame. Holding Yi King close, he continued. I don't know who orchestrated this, but now that I'm back, this isn't over. Be ready for my counterattack. Mr. Song, we were deceived. Please, show mercy. Yes, with over 60% of the city's businesses here, we promised to cease any hostile actions if you let this go. Some people still held on to the thought that the number of people who betrayed Song Yun was so great that it would shake Shanghai's economy. Song Yun looked at the person who said this, his eyes growing colder by the second. Say that again. I was just stating a fact. The man lowered his head, his voice trembling with fear. He could feel the storm brewing in Song Yun's heart, the calm before the violent tempest. If things escalated, their lives would become a nightmare. He discreetly tugged at the sleeve of the person next to him. But that person ignored him and even moved further away. Damn. These traitors. Weren't you the one who kept encouraging me, saying that Song Yun was dead, and it was time for a new king in Shanghai? Now I'm a plague and you're avoiding me like the plague? Damn it. You're backstabbing me now? When you needed me, I was your darling and now you're throwing me away. Bastard. What do I do now? Song Yun's scorching gaze could burn a hole through me. Resisting him is impossible. I've spent over 40 years thinking I could gamble everything for an early retirement, but now I've been abandoned. Yes, I understand now. This alliance was a sham. There were no friends, no brothers, just people seeking their own interests. Now that Song Yun is back, they're disorganized and scattered, each trying to save themselves from the impending storm. By saying so many people betrayed him, I've only made Song Yun angrier, and he'll hunt down every traitor. I've dragged them all down with me. Hey haha. Song Yun, I'd say it 100 times over. Do you think I'm the only one who betrayed you? I alone could never topple you. Don't you realize most of Shanghai has abandoned you? They've all crossed your name off their lists. Ha ha ha. The man laughed hysterically. You. And you. Didn't you all wish Song Yun dead? Now what? Why are you silent? Cowards. Each person he pointed at frantically waved their hands, terrified of attracting Song Yun's wrath. Mr. Song, I assure you I'm only here to support your wife. I had no other intentions. Me too. This scoundrel is lying. He's trying to drag us down with him. Don't believe him. Mr. Song, you know me. I would never betray you. He's just trying to take us down with him in his final moments. Hearing his companion's righteous declarations, the man paused, then laughed even louder. Yes, yes. Business is war, and I'm a fool. I'm not even your competitor, Mr. Song. I got greedy and wanted a piece of the action. I admit I'm a scoundrel, but these bastards aren't even worthy of being called scoundrels. They're hypocrites. I'll tear them apart. The man lunged at his companions, ripping their clothes in the ensuing scuffle, creating a wide open space around them. Mr. Song, you see? This man is mad. You can't believe anything he says. Security. Get this lunatic out of here. Don't rip my clothes. Shufeng, remember we're friends? I lent you over 100,000 when your mother was sick. Don't rip my clothes. The man, eyes bloodshot, tore the clothes into rags, then turned angrily to the others, who quickly backed away. Song Yun, I admit my mistake. Do what you want with me. The man slumped to the ground, lit a wrinkled cigarette, and defiantly looked at Song Yun. Honey, he's just a pawn. The real masterminds are behind the scenes, Yi King whispered to Song Yun. You're quite straightforward, Song Yun said as the anger in his eyes began to subside. But his next words shocked everyone present. Tell me the names of the masterminds and all the key players, and I'll let you go. This move was genius, exchanging one person for a whole group. It was a no-brainer. Finding the ringleaders individually would take forever. The man on the ground cleared his ears, hardly believing what he heard. Are you serious? If I tell you everything, you'll let me go and never come after me. Song Yun nodded. Expose them, and you'll never have trouble doing business in Shanghai again. I'll buy your company, and you can live comfortably for the rest of your life. Deal. At this, the crowd erupted. No way, Mr. Song. Can't you see he's lost his mind? How can you trust anything he says? Mr. Song, he's a traitor. If he mixes lies with the truth, we'll be doomed. Exactly. You can't trust him. Security. Get this lunatic out. If any of us get hurt because of his outburst, you'll be held responsible. The panic set in. This was exactly what Song Yun wanted: chaos to fish in troubled waters. He'd eliminate one today, another tomorrow, and gradually cleanse Shanghai's business circle. If they united against him, he might have a headache, but he'd still crush them eventually. Haha. Mr. Song, I trust you more than these hypocrites, the man said, standing up and dusting himself off. I'm Chen Shufeng. Pleased to work with you. Now they're teaming up. One moment you two are mortal enemies, and the next, you're making peace and planning to target us little guys together. This is really frustrating. Chen Shufeng looked arrogantly at the crowd. Everyone he glanced at lowered their heads. No one dared to attract the attention of this shameless man at this critical moment. Mr. Song, this is the CEO of Daki Group. He's the one who most wants you gone because your Shanshui Group's business conflicts with his tourism industry. In just a short time he reported Shanshui's resort to the environmental authorities 13 times. Chen Shufeng. You're talking nonsense. I've always operated with integrity. How dare you slander me? The CEO shouted in anger, lifting a chair to throw at Chen Shufeng. But the waiting reporters quickly captured the scene with their cameras. No doubt, the evening news headline would be Daki Group CEO loses temper, attacks innocent bystanders. Is this a loss of morality or human nature's twist? Stay tuned for today's discussion. Chen Shufeng dodged the chair and, seeing the other's protruding belly, felt confident he could win this fight. He was ready to go, but then disappointed as security pinned the man down, waiting to take him to the authorities. And him, and him, and him. Chen Shufeng happily pointed out several people. Soon it became clear that over 90% of the attendees had plans to betray Song Yun, and many had already acted against him. Who's the leader? I really don't know who's behind it. I think it's some kind of organization, but I'm not sure. Another organization? Hearing this, Song Yun felt a headache coming on. What the hell? It's like a persistent plague that won't leave me alone. Damn it. Damn it. One day, I'll turn your world upside down. After identifying everyone, Chen Shufeng wrote down the names of those who hadn't shown up. For him, the more chaotic Shanghai was, the better his chances of escaping. The more they'd focus on dealing with Song Yun's retaliation, the more likely they'd be to fall from grace. Imagining these people going bankrupt, Chen Shufeng felt completely satisfied. I'll send someone to take over your company, Song Yun said, looking at the list. Chen Shufeng nodded and left without further interruption, walking out proudly. The others in the hall exchanged glances. They knew they couldn't withstand Song Yun's wrath alone, so a few started making calls. The people they contacted were from the Zodiac organization. Strangely, the previously agreed-upon leader had vanished, his phone number unreachable, and he was nowhere to be found. It's over. I've been used as a pawn. Outside the Grand Shanghai Hotel, a man pulled down his hat brim and disappeared into the city. He was the one in charge of this operation and a high-ranking member of the organization. The organization initially thought Song Yun was dead, given that Zishu had never failed a mission. When both Zishu and Song Yun went missing, they assumed Song Yun was dead and Zishu was recovering from injuries. Everyone got excited, thinking it was time to replace Shanghai's tycoon with their puppet. But no one expected Song Yun to be alive and well. If Song Yun was alive, then Zishu must be. When the news reached the higher-ups, they frantically pulled back their forces from Shanghai. This man was terrifying. Even Zishu couldn't kill him. Who else in the organization could? It seems everyone is very dissatisfied with me, Song Yun said calmly after setting down the list. You'd better be prepared for my retaliation. No one dared speak, their faces pale. What are you still doing here? Do you expect me to feed you? Song Yun slammed the table, splitting the wooden conference table in two. Everyone, terrified by this display, quickly left. Honey, I missed you so much. Where did you go? Once the hall was empty, Yi Qingqing could no longer hold back and cried into Song Yun's chest. She had been constantly worried about him, even considering ending her life after giving birth to their child if Song Yun didn't return. Fortunately, her husband was safe and sound. I'm sorry for making you worry. Song Yun gently stroked her hair, his eyes full of tenderness. With tears in her eyes, Yi Qingqing looked up at him. You can't do dangerous things until our baby is born. Or else. Song Yun quickly covered her mouth. Don't say such things. She pushed his hand away, wrinkled her nose and said, You smell awful. Who knows where you've been living like a savage? Song Yun hugged his wife, reflecting on everything that had happened recently. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm still here. Wen Shu timidly spoke from below the stage. Song Yun suddenly remembered that he hadn't explained Wen Shu's situation to his wife yet, and didn't want her to think he'd been unfaithful. Dear. Oh, this young lady is quite pretty. Yi Qingqing gave Song Yun a deep look, making him feel a chill. She has a tragic backstory. Listen, let me explain. Song Yun quickly recounted the recent events to Yi Qingqing, who listened with her mouth covered in shock. Such places still exist in Shanghai? Considering how valuable land is, and how rapidly development is progressing, the existence of such a village seemed unbelievable. But her husband wouldn't lie about this. This village must be incredibly well hidden, and the forces behind it must be terrifyingly powerful. Son, welcome home. Bai Qiu walked in, trying to maintain her composure, but her slightly red eyes gave her away. As a mother, seeing her son safe and sound was the greatest gift. Who is this young lady? Bai Qiu looked at Wen Shu's delicate face with some confusion. How did her son go out and come back with another woman? Wasn't he worried about his wife getting jealous? Mom, I'll explain everything when we get home. By the way, where's Dad? Song Yun found it strange. At this critical moment, his father should be by Yi Qingqing's side, so why was his mother alone? Your father went out on some business. He'll be back in a couple of days. Bai Qiu looked Wen Shu up and down. The girl had a spirited look in her eyes and didn't seem like a bad person. The group took a car back to Huashu Villa. In the living room, Wen Shu cautiously took in her surroundings, both unfamiliar and exciting to her. She had never imagined a home could be so beautifully decorated. Song Yun, sitting comfortably on the sofa, took a deep breath and began to recount everything that had happened. After hearing it all, Bai Qiu fell into deep thought. After a while she said, this might be a branch of a hidden family. They lived together in seclusion, finding quiet spots even in bustling cities. That's what it means to be hidden. Son, what are your plans for this girl? Hearing his mother's question, Song Yun felt troubled. Wen Shu was a stunning girl. Keeping her at home might invite gossip, but she had no experience in the outside world, making it impossible for her to be independent right away. What a headache. Let's start by having some teachers educate Wen Shu on social norms, Song Yun finally suggested. Yi Qingqing, sitting beside Song Yun with her arm around his, felt reassured. For a pregnant woman, her husband's presence was more comforting than money. Wen Shu, sitting nearby, glanced at Song Yun and Yi Qingqing filled with envy. She didn't realize her own feelings, a deep-seated desire to belong. It was a common reaction. Although escaping the village had initially excited her, the bustling city of Shanghai and its myriad of people and things left Wen Shu increasingly anxious. She now had only one person to rely on, Song Yun. If he ever abandoned her, she'd have no place to go. That day, Song Yun took a good rest at home. Hugging his wife that night, he felt an indescribable sense of peace. With his wife pregnant, there was nothing more he could do, though he wished he could show her just how much he had missed her. Late at night, Wen Shu lay on a soft bed, gazing at the bright moon outside, feeling a tinge of melancholy. She remembered her village, destroyed because she had brought help. Had she done the right thing? Staring at the moon, she fell into a confused sleep. In her dreams, she saw many deceased loved ones, crawling towards her, covered in blood, shouting, "Wen Shu, you witch! It's all because of you! Everyone in the village is dead. Give us back our lives." More and more people appeared, all screaming, cursing and condemning her. Wen Shu covered her ears, crouching in pain, muttering, "It's not me, it's not me. Wen Shu? Wen Shu?" A gentle voice called out, waking her up. She sat up abruptly and realized it was morning. The voice calling her in her nightmare was Yi Qingqing's. It had a bad dream. Yi Qingqing took a tissue from the bedside table and gently wiped the sweat from Wen Shu's forehead. This poor girl had no family. What would she do in the future? "Thank you, Qingqing Yi. I can do it myself." Wen Shu had never experienced such kindness. In the village, people only cared if the holy maiden was guarding the sacred relic and praying. No one cared about Wen Shu's feelings. "Wash up and come downstairs for breakfast." Yi Qingqing touched Wen Shu's tear-streaked face with concern. "If anything is bothering you, you must tell me. Don't keep it all inside." "Thank you, Qingqing." After Yi Qingqing left the room, Wen Shu put on slippers and went to the bathroom. Staring at her haggard reflection, her eyes became vacant again. Downstairs in the living room, Wen Shu sat at the table, sipping hot porridge. She had woken up late and spent a lot of time in the bathroom, so everyone else had nearly finished eating by the time she came down. Wen Shu thought about skipping breakfast, but Yi Qingqing's kind words persuaded her to eat quickly. I'll do it. Wen Shu saw Huang Baoding finish his porridge and hurriedly gulped down the rest of hers, wanting to clear the table. "I've got it." Yang Yingying stopped her. 6 housemaids efficiently cleaned up. Wen Shu stood awkwardly. If she couldn't even do basic chores, what use was she in this house? "Wen Shu, come shopping with me later to buy some clothes." "Such a pretty girl should be well dressed," Yi Qingqing said, smiling. Wen Shu shook her head. Just having food and shelter was more than enough for someone like her. She couldn't ask for more. "Don't be so reserved. In this house we live comfortably together. I prefer a relaxed atmosphere over rigid hierarchy," Yi Qingqing said, pinching Wen Shu's slightly chubby cheek. Wen Shu gave an awkward smile. Then Yi Qingqing noticed Wen Shu's mouth was burned. "Silly girl, why eat so quickly? No one's going to take it from you." She playfully flicked Wen Shu's forehead and rummaged for some ointment. "It's almost ulcerated, and you didn't say anything. Don't you see me as family?" Yi Qingqing felt sorry for Wen Shu. The girl was stronger than she appeared and more afraid of being abandoned. "I'm fine." "Open your mouth," Yi Qingqing said sternly. "If you don't treat it, it'll cost a lot more to fix later." Hearing the mention of money, Wen Shu obediently opened her mouth. The cool ointment soothed the burn immediately. This silly girl didn't realize that the ointment alone cost thousands. "From now on, don't rush your meals. Even if you're the last one at the table, make sure you eat well. We're family, so don't worry about formalities." The kinder Yi Qingqing was to Wen Shu, the guiltier Wen Shu felt. She had some self-esteem issues. Even though she took pride in her looks, standing next to Yi Qingqing they were about the same. Add to that Yi Qingqing's status and her pregnancy, and she seemed to be on a much higher pedestal in the villa. "Son, there seems to be a problem with this," Wen Shu Bai Qiu said, as she sat next to Song Yun, her eyes fixed on the TV. Her words made Song Yun frown slightly. He had noticed it too. Wen Shu looked at him strangely, like a starving wolf that had just seen a juicy piece of meat. Song Yun prided himself on not having any romantic interactions with Wen Shu, but her intense gaze troubled him. "You need to handle your relationships well. At the very least, Qingqing's status must not change." Song Yun almost spat out his tea. My goodness! He had thought his mother was about to warn him not to betray Qingqing, but her words felt more like a subtle hint. "I don't even want to think about it," he thought. "My wife is pregnant, and I've been faithful, which already takes a lot of self-control. Your father and I recently visited Yuan Xie's mother. Yuan Xie has grown into a beautiful young lady. Son, aren't you tempted?" Mom Song Yun whispered. "I'm already married." "I know that," Bai Qiu said, giving him a suspicious look. "The Song family needs you to have many children. Your business empire is growing, and without several sons and daughters to help, will you leave it all to outsiders when you're gone?" Goodness! Song Yun couldn't believe it. His mother was already thinking about things that hadn't even crossed his mind. Bai Qiu continued, "Genetics can't be changed. Your father had many flings with several close female friends. This isn't something he chose, it's in his nature. Your grandfather also had several women outside. It's in the Song family genes. My goodness. Song Yun was shocked. He had always seen his grandfather as a loving, faithful husband. Now, it seemed things were different. Mom. This is a new era. Your ideas are outdated, Song Yun said helplessly, glancing nervously at Yi King, hoping she hadn't heard and become upset. Don't be afraid. Look at the prominent families in the capital. The main heirs marry someone of equal status but keep a few close companions outside. Stop. We'll discuss this later, Song Yun said, gulping down his tea to calm himself. You're just like your father. He had the guts to act, but you only have the thoughts. I wonder if you're even my son. Bai Qu teased, pinching his cheek. Song Yun fled, unable to stay any longer. Bai Qu watched him go, sighing deeply. Such a disappointment. Song Yun returned to his room, did several hundred push-ups until he was drenched in sweat, then took a cold shower. Only then did he manage to quell his rising desires. After changing clothes, he returned to the living room, surprised to find Yuan Ci chatting happily with Yi King on the sofa. When Yi King saw him, she blushed and smiled. Dear, I'm taking Ci and Wenshu shopping later. Do you want to join us? She asked, patting her belly. What was this? Using the unborn child to exert pressure. It worked. Half an hour later, Song Yun was in the driver's seat, taking 3 beautiful women to the largest shopping district in Shanghai. 6 bodyguards, including Huang Baoting, followed in disguise. After breakfast, Song Yun had noticed something between Huang Baoting and Yang Yingying. They couldn't even look each other in the eye at the table. When their chopsticks touched, Yang Yingying's face turned red. Were they? Huang Baoting, you big lug, do you have a thing for Yang Yingying? But you have a second soul, a woman, inside you. If you two get together, wouldn't that make it a trio? Song Yun's mind raced as he struggled to focus on driving. At the shopping district, the arrival of Yi King, Yuan Ci, and Wenshu caused a stir. 3 stunning women appearing together was a rare sight, drawing everyone's attention. Single men dared not approach, feeling inadequate even at a glance. Brother Huang. Song Yun stealthily followed Huang Baoting and clapped him on the shoulder, making him jump. Boss, you nearly scared me to death. Hey, scared in broad daylight. Are you hiding something? Huang Baoting's face changed as if caught lying. He shook his head, but his eyes betrayed his unease. What's going on between you and Captain Yang? Ah, how did you know? Your faces might as well say, we're involved. Huang Baoting said sheepishly. Nothing serious. Just a few drinks together. Song Yun had never seen Huang Baoting so flustered. Just mentioning Yang Yingying made him act differently. So, have you two? Song Yun made a gesture with his hands, thumbs touching. A broad grin spreading across his face. Huang Baoting's face turned red, and he quickly waved his hands. No, our relationship is very pure. Boss, don't overthink it. How boring, Song Yun said, shaking his head as he walked away. He never would have guessed that Huang Baoting, normally so stoic, would be moved by someone. Captain Yang must have some impressive skills. Hey honey, how does this dress look? Yi King called out from inside a store. Song Yun hurried over and saw a red dress. He nodded approvingly. Great taste, as expected from my woman. You're so cheesy. Yi King rolled her eyes at him, holding the dress up against Wenshu, who stood there awkwardly. Wenshu, this dress is perfect for you. Try it on for me, Yi King said, pushing Wenshu into the changing room. When Wenshu came out, Song Yun's eyes lit up. Normally ethereal and innocent looking, she now had a playful charm in the dress. Do I look good? Wenshu asked hesitantly as Yi King led her to the mirror. Wenshu had never worn such revealing clothes before. In her village, as a sacred maiden, she had to be covered from head to toe, even when sleeping, to avoid showing any skin. But now, with her arms and legs exposed, she felt very uneasy. However, when she looked in the mirror, her eyes widened in surprise. Is this really me? The girl in the mirror was vibrant and full of life, the dress highlighting her figure beautifully. It seemed like the dress was made just for her. Wenshu, this dress looks great on you too. Try it on, Yuan Ci said, handing her another dress and joining her in the changing room. In the end, Yi King bought more than 10 dresses and had them sent to their villa. The store manager was ecstatic. The amount spent on these new arrivals equaled a week's worth of sales. The 3 women continued shopping, with Yi King and Yuan Ci focusing on dressing up Wenshu. She felt like a doll, constantly being pushed to try on different outfits. Eventually, Song Yun could see that Wen Shu was exhausted, her eyes losing their sparkle, too tired to speak. "We've shopped enough for today. Let's head back," Song Yun suggested. Wen Shu nodded vigorously, grateful. She couldn't understand how Yi King and Yuan Cei, who seemed delicate, had such incredible stamina for walking. Back at the villa, Song Yun found his father had returned. "You sure have good luck with women," Song Bo said, embracing his son. Ever since Song Yun had gone missing, Song Bo had been extremely agitated, frequently in a foul mood. He had even taken down over 10 enemy bases with his men. Seeing his son safe and sound, Song Bo felt a huge relief. "Dad, you sound just like Mom," Song Yun grumbled. "You brat," Song Bo laughed, pulling Song Yun into the study. "The ox has returned to the organization with the monkey. According to Ox's report, the rat is dead, and the organization has withdrawn its forces. They won't make any big moves for a while." And Mo Huanqing. Song Bo hesitated, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag. "When I was looking for you, I only found the dying ox and the deranged Mo Huanqing." His memories had been completely twisted by the organization. He kept calling out for his master. After treating the ox, he tried to take Mo Huanqing back, but on the way, Mo triggered something and suddenly became lucid. He opened the car door and jumped out. It was a narrow mountain road. One misstep could have sent him off a cliff. Yet he still did it. When the ox and monkey went to search, they found no body. Mo Huanqing had vanished. Song Yun sighed deeply. Mo Huanqing was foolish, but his devotion was genuine. He was willing to risk everything for love. Father and son sat in silence for a long time before Song Bo spoke again. "Tomorrow, come with me to visit your grandfather. We'll discuss the renovation of the ancestral shrine with your uncle over dinner. All right?" That night, Yuan Cei stayed at the villa. The large family had a lively dinner together, and Song Yun held Yi King as they fell asleep. The next morning, Song Yun woke to find his arm damp with drool. His wife was still sleeping soundly, dreaming of something delicious perhaps. "Time to get up," lazybones Song Yun said, patting her lightly on the butt. The sensation felt improved somehow. Yi King mumbled in protest. Ying said pregnant women need plenty of sleep for a healthy baby. All right, Song Yun conceded. Pregnant women were always right. He got up, dressed, and went downstairs to prepare breakfast. By the time he had finished cooking, Wen Shu came downstairs looking half asleep with dark circles under her eyes. Lost in thought, she missed a step and almost fell down the stairs. Song Yun caught her just in time. "Did you not sleep at all?" "No," Wen Shu admitted shyly. "The clothes were so pretty, I kept looking at them one by one. By the time I realized it was already morning." Indeed, women do love beautiful things. Even a girl from a remote village is no exception. They're all yours, you know. No one is going to take them away. It's different. "I've never had my own clothes before," Wen Shu said, smiling sheepishly. One by one, everyone woke up, and after breakfast, Song Yun drove Yi King and his parents to his grandfather's house. Their grandfather's house was in a small town on the outskirts of the city, surrounded by mountains and water. Over the years, it had become a popular tourist destination. When they arrived, Song Bu felt a surge of emotions looking at the bustling streets of the town. He had thought he could avoid the sentimentality of returning to his hometown, but now that he was here, his legs felt weak. Little brother. Uncle Song, who had returned to the family home after receiving the news yesterday, was waiting for them on the main road early in the morning. Seeing his brother, Uncle Song excitedly pulled Song Bu into a hug. He patted his back, his voice filled with emotion. "You rascal. You went abroad and stayed away for so many years. If it weren't for Song Yun's success, you might not have even seen your sister-in-law for the last time." "It's all my fault," Brother Song Bu said, looking contrite. Despite his usually dominant demeanor, he became obedient in front of his older brother. In their family, the eldest brother was like a father. Their father had worked away from home when they were young, and Uncle Song had dropped out of high school to support the family, even paying for Song Bu's journey and education in the city. "Come on, let's go home. Father couldn't sleep all night after hearing you were coming back." Uncle Song led them through the town's narrow streets and alleys until they arrived at an old courtyard. Pushing open the worn-out door, they stepped into a courtyard styled after a traditional Suzhou garden, facing a spacious main hall. A few generations ago, their family had originated from Suzhou, but due to unstable times, they had fled to this town and settled here over the years. In the main hall, two elderly people with white hair were sitting. Upon seeing Song Bu, the old lady's eyes filled with tears. She stood up shakily, reaching out to him. "Mom, your son has been unfilial, making you worry all these years." Song Bu hurried forward, kneeling and bowing deeply, crying bitterly. If the people outside saw this, they would be stunned. To them, Song Bu was a genius, a prodigy, a powerful figure. Yet here he was, just a simple son. Grandmother Song walked up to him, gently stroking his head. "My poor boy, you've suffered so much." Grandfather Song, sitting with a cane, looked stern and commanding. "That's enough, old lady. The rascal is back now. Let him stay home a few days to keep you company," Grandfather Song said, trying to calm her. "Dad, your unfilial son, Song Bu, pays his respects. Get up. Seeing you safe and sound lifts a weight off my heart." Grandfather Song waved him up and then turned to Bai Qiu, second daughter-in-law. "It's been hard on you, running around with this monkey all these years. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to rest easy." Bai Yu smiled. "Dad, when you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. When you marry a dog, you follow the dog. I've been in the Song family for decades, no need for such politeness." "Yes, we are family." Grandfather Song then turned his gaze to Song Yun, his expression softening with pride. "Little Song Yun, you haven't visited your old grandpa for so long. Have you forgotten me?" Song Yun hurried over to massage his grandfather's shoulders. "Of course not, Grandpa. Even if I forgot everyone else, I could never forget you. You little rascal, just like your dad, with a sweet tongue." Grandfather Song patted his hand. "We owe you a lot. If it weren't for you, your aunt might not have made it through this year. You're the pride of our family. The future of the Song family depends on you young folks." "Got it, Grandpa. And where's my granddaughter-in-law? Let me see her." Yi King shyly stepped forward. Grandfather Song adjusted his glasses, hardly believing his eyes. When Bai Qiu first joined the family, she had stunned everyone with her beauty, but his grandson's wife was no less impressive. The Song family is truly blessed. "Dad, we have some good news. Your granddaughter-in-law is pregnant. You'll be a great-grandfather next year." "What?" Grandfather Song and Grandmother Song both looked up in surprise. Adding a new member to the family was always a joyous event, making Yi King the center of attention. Grandmother Song chatted warmly with Yi King, while Grandfather Song's gaze softened. Suddenly, he struck his cane on the floor and looked sharply at Uncle Song. "Look at your nephew. Successful and settled at a young age. When will your son get married?" "Well..." Uncle Song hesitated, words caught in his throat. "You haven't been urging him enough." Grandfather Song was just short of hitting him with the cane. Uncle Song finally promised to make sure his son got married this year, calming the old man. After a while of chatting and laughter, it was time for lunch. Song Yun cooked a lavish meal, earning everyone's praise. After lunch, Yi King was taken away by Grandmother Song and Bai Qiu, leaving only the four men in the hall. "I hear you plan to renovate the ancestral shrine." Grandfather Song sipped his tea and asked. "Song Yun is the pillar of our family now, successful and unashamed before our ancestors," Uncle Song said. "The shrine hasn't been repaired in a long time. When I visited during Qingming festival, I worried the roof tiles might fall. What do you think?" Second son Grandfather Song asked. "Renovate it. Not just repairs but an expansion." "All right, if you brothers have decided, I won't interfere. The neighboring house is for sale, and its location is ideal. We could buy it and merge it with ours for the expansion." "That sounds good. With Song Yun's wealth, buying the entire town wouldn't be an issue," Song Bu joked. "That's his money. Not yours," Grandfather Song retorted. Then turned to Song Yun with a smile. "Grandson, I'll leave this to you. It'll be a chance for you to gain some merit with our ancestors." The old man didn't sleep well last night. After chatting with his two sons for a while, he felt tired and went back to his room to rest. "Let's go see how the ancestral hall is doing," said Uncle Song, taking a set of keys off the wall. He led the two men through the main hall and into a small path in the backyard, which ended at a large gate. Uncle Song used a key to unlock the gate, revealing a small temple inside. This was the Song family ancestral hall, where the ancestral tablets were placed. As they pushed open the door, a cloud of dust swirled up. Uncle Song coughed and waved his hand to clear the air. Once the dust settled, Song Yun took a closer look at the room. He had always been curious about this place. According to family tradition, every newborn in the Song family would be brought here to be presented to the ancestors, asking for their blessings. After that, they wouldn't return until they came of age. Unlike other families, the Song family only allowed those who had made significant contributions to maintain the ancestral hall. It was usually closed, except for the annual Qingming festival when a memorial ceremony was held. Suddenly Song Yun felt dizzy, as if many eyes were staring at him from the direction of the ancestral tablets, making him feel exposed and uncomfortable. What was happening? Song Yun tried to break free, but the more he struggled, the more paralyzed he felt. Damn. Could it be that the ancestors were upset with him for not attending the ceremonies all these years and didn't recognize him anymore? No. I am a true descendant of the Song family. Ancestors, I didn't mean to neglect the ceremonies. Please forgive me. Uncle Song noticed Song Yun standing still for a long time and seemed to understand what was going on. He patted Song Yun and said softly, "You haven't been here since you became an adult. The ancestors find you familiar yet strange. Open your heart and let the ancestors take a good look at our outstanding descendant." Hearing this, Song Yun stopped resisting. "Fine, look all you want. No matter how you look, I still have the Song family blood running in my veins." Ding. Detected that the host is in the Song family ancestral hall. Do you want to sign in? Damn! Taking advantage of the ancestors. How could I miss this opportunity? He immediately clicked the sign in button. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. You are awarded the protection of the ancestors. Luck plus 20, charisma plus 10, and overall strength increased by 30% within the ancestral hall. Oh my god! No, it's the ancestors' blessings. This is amazing. I can't believe it. Song Yun had been signing in for a long time, and only at the beginning did he receive such attribute boosts. Later on it was always money, companies and more money. It made Song Yun feel very frustrated. But the ancestors came through, giving him a mysterious luck boost. Song Yun was so happy he almost fainted. Shua. His consciousness expanded rapidly, soaring towards the sky, but then falling back into his body. Song Yun felt a surge of power within him. He opened his eyes slightly and clenched his fists. His cells were buzzing with energy, making him feel incredibly strong. Uncle Song noticed this change and was intrigued. Could this kid have realized something? Uncle Song stroked his chin, curious. He had felt something similar when he first came here, but it was only a fleeting sensation. These experiences were indescribable, something only a member of the Song family could understand. Look, there's a hole in the roof. Uncle Song sighed. It's too old. It's better to rebuild it than keep it like this. Yes, we must give the ancestors the best resting place, Song Yun said firmly. Didn't Grandpa say the neighboring courtyard is for sale? I'll buy it now. With that, Song Yun hurried out. As soon as he left the ancestral hall, he felt the power inside him diminish. This must be the system's enhancement. Well, it's useful. Maybe I could lure enemies here and defeat them in front of the ancestors. No. That would be too gruesome. Shaking off this rebellious thought, Song Yun walked towards the neighboring courtyard. An old woman opened the door slowly. Granny, are you selling this courtyard? The old woman looked at Song Yun carefully. Although the property prices here were not as high as in the city, they had risen to over 80,000 per square meter in recent years. Her courtyard, being 500 to 600 square meters, would cost nearly 50 million. She didn't think Song Yun could afford it. Some young people came to ask before, but they all wanted to rent instead of buy. I don't have the patience for that. Song Yun wasn't upset. He smiled and said, Granny, I'm from the Song family next door. I used to come over for meals when I was a kid. The old woman squinted at him, then suddenly exclaimed, Little Song Yun. Is that you? You haven't visited your grandpa's house for years. I almost didn't recognize you. Hey, Granny, let's talk inside. We can discuss the price. Supporting her arm, Song Yun walked in, listening to her talk about his childhood antics. The layout was similar to his grandpa's house, with careful renovations evident. Granny, why are you selling such a nice house? Song Yun asked, feeling nostalgic. Sigh. My grandson is going abroad for school and getting married. We decided to sell this place and move to the city with him. Her grandson, Sing Ji, used to fish and climb trees with Song Yun. Now, he was at the age to start his own family. Little Song Yun, I'll be straightforward. The house can't go for less than 45 million. She said it lightly but felt reluctant inside. She had lived here for decades and wasn't emotionally ready to sell. If it wasn't for her grandson's needs, she wouldn't have considered it. No problem. Song Yun took out his checkbook, wrote a check for 45 million, and handed it to her. The old woman looked at the paper, confused. What is this? Granny, it's a check. You can take it to any bank and get 45 million. I know what a check is. But isn't that for big bosses? Are you doing so well now? To be honest, she always thought of Song Yun as a good kid, but not someone who could make big money. So she had a hard time believing this. Hey, don't worry about the check. Cash it in, and then we can transfer the property. Alright. After successfully transferring the ownership of the neighboring house, the old woman looked at the large sum of money in her bank account and felt a mix of emotions. She was grateful that even at her age, she could still contribute to her family, but she was also saddened that the place she had lived in for so long was no longer hers. Little Song, the courtyard is yours now. I'll be visiting the town less frequently. Tell your grandpa to take good care of himself. In the past, Song Yun wouldn't have thought much about this, but ever since his mother mentioned the family gene issue, he couldn't help but feel there might be something more between this old woman and his grandpa. Back at the Song family home, Song Yun handed the house deed to his uncle and contacted the best renovation team in the city to start merging the two courtyards. As night fell, Song Yun sat in the courtyard, watching the sunset clouds with a relaxed mood. Yi King tiptoed behind him, suddenly covering his eyes and using a gruff voice asked, "Guess who I am?" Song Yun reached behind, tickling her waist. She giggled and snuggled into his arms. "Dear, did you ask King about this not far away?" Song Bo's expression was serious. Today Bai Qiu had taken Yi King aside to probe her thoughts about expanding the family. If Yi King had clearly opposed, they would have dropped the idea. King is a good child, Bai Qiu said with deep affection. She understands what we're thinking. She didn't say no, nor did she agree. She left it to fate. "Dear, what if I found a sister for myself?" Yi King asked softly, lying in Song Yun's arms. "A sister? Who? How about Siyu?" "What? Aren't you two already like sisters?" Song Yun was puzzled by this question. Yi King giggled, but there was a hint of sadness in her eyes. Love is fixed, adding another person means sharing it. As a complete woman, who wouldn't want her husband to be devoted only to her? But Song Yun's business empire was growing. Given that he was only in his 20s, by the time he retired, his commercial empire would be vast. It would be impossible to manage it with just one or two children. There is an old saying that a family that prospers will eventually produce a great figure who will lead it to glory. However, once such a person appears, it will be hard for future generations to achieve the same brilliance. It's as if one person occupies the family's entire luck. Song Yun was already outstanding at a young age, so his children couldn't possibly surpass him. Yi King wasn't underestimating herself but acknowledging Song Yun's incredible achievements. Therefore, to manage the business empire, siblings would be the most reliable allies. But she had her dreams and ambitions and couldn't spend her entire life just having children. The solution? Find a sister wife to share the burden. "Dear, what do you think of Siyu?" Song Yun was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "Siyu is great. She'll probably get married in a couple of years. I was thinking of giving her a house as a wedding gift." Yi King touched Song Yun's face and, after a while, asked, "What if you married Siyu?" Song Yun spat out his tea, quickly wiping his mouth. He grabbed Yi King's face and said, "Did someone tell you something? I swear I only love you. Don't ever mention marrying someone else." He broke into a cold sweat. This was too much pressure. He had thought his parents were joking, but it seemed they were serious about finding him a second wife. Yi King was momentarily stunned, and then touched. "Dear, I really have this idea." Before she could finish, Song Yun covered her mouth, saying, "No matter what, let's not mention this again. It's not just about us, it also concerns Siyu's reputation. She's a young girl yet to be married. If rumors spread about her and me, it would ruin her prospects." "But Siyu likes you too," Yi King said, blinking her eyes. You must have noticed the love in her eyes. Song Yun looked at his wife, bewildered. Was this a test or was she serious? Thinking it was best not to stir things up, Song Yun shook his head vigorously. "Oh, don't be in such a hurry to refuse," Yi King said. A bit anxious. If Song Yun really didn't agree, she might have to give birth to a football team herself. "Is Siyu pretty?" Song Yun instinctively wanted to shake his head, but under Yi King's stern gaze, he nodded reluctantly. "Does Siyu have a good figure?" "How would I know?" "Oh, so Siyu is pretty, has a good figure, and never had a boyfriend. Why would you reject her?" Song Yun was speechless, his mind in chaos. "I'll talk to Siyu. If she agrees, you can't refuse," Yi King said with determination. Song Yun sighed, stroking his silly wife's head. "We're legally married, and I think the law says you can't marry two people." This stumped Yi King. She had only thought about the good parts and hadn't considered the legalities. She couldn't let Siyu sacrifice everything. "Maybe we should hold off on this," Song Yun suggested tentatively. "No need, my connections in the city can handle this properly," Song Bo said, appearing out of nowhere. Yi King blushed and jumped off Song Yun. "Dear, you talk to Song Yun. I'll go find Mom," she said, running off. "Kid, Can't you see King King really wants another person in our family? You're lucky, why are you hesitating? You're not joking. Do I look like I'm joking? If this were my decision, I'd marry as many as I could. Less talking, more doing. I'll handle it. Wait for my good news. That night, as Yi King King nestled sweetly in Song Yun's arms, he lay awake, burdened with worry. What would happen if he brought Yuan Ci home as well? How would he manage? He couldn't possibly split himself in two. Maybe he could divide his time one day with Yi King King, the next with Yuan Ci? No, that would turn him into nothing more than a tool. No, he had to maintain his position in the family. But could they coexist? The mere thought was overwhelming. He felt his strength surging within him, barely contained. Even though his wife was lying next to him, he felt powerless, like a king in name only. He endured the sleepless night, and in the morning, Yi King King noticed his dark circles and was startled. "Honey, what's wrong?" Didn't sleep all night. Her small hand gently touched his eye circles, full of concern. She knew why he was like this. She understood her husband best. Song Yun, young and strong, was brimming with energy. Without enough physical activity, it only accumulated. Yi King King didn't want to see her husband like this, especially since it would be 7 or 8 months before he could be truly at ease. "It's fine," Song Yun said, holding Yi King King and inhaling the fragrance of her hair, which calmed his restless heart a little. "Honey, why don't we go back today?" Yi King King suggested after a long pause, surprising Song Yun. Why return when they were settled here? Moreover, the ancestral shrine needed renovation, a task that would take more than a few days. "Do you miss Captain Yang and the others? If so, we can invite them over," Song Yun said, kissing her forehead. Yi King King shook her head. "Wenshu and Ci are waiting for us at home. If we stay here, what about them?" This made Song Yun pause, especially thinking about Wenshu, who had just left the village and might feel uneasy. "How about it, honey? Let's go back," Yi King King coaxed, snuggling up to him. Unable to resist her, Song Yun relented. "All right, let's go back. But first, let me teach you a special move." Half an hour later, Song Yun emerged from the house, refreshed, with a flushed Yi King King following. "Grandpa, Grandma, I have some business in the city and need to go back today. I've arranged everything for the shrine renovations, so don't worry," Song Yun explained as he massaged the old man's shoulders. The old man looked at him and sighed. "You barely stayed, and now you're leaving. Fine, go ahead." Noticing his disappointment, Song Yun added, "I need to find a priest for the shrine. We can't have the ceremony without one." The old man perked up, nodding. "Make sure to find a good one." Song Yun promised, while his parents, Song Bo and Bai Qiu, decided to stay behind to spend more time with the elders. Driving back to their villa, they found Huang Baoding and Yang Yingying in the garden, with Yang blushing slightly. Not wanting to interrupt, Song Yun entered the house, where Yuan Ci and Wenshu were playing a game. Since there were no men around, everyone was dressed lightly, making Song Yun's nose bleed at the sight. "You're bleeding," Yi King King said, half amused, half concerned. Wealthy men often had companions. But Song Yun was different. Yi King King vowed never to let him down. "King King, you're back," Wenshu exclaimed, turning around with a smile, which only made Song Yun's nose bleed worse. He had underestimated Wenshu's figure, which was even more impressive than he remembered. "Brother Yun, you're bleeding," Wenshu noticed, while Yuan Ci wished she could disappear from embarrassment. Song Yun tried to calm himself, reciting mantras in his mind but to no avail. "Did you feel tempted?" Yi King King whispered teasingly in his ear, driving him mad. He retreated to the bedroom, doing push-ups until he was too exhausted to think. After a cold shower, he returned to the living room, where the girls were now decently dressed. Wenshu, oblivious, invited him to play the game, while Yuan Ci avoided his gaze. "Honey, you play with Wenshu. I need to talk to Ci," Yi King King said with a mischievous glint, leading a bewildered Yuan Ci upstairs. It was clear Yi King King was serious about welcoming Yuan Ci into their family. As a man, Song Yun decided to support her wholeheartedly. Upstairs, Yuan Ci sat nervously, noticing the complex emotions in Yi King King's eyes: sadness, relief, and even joy. "Ci, we've known each other for quite some time now. I'm going to be straightforward. Do you have feelings for Song Yun?" The sudden question left Yuan Ci stunned. Feelings for Song Yun? But he was Yi King King's husband. Although she and Song Yun had been close as children, and their parents had nearly arranged a marriage between them, he was married to Yi King King now. Ci lowered her head and waved her hand anxiously. "Song Yun and I are just friends. It's not what you think." "I know. I'm asking if you have feelings for Song Yun," Yi King King insisted, her eyes piercing through Ci's defenses. The pressure made Ci's heart race. What was going on? Had Song Yun been unfaithful, and King found out? But that didn't seem right. See, I trusted Song Yun's character. He was always at home, unlike some men who strayed while their wives were pregnant. It must be something else. Maybe Song Yun got caught chatting with women online. Grabbing Yi King's hand, CI said sincerely, King, Song Yun isn't that kind of person. If he ever did anything to hurt you, I'd stand by your side. Yi King felt like they were speaking two different languages. Did CE misunderstand her question? CI, did you understand my question? Yi King, losing her initial confidence, asked again. CE mumbled. Actually, Song Yun has always been kind to me. Saying I have no feelings for him would be a lie. But he's your husband, and I could never. Stop, Yi King interrupted, rubbing her forehead in exasperation. Having feelings is enough. Now, answer this honestly. What if you were to marry Song Yun one day? That's impossible. You're carrying his child, and his parents adore you. How could I marry him? I know pregnant women have wild thoughts, but after he married you, Song Yun has been like a brother to me. It's not. No. You have to trust your appeal and believe that Song Yun isn't the type to fool around. If my presence makes you jealous, I can stay away for a while. Ce stood to leave, but Yi King grabbed her. Ce, you're a good girl. Yi King smiled. But what if I want Song Yun to marry you? Ce was dumbfounded. Does Song Yun know? He does. Then you too. Ce feared the worst, that they were getting a divorce. This calm discussion couldn't mean anything else. Oh, King Ce hugged her, feeling a pang of sadness. Ce, you know Song Yun is young and destined for great things. When he's older, this business empire will need someone to inherit it. I doubt our children will achieve as much as he has. So, the more children, the better. We have enough assets to go around. King continued. Ci was confused. The conversation had shifted from feelings to business. If you really like Song Yun, I can let you into our family. It will be an official marriage. Ci felt like the world was spinning. Everything seemed surreal. What about you? Ci asked. I'll still be here, Yi King said calmly. But I alone can't meet the demands of this business empire. So you're saying? Let's be sisters, real sisters. Yi King smiled. Ce licked her dry lips, her mind in turmoil. Take your time to think it over. If you don't have feelings for Song Yun, forget I mentioned it. When you find the right person, Song Yun and I will bless you. Yi King patted Ci's shoulder and left. In her room, Ce bit her lip, reflecting on her moments with Song Yun. Denying her feelings was impossible. She had resigned herself to being single forever, but King's words had rekindled a spark of hope. Downstairs, Song Yun was playing a game with Wenshu. Seeing King come down, he eagerly went to her side. They didn't discuss what had just been said. As they chatted on the couch, Wenshu overheard and eagerly volunteered to handle the ancestral shrine's rituals. Song Yun was skeptical. Yes. I handled all the monthly and quarterly rituals back in the village, Wenshu declared proudly. Great. We'll practice once the shrine is ready. Song Yun agreed, relieved that he wouldn't have to take the lead. I have to go now, Ce said, rushing downstairs and out the door. After Yuan Ci left, she never returned to the Huashu villa. Song Yun was busy with the ancestral shrine's reconstruction and the preparations for the rituals. Despite Wenshu appearing as a mere mascot, her demeanor transformed dramatically during rehearsals, impressing even the old master. Soon, the day of the shrine's completion arrived. The new ancestral shrine, covering over 400 square meters, was majestic and imposing. Son, has Ci contacted you? Bai Qiu asked casually after touring the shrine. Song Yun didn't want to discuss it. He regretted his earlier decision to let his family handle the situation with Ce, realizing it was unfair to her. She was a young woman, and even if she had feelings for him, the public scrutiny alone could crush her. Mom, let's not talk about it. Even if Ci agreed, how would we explain it to King's parents? To Ci's mother? We underestimated the gravity of this situation. Moreover, there are countless eyes on me right now. A single misstep, and I could be attacked from all sides. I can't afford any distractions, Song Yun said sternly. Are the people in Shanghai causing trouble again? Bai Qiu asked. Song Yun rubbed his temples in frustration. During his investigation into the betrayals while he was missing, he discovered a complex web of alliances and schemes. It's not just a few individuals. The intertwined interests and alliances make dealing with the betrayers a constant struggle. Son, remember our country's foundation. Shanghai may be an economic hub, but our nation has always been governed centrally. Think from another angle, and these alliances will crumble. Realizing this, Song Yun felt enlightened. He needed to balance interests, not just fight them. He quickly left, while Bai Qiu watched him go with a deep sigh. Returning to the city, Song Yun made several calls, setting up his plans within a few hours. In his study he lit a cigarette, the smoke curling upwards, symbolizing the impending downfall of some. "Honey, CE is here," Yi King burst in, coughing at the smoke. Song Yun quickly extinguished the cigarette and opened the window. Since knowing his wife was pregnant, he rarely smoked at home, but today he couldn't resist a reward for his hard work. "Cut down on smoking, it's bad for your health," Yi King said, understanding the need for an outlet for his stress. "I'll quit soon," Song Yun smiled, massaging Yi King's shoulders to relieve her pregnancy-induced swelling. "CI is downstairs. Do you want to go down? Or should I bring her up?" Yi King asked softly. This Song Yun hesitated. Seeing his reluctance, Yi King left, soon returning with Yuan Ce, who walked upstairs with small, hesitant steps. In the study, they sat in silence for almost half an hour before Song Yun spoke. "Ce, don't feel burdened by what King said. Pretend it never happened." PCI looked up, confused. "I've thought a lot. The consequences of such an arrangement could be too much for you to bear. Live your life, work hard, and when you meet someone you love, I'll support you," Song Yun said gently. Tears streamed down CI's face, leaving Song Yun at a loss. He handed her tissues, trying to comfort her. "Don't cry. We're family. Speak your mind. Do you dislike me?" CI choked out, her emotions intensifying. "I've liked you since we were kids. When we met again, I knew I wasn't good enough for you. So I kept my feelings hidden," she sobbed. "Song Yun, I like you, not as a sister, but as a woman." Her heartfelt confession left Song Yun speechless. He hugged her, gently patting her back. "But I have one request," CI said. "Anything you need," Song Yun replied. "I don't need a wedding or a title. Just being by your side is enough," she said. Song Yun was taken aback. "Are you sure?" Instead of answering, CA cupped his face and kissed him. She had always been a playful, lively girl in his eyes, but now she showed a courage and determination he hadn't expected. When they finally parted, CI's face was flushed. "I'm not stupid. This is the smartest decision I've ever made," she said with a mix of shyness and boldness. "Haha, silly girl," Song Yun said, ruffling her hair with a smile. "I'm not silly. I just made the smartest choice of my life," Ce retorted with a cute pout. Downstairs, Yi King smiled at the two of them. When she noticed Yuan Ce's flushed face, she couldn't help but wonder if her husband had done something. Yi King started. King, I have to go. Let's talk another day," Yuan Ce quickly replied, unable to overcome the awkwardness. Despite Yi King initiating the conversation, Ci found it impossible to interact normally, at least for now. "Honey, how did it go?" Yi King asked, confused. "Had things worked out or not?" "As you wished," Song Yun replied. On August 12th, a day favorable for moving, relocation, and rituals, a large crowd gathered outside the Song family's home. They were neighbors who had come to support the family after hearing about Song Yun's return to rebuild the ancestral shrine. At 9 in the morning, a stage was set up outside the newly built shrine. Wenshu, dressed in ceremonial attire, slowly ascended the stage. She lit 3 incense sticks and began the solemn ritual in front of the ancestral tablets. The grand ceremony drew many onlookers, who recorded the event on their phones and posted it online, quickly garnering millions of likes. But as the ceremony reached its climax, Wenshu suddenly faltered and collapsed. Song Yun rushed to her side, finding her lips purple and her body convulsing. Despite checking her pulse and finding no abnormalities, he suspected that she had been overworked recently. He had 2 people carry Wenshu to a room to rest while he continued the ceremony. The August sun was scorching, and Song Yun, clad in heavy clothing, performed the intricate dances. By the end he was drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. Without pausing to rest, he went to check on Wenshu. Opening the door to the room, he found it empty. Had she awakened and left? But after searching everywhere, he found no trace of her. He then checked the security footage and saw a masked man sneaking into the room shortly after Wenshu was brought in, leaving with a large sack over his shoulder. Damn! Wenshu had been kidnapped. Fuming, Song Yun suspected the culprits were hidden clans. The thought of those sinister individuals from the village made him fear for Wenshu's safety. "Dad, I have to go out," Song Yun informed his father Song Bo, who looked equally troubled. To disrupt such an important event at the Song family's home was audacious. "Do you need me to go with you?" Song Bo asked. "Someone needs to stay and look after the family. I'll take Huang Baoding with me. His secondary soul might come in handy," Song Yun replied. Nodding, Song Bo said, Inform King and return quickly. I'll handle any pressure from the hidden clans. Rushing to the main hall, Song Yun found Yi King hosting guests. Seeing his anxious expression, she sensed something was wrong. Wenshu has been kidnapped, Song Yun exclaimed. Though her time with Wenshu had been short, Yi King had grown fond of the innocent and kind girl. She was shocked that someone dared to act on Song family grounds. Be careful. The baby and I will be waiting for you to bring Wenshu back safely, she said softly, straightening his collar. After a quick embrace, Song Yun and Huang Baoding set off, driving for over 2 hours until they reached the forest where an array had previously trapped Song Yun. The forest, now lush and vibrant, showed no signs of danger. Finding the entrance, Song Yun led Huang Baoding through the forest to a new area. Huang Baoding's secondary soul took over, noting the presence of hidden clan members. Clenching his fists, Song Yun prepared for battle. They traveled another hour, arriving at a familiar village. But to Song Yun's shock, the village was now desolate, with a person lying at the entrance. It was Wenshu. Confused, Song Yun hurried to her side. Wenshu, he called softly. Deep in a nightmare, Wenshu saw the village burning, people screaming for their sacred artifact. The villagers turned to her, eyes filled with anger, calling her a witch and a traitor. In reality, Song Yun saw her pained expression and slapped her awake. Wenshu shuddered and opened her eyes. Where are we? She looked around, recognizing the village. Seeing it in ruins, she recalled her nightmare becoming reality. She stood, moving like a zombie towards the village. Sighing, Song Yun followed. Entering the village, he felt a discomforting fog clouding his senses, though he quickly dispelled it. You're back, Wenshu, a gaunt villager weakly greeted her. Third Grandpa. What happened to you? Wenshu asked, shocked. The once strong man now looked skeletal. Grandpa, I've missed you so much. Where have you been all these days, you silly girl? Do you even know that the village is? Grandpa covered his wrinkled face and cried out, it's all over. The village, built over 100 years, was destroyed in a great fire. Wenshu's expression changed. She knew the village's current state was largely her fault. As guilt surged within her, a raspy voice whispered in her mind, Wenshu, do you want to protect your people? I can give you unimaginable power. All I require is your loyalty. This voice, like a devil's whisper, tempted Wenshu's soul. Meanwhile, Song Yun frowned at Wenshu, who was crying and calling out to an invisible grandpa. There was a black mist swirling above her head, indicating impending disaster. This girl is about to succumb to the devil, Huang Baoding said, stepping back cautiously. She could see the demonic aura around Wenshu, warning that she was on the brink of losing control. Damn it, Song Yun bit his middle finger, chanting an incantation. His blood glowed with golden light. He pressed his finger on Wenshu's forehead, causing her to moan in pain. The two opposing forces battled fiercely, and Song Yun felt his strength rapidly waning. Help me, Song Yun shouted at Huang Baoding, who was trying to back away. With a sigh, Huang Baoding's secondary soul took control. Her eyes turned blood red as she bit her tongue, spitting blood onto Wenshu. Huang Baoding, a pure-hearted virgin, had blood that naturally repelled demons. Wenshu's body emitted green smoke as the searing pain made her roll on the ground. Seizing the moment, Song Yun tore a strip of cloth from his clothes, using the remaining blood to create a talisman. He slapped it on Wenshu's forehead. Golden light spread from the talisman, clashing with the black mist. The two forces fought for dominance over Wenshu's body. In the end, the golden light triumphed, shining brightly. Song Yun and Huang Baoding couldn't look directly at it. When the light dimmed, Wenshu lay peacefully asleep on the ground. Is there any residue left in her body? Song Yun asked, bending down to pick up Wenshu. After a careful examination, Huang Baoding said with a troubled expression, she has a demonic seed in her heart. We can't remove it with our current power. If it doesn't activate, she'll be fine. But if it does, it will be very difficult to handle. Is there a way to suppress it? Song Yun asked. No, Huang Baoding replied seriously. We might as well leave her here and let her fend for herself. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Song Yun said coldly. If I had dealt with you back then, wouldn't it have been easier? Huang Baoding smiled awkwardly. I'm not the same as her. Looking at the ruined village, Song Yun didn't care if anyone was watching. He shouted, you worms hiding in the dark, don't let me find you, or I'll skin you alive. After his declaration, Song Yun carried Wenshu away. Once Song Yun left, a figure emerged at the village entrance, watching him go. Song Yun, your days are numbered, the figure muttered with a sinister smile. At the edge of the forest, Song Yun searched the spot where he had buried the sacred artifact, but it was gone, likely taken by the hidden clans. Back at Hua Shu Villa, Yi King anxiously awaited Song Yun's return. She had come back to the city after the shrine ceremony with Song Bo and Bai Qiu. Don't worry, Song Yun will be fine, Bai Qiu reassured her daughter-in-law. Mom, I have a bad feeling. It's just your concern making you uneasy. He'll be fine. Just then, they heard a car engine outside. Yi King rushed out barefoot. Song Yun had just stepped out of the car when he saw his wife running towards him. He quickly moved to catch her. I'm so glad you're back, she whispered, clinging to him like a koala. Silly girl, there's no place that can trap me, Song Yun said, squeezing her slightly chubby cheeks. Did you find Wenshu? Yi King asked. Song Yun opened the car door, revealing Wenshu sleeping soundly. This silly girl is sleeping so peacefully, Yi King said, half annoyed and half amused, as she climbed into the car to pinch Wenshu's cheeks. Huh? Is it morning already? Wenshu mumbled, waking up confused. Seeing the crowd around her, she blinked and lay back down, thinking she was dreaming. Wake up, Yi King called out, both amused and exasperated. Fully waking up, Wenshu looked around in confusion. What happened? Aren't we supposed to be at the shrine ceremony? Is it already over? The others exchanged glances, realizing she had lost some memories. Song Yun stopped Huang Baoding from explaining everything and said, You overslept. The ceremony is already done. Oh, Wenshu sighed. Disappointed. I'm sorry. I don't know why I slept so deeply. Maybe we can have another ceremony. No worries. There will be another chance, Song Yun said, leading Yi King back inside while Wenshu followed, puzzled about how she had ended up sleeping in the car, fully dressed. Yi King couldn't bear to be apart from Song Yun for even a moment. She stuck to him wherever he went. Song Yun knew that recent events had caused his wife a lot of anxiety. To help her relax, he decided to take her to one of the most popular restaurants in Shanghai. When he told Yi King about his plan, she jumped for joy and hugged him tightly. Ying means well, but she's so strict with the diet, only letting me eat nutritious meals. I can hardly remember what real food tastes like, Yi King whispered to Song Yun, complaining about Yang Ying. Song Yun chuckled and kissed her cheek. Yang Ying was indeed strict and followed the schedule to the letter. He wondered if she would also follow such strict routines when married to Huang Baoding. Madam, it's almost time for lunch. Are you planning to go out? Yang Ying appeared out of nowhere, asking them directly. I have a business lunch to attend, and as the wife of the richest man, King must come along, Song Yun said confidently, giving his wife a look that said, See, your husband can take you out any time. However, Yang Ying started gathering her things and said, If you don't mind, I'll come along. There are some foods that the madam should avoid. Song Yun and Yi King both felt a bit anxious. Song Yun had booked a barbecue restaurant, and he knew Yang Ying would disapprove. Yi King pinched Song Yun's waist, signaling him to think of something fast. Desperate, Song Yun shouted outside, Huang, come take your wife away. I don't want a third wheel on my date. Huang Baoding, surprised, saw his comrades teasing and calling Yang Ying's sister-in-law, blushing slightly. Yang Ying didn't refute Song Yun's words. Instead, she pulled out a list of foods Yi King should avoid during pregnancy. If you insist on going without me, just make sure the madam doesn't eat anything on this list, she said seriously. Song Yun glanced at the list, which included over 20 items, showing how meticulous Yang Ying was. Thanking her, Song Yun drove away with Yi King. They arrived at the highly rated barbecue restaurant, where staff in ancient costumes served customers. It was quite an experience. Upon arrival, Song Yun struggled to find a parking spot as a Ferrari 911 had taken up 2 spaces. Annoyed by the owner's inconsiderate behavior, Song Yun parked his car tightly next to the Ferrari, blocking it. Other drivers cheered, pleased to see the arrogant Ferrari owner get a taste of his own medicine. Inside the restaurant, the air was filled with the aroma of grilled meat. A hostess in traditional attire greeted them, and after confirming their reservation, led them to their table. Blushing slightly when her finger brushed against Song Yun's hand, she thought to herself how handsome he was. Seated, Song Yun noticed a live-streaming female influencer at a nearby table. She had a full spread of meat in front of her, guarded by 2 suited bodyguards. But thank you, brother Xincheng, for the rockets. When are you coming back to Shanghai? I miss you, she squealed into her phone, making Song Yun cringe at her voice. Song Yun called the hostess and complained about the noise. The hostess apologized and approached the influencer, only to be met with a cold glare and a shove. Annoyed, Song Yun stood up and walked over. The hostess, hopeful that Song Yun was coming to her rescue, felt her heart race. Sir, I'm sorry for the disturbance. Your food will be served shortly, the hostess said, trying to keep peace. Understanding her position, Song Yun sighed and returned to his seat. The restaurant's service was quite prompt. Within 15 minutes of placing their order, all the dishes were served. Just as Song Yun and Yi King were about to start eating, the female streamer at another table arrogantly called out to a waiter, "Why are all the other tables getting their food while I still have to wait?" The young waitress, who had just placed the last plate of meat on Song Yun's table, quickly ran over and apologized. "I'm very sorry, but the dish you ordered requires over 10 minutes of marination." "That's no excuse for slow service," the streamer snapped, slamming her hand on the table. "But I did inform you about the waiting time when you placed your order," the waitress explained timidly. "So, you're saying it's my fault?" The streamer grew angrier, muting her live stream so her audience couldn't hear the argument. No, that's not what I meant," the waitress said, waving her hands apologetically. The streamer, however, was relentless. She grabbed the waitress by the front of her shirt and shook her. "Speak up. Don't just stand there like a mute. Is this the quality of service your restaurant offers?" The waitress, almost in tears, kept apologizing. The streamer's harsh words and actions were too much. "I came here to eat, not to watch you cry. Did someone in your family die?" the streamer yelled, pushing the waitress so hard that she stumbled and almost fell. The restaurant fell silent as other diners watched the scene unfold. Although some patrons started to criticize the streamer, her bodyguard's intimidating presence kept them from intervening. "Poor girl," Yi King whispered to Song Yun. "It's not her fault, but that woman won't let it go." "Maybe that woman is just a bully," Song Yun said loudly enough for the streamer to hear. The streamer glared at him and snapped, "What did you say? Care to repeat that?" Song Yun stood up and walked towards her. The streamer's bodyguards moved to block him, but he effortlessly pushed past them, surprising them with his strength. Standing in front of the waitress, Song Yun said, "Thank you," with a reassuring look. The streamer, feeling challenged, thought to herself that if Song Yun dared to hit her, she could turn the incident into a viral sensation and gain even more followers and sympathy. Just then, the restaurant manager hurried over from the second floor, bowing and apologizing to the streamer. "I'm very sorry for the inconvenience. This girl is new and hasn't been fully trained." Always the same excuse. "New staff, huh?" the streamer sneered. "Fine, if you're covering my bill today. We'll cover it," the manager quickly agreed. "Then just have her apologize, and we'll call it even," the streamer demanded. The manager signaled the waitress to apologize. Though reluctant, knowing she had done nothing wrong and feeling humiliated, the waitress reluctantly stepped forward and said, "I'm sorry. I didn't hear you," the streamer mocked. "Sorry," the waitress repeated, louder this time, with tears welling up in her eyes. "Louder. Didn't you eat today?" the streamer taunted. "Sorry," the waitress shouted, stepping closer and glaring at the streamer. The streamer's face contorted with anger. "Is that how you apologize?" she yelled, slamming her hand on the table, causing a stack of plates to topple over and spill food onto her expensive dress. The restaurant patrons couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction at the streamer's misfortune. The streamer, infuriated, looked at her soiled dress and screamed, "This dress costs over 10,000. It's ruined because of you." Everyone in the restaurant was stunned. Clearly it was the streamer's own actions that had caused the mess, yet she blamed the waitress. Her behavior was utterly unreasonable. "I didn't even touch the table, so how can this be my fault?" the waitress exclaimed in disbelief. The female streamer glared and pointed at the oil stains on her dress, shouting, "You scared me with your loud apology, and that made me hit the table. So you need to pay for this dress." Unbelievable. Everyone was shocked at the streamer's shamelessness. First, she complained the waitress's apology was too quiet. Then, when it was louder, she blamed the waitress for her own mistake. Trying to calm things down, the manager stepped in. "Miss, how about this? Our restaurant will cover the dry cleaning costs for your dress." Before he could finish, the streamer interrupted, her chest heaving with anger. "This dress is a new release from a luxury brand. It's a luxury item. Do you even understand what that means? One wash and it's ruined? I've only worn this dress twice, and now it's ruined because of your waitress's mistake. You need to compensate me," she demanded. The manager was sweating profusely. It was clear she wanted full compensation. If it were a few $100s, maybe it could be managed, but a dress worth over 10,000? That was more than a month's salary. "Miss, please calm down. The oil stains happened because you hit the table," the manager tried to reason. "I'll say it again. I hit the table because your waitress scared me," the streamer retorted fiercely. Having worked in the service industry for years, the manager had never encountered such a difficult customer. "What a bizarre situation," Song Yun chuckled. "We're all adults here. Isn't there surveillance in this place? Let's just call the police and let them decide who's at fault." Why do you have to meddle in other people's business? The streamer shot back, her eyes filled with malice. She gestured to her bodyguards to teach Song Yun a lesson. But the bodyguards remained where they were. They too had had enough of the streamer, who always acted sweet online but was incredibly rude in reality. Sorry, our contract states that if we encounter someone we can't handle together, we have the right to withdraw, one of the bodyguards said before leaving. The other quickly followed, not caring about the streamer. With her bodyguards gone, the other diners began to criticize the streamer. You're a real piece of work. The waitress was just doing her job and you scold her like that? Spending a few $100 doesn't make you God. You're just trying to scam money. A dress worth over 10,000? Why don't you go rob a bank? And to think you're a streamer. Is the bar that low for this job now? It's disgusting. The streamer, unfazed by the criticism, became even more arrogant. If you don't pay for this dress, I'll ruin your restaurant's reputation online. I have over 2 million followers who'll help me shut this place down. The manager frowned. Her social media influence was indeed a threat. Losing business over a $10,000 dress would be a disaster. You overestimate yourself. Do you really think people will blindly follow you? Song Yun sneered. Furious, the streamer lunged at Song Yun with her long nails aiming for his face. If she succeeded, Song Yun's face would be ruined. But he swiftly caught her wrist and snapped her nails one by one. Those nails cost me $3,000, she screamed. When my boyfriend gets back, he'll break your legs. The last person who talked to me like that had to flee Shanghai overnight, Song Yun replied coolly. Unable to fight or argue, the streamer turned to the manager. Decide. Pay for my dress, or I'll ruin this restaurant. The manager felt cornered. Compensating for the dress was beyond his authority, but if the restaurant got bad press, he would be in big trouble. Aren't you a big streamer? Are you really short of $10,000? A diner shouted. Mind your own business, she snapped. Don't be like this idiot and butt in, or you'll regret it when my boyfriend returns. Such foul language. What a shrew! Yi King couldn't stay silent any longer. She opened her purse and threw a stack of cash on the table. I'll pay for the waitress. The streamer grabbed the money with a sneer, ready to leave. But Yi King blocked her path. You seem to misunderstand something, Yi King said coldly. What's your problem? Do you expect me to apologize after taking the money? Not happening, the streamer retorted. No, Yi King said, grabbing the dress. Since I paid for it, you need to give me the dress. Stunned and terrified, the streamer couldn't believe what she was hearing. Yes, you heard her. A deal's a deal, shouted the diners. You paid over $2,000. Give her the dress. Take it off. Seeing the crowd siding against her, the streamer panicked. She tried to return the money, but Yi King held her firm. My money isn't something you can take and return at will. I want the dress, Yi King insisted. Humiliated, the streamer now understood the taste of her own medicine. The diners surrounded the female streamer, eager to see what would happen next. Caught in a dilemma, the streamer knew that if she undressed in public, she'd make headlines for all the wrong reasons. Her online persona was that of a sweet, innocent girl. If her fans saw her like this, I don't want the money. Do you think you can force me? She bluffed, walking boldly through the crowd. Who dares touch me? I'll lie down right here if anyone does. The crowd was stunned. Was this really a public figure acting so shamelessly? So, if you don't want the money, does that mean this girl is cleared of any wrongdoing? Song Yun said calmly from the side. The streamer, desperate to leave, mumbled a few affirmations and tried to push through the crowd. If the girl is innocent, then your actions were an attempt at extortion, Song Yun continued. There are plenty of cameras here that have recorded everything. A sum of 10,000 yuan isn't small, but it's enough to get you jailed for a few years. His words struck a nerve, leaving the streamer at a loss. Call the police, and let them handle this, Song Yun suggested. Panicked, the streamer approached Song Yun, trying to grab his hand, but Yi King pushed her away. Please don't call the police. My life will be ruined if you do. Please, sir, I beg you, she pleaded, eyes full of desperation. That depends on your sincerity, Song Yun said, pulling up a chair and sitting down. This girl did nothing wrong and got a severe scolding. You demanded 10,000 in compensation, causing her significant distress. Don't you think you owe her compensation? I'll pay. Just name your price, and I won't argue, she said frantically. Since you seem genuinely sorry, let's make it 1,000 yuan, Song Yun said, holding up one finger. Relieved, the streamer quickly counted out 1,000 yuan from her purse and handed it to the waitress. You misunderstood me, Song Yun said. The streamer paused, then realized what he meant. You want me to pay the waitress 10,000 yuan? Are you crazy? 10,000 yuan is nothing compared to your future. Choose wisely. Reluctantly, the streamer emptied her purse, throwing the money on the table. She had planned to go shopping, but now she'd lost everything. Her eyes filled with hatred as she looked at Song Yun, wishing she could tear him apart. I've paid. Can I go now? She spat, her tone venomous. She had made a fool of herself and become the center of unwanted attention. Leave, Song Yun said, waving her off dismissively. Burning with shame, she hurried out of the restaurant. In the parking lot, she found her Ferrari 911 blocked by a Lamborghini Veneno, a car worth millions. She took several selfies with the car, edited them, and posted them online, basking in the envy of her followers. However, her car was still blocked. Maybe she could charm the Lamborghini owner and develop a relationship? She touched up her makeup and waited. After more than an hour, she was almost sunburned when she heard a familiar voice. Honey, doesn't that woman look familiar? The streamer turned to see Song Yun and Yi King. Is she waiting for us? Yi King asked. Like you two are worth waiting for, the streamer snapped. Then why are you standing in front of our car? Song Yun asked. Your car, she laughed, pointing at the Lamborghini. Do you even know what this car is? Without another word, Song Yun took out his keys and activated the car alarm. The streamer was stunned. Was this really his car? Can you move now? Song Yun asked, wiping the car with a tissue as if her mere presence had sullied it. Feeling like a fool, she realized how thoroughly she had been humiliated, first in the restaurant and now in the parking lot. Bitter but defeated, she stepped aside, and Song Yun drove off with a stylish maneuver. Back at Hua Shu Villa, Yang Yingying sniffed Yi King's clothes. You had barbecue for lunch, didn't you? Yang's eyes narrowed as she looked at Song Yun. We only had a little, really just a little, Song Yun protested. Yang Yingying pointed at Yi King's rounded belly, clearly not convinced. She's just showing he tried. From now on, no more junk food for her, Yang Yingying ordered, preparing a yogurt for digestion. In the afternoon, Yuan Si arrived. Yi King took her to a room for some private conversation, leaving Song Yun feeling curious and a bit jealous. Meanwhile, Wenshu, unaffected by recent events, was happily playing motion sensor games in the living room. Over an hour later, Yuan Si emerged from the room with a flushed face, while Yi King whispered to Song Yun, Si will be spending the night at the villa. Song Yun, being a healthy adult, immediately grasped the implication and felt a surge of anticipation. Later that evening, while Song Yun was showering, the bathroom door suddenly opened. A gust of cold air swept in, and he turned to see Yuan Si standing there, wrapped in a towel, looking shy. Startled, Song Yun quickly grabbed a towel to cover himself. What are you doing here? He asked. King told me. Oh, so that's what the afternoon conversation was about. Given his youth and martial arts training, Song Yun's vitality was several times that of an average person. He felt a warm trickle in his nose, and upon touching it, realized he had a nosebleed again, his second one this month. Despite being the richest man in Shanghai, this was rather embarrassing. Yuan Si, innocent as she was, didn't know what to do. She could only stand there, glancing at Song Yun's strong physique. Are you sure about this? Song Yun asked, stepping forward and tucking her hair behind her ear. Yuan Si's mind went blank, and she nodded slightly. In the next moment, Song Yun lifted her and carried her to the bedroom. The night passed without further words. Early the next morning, Yi King entered the room and saw the two still sleeping. Feeling playful, she approached the bed, but Song Yun's sudden awakening startled her, causing her to nearly slip. He quickly caught her, preventing a fall. The commotion woke Yuan Si, who blushed and hid under the covers upon seeing Yi King. Yi King mischievously reached into the covers, causing Yuan Si to yelp when her thigh was touched. Song Yun, unable to deal with his wife's antics, could only watch helplessly. All right, it's time for breakfast, Song Yun said, stepping in to defuse the situation as Yuan Si looked on the verge of tears. Yi King sniffed her hand with a playful grin. Si smells really nice, she teased. What a rascal. Song Yun quickly dressed and led Yi King downstairs. About 10 minutes later, Yuan Si, still feeling sore, made her way down the stairs. Embarrassed by the attention, she kept her head down, wishing she could disappear. After breakfast, Song Yun used his massage skills to stimulate Yuan Si's acupuncture points, helping her recover quickly. Just then, Song Yun's phone rang. Seeing it was a call from his company's manager, he answered, his expression changing rapidly as he listened. What happened? Yuan Si asked cautiously. There's trouble at the company. I need to handle it, Song Yun replied, his expression grim. The phone call had obviously brought bad news. After informing his family, Song Yun drove to the company. Upon arriving, he took the VIP elevator to the general manager's office, where his manager, Lao Yan, sat smoking heavily, the room filled with smoke. Song Yun was almost choked by the thick air as he entered. "Lao Yan, can you open a window, for heaven's sake," Song Yun scolded. Lao Yan was one of the best in his field, but he now looked haggard and exhausted, as if drained by some malevolent force. "Mr. Song, you're finally here," Lao Yan croaked. "Tell me everything." After Lao Yan explained the situation, anger flashed in Song Yun's eyes. The conflict centered around their largest commercial plaza, home to numerous international brands. A store called ML had not renewed its lease, even though it expired 2 weeks ago. The management had promised the space to another brand, triggering the dispute. ML believed that even without renewing, the store should be kept for them as they were an international luxury brand, gracing the plaza with their presence. Consequently, ML's headquarters posted a long complaint on social media, accusing the mall of poor management and irresponsibility. The issue escalated from a lease dispute to allegations of discrimination. ML's post included derogatory terms for Chinese people, further enraging Song Yun. Throwing his cigarette to the ground, Song Yun fumed. "These bastards make heaps of money here and then turn around and insult us." Originally, ML was at fault for not renewing their lease. Blaming Song Yun's side and using offensive language against all of China was outrageous. If those foreigners dared to say such things to his face, Song Yun would gladly show them what justice looked like. The situation sparked online outrage. The topic trended on social media, and ML's official account was bombarded with criticism, forcing them to disable comments. "Mr. Song, it's worse than we thought. ML has rallied almost all foreign brands in our mall to pressure us into backing down," Lao Yan said. "They want us to issue an apology and compensate ML for all losses, totaling 600 million yuan. Song Yun snorted. These foreign brands thought they could bully him into submission. They were mistaken. Simultaneously, in Beijing, TNU Entertainment issued a statement saying all its artists would terminate their contracts with ML, even if it meant paying penalties. Within half an hour, entertainment companies nationwide followed suit, boycotting ML. ML, however, remained unfazed, believing that the uproar would fade, and they could return by bribing influencers and running promotions. But Song Yun had no intention of reconciling. He would rather see all foreign brands leave the mall than compromise national pride. "Mr. Song, ML's headquarters has just sent an ultimatum," Lao Yan said, reading an email. "They've secured 90% of the mall's brands to join their cause. They demand a public apology and 6 months of free rent for all brands in the mall." Song Yun laughed coldly. "That's why those brands are supporting ML, they want free rent." A new task has been issued. China's legacy endures through millennia, its fire unextinguished, its people unyielding. Foreign invaders have been repelled by the blood and sacrifice of countless martyrs. Now, it's your turn to take up the torch and defeat ML. This task is mandatory. Failure will result in the loss of all achievements, the system announced. The system's mission aligned perfectly with Song Yun's determination. It was time to bring these pampered foreign brands down a notch. No compromise. "If they want a fight, we'll give them one and see who stands victorious," Song Yun declared, slamming the table. Lao Yan felt a surge of pride, realizing that his boss wouldn't buckle under pressure. "A bunch of rabble thinks they can make us submit. Tell ML's headquarters we'll fight them to the end." Lighting another cigarette, Song Yun asked, "Who's the president of ML's China division?" "His name is Charles Chili, 35 years old, from a prominent American family. He took over ML's China operations 2 years ago, increasing their revenue by 30%. He's known as a business prodigy. This whole brand alliance was his idea," Lao Yan explained. "Is he in China now?" Song Yun asked. "He's in Shanghai, specifically for this issue," Lao Yan confirmed. "Good. Arrange a meeting with him. I want to see what this scheming president looks like," Song Yun ordered. Lao Yan nodded. "Mr. Song, Charles Childe's representatives have already reached out, wanting to discuss the matter face to face." "Perfect. Tell him we'll meet in 1 hour," Song Yun said, eager to see what tricks Childe had up his sleeve. At this time, in the presidential suite of the largest sailboat hotel in Shanghai, Charles Childe stood in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window, impeccably dressed in a suit, holding a glass of red wine. At 35, Charles was in his prime. When his family first sent him to handle business in China, he was reluctant, thinking that a poor country couldn't possibly afford luxury brands like ML. But upon arriving in Shanghai, he was astonished by the towering skyscrapers and well-maintained streets, which showcased the city's status as a top-tier metropolis. Initially, Charles thought promoting luxury brands in China would be challenging. However, once European and American luxury brands launched massive advertising campaigns, wealthy Chinese consumers lined up to buy. The purchasing power and customer retention rates far exceeded those in the US. Within a few years, Charles's status in his family soared, and he was recently ranked as the third in line to inherit the family business. Despite the honor China brought him, he never truly respected this ancient country, often belittling Chinese people as foolish and wealthy, ripe for exploitation. One time he boasted about this to his friends, many of whom were elite Chinese. Surprisingly, many agreed with him, reinforcing his low opinion of China. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Charles finished his wine and composed himself before letting in the head of his company's investigation department. After listening to the report, a cold smile appeared on his face. He never took Song Yun seriously, seeing him as a young, overhyped entrepreneur. With over 200 luxury brands united, Charles believed that if Song Yun resisted, he would withdraw all these brands from the mall, turning a once profitable business district into a ghost town and crippling Song Yun's finances. "Tell Song Yun that I'm unavailable until this issue is resolved," Charles instructed, feeling like the king of the city as he gazed out the window. Just then his phone rang, displaying a caller ID that made his expression tense. He answered, and a woman's voice spoke. "Brother, I'm in the underground parking lot of the Sailboat Hotel." The call ended abruptly. Charles licked his lips, adjusted his suit, and quietly left. In the parking lot, a blonde woman sat in a pink G-Wagon, watching the elevator. When she saw Charles, she honked lightly. Charles got in, and unable to contain his emotions, gave her a passionate kiss. The car was filled with a rising sense of intimacy. Meanwhile, in his office, Song Yun received the notification that Charles refused to meet. Song Yun smirked, feeling no need to confront Charles personally. "Old Yan, investigate ML thoroughly. Any violations we find, we'll report to the authorities immediately. If they want to fight, we'll give them one." Old Yan was shocked by Song Yun's decisive nature, realizing his young boss was far more ruthless than expected. Leaving the company, Song Yun returned to Huashu Villa, where only Wen Shu and Yuan Xie were home. He learned that Yi Qingqing had gone to the hospital for a pregnancy checkup, accompanied by Song Bo and Bai Qiyu for her safety. It was lunchtime. And not in the mood to cook, Song Yun took the two women to an authentic Sichuan restaurant. Without a reservation, they had to sit in the main hall, which was fine with Song Yun. Despite choosing a corner table, Yuan Xie and Wen Shu's stunning looks drew a lot of attention, with some people mistaking them for celebrities and asking for photos. After declining several requests, a little girl about 5 or 6 approached, barely tall enough to reach the table. "You two are so pretty," she said adorably. "Thank you, little one. You'll be even prettier when you grow up," Yuan Xie replied, patting her head. "Can I take a picture with you?" the girl asked, holding up a large phone. Yuan Xie, charmed by her cuteness, lifted the girl onto her lap, and they took a selfie together. "Thank you, big sister. I hope we meet again," the girl said, kissing Yuan Xie's cheek before running off. At a corner, a 15 or 16-year-old white girl suddenly appeared, bumping into the little girl and causing her to fall. The little girl rubbed her sore bottom, holding back tears. "It hurts, but I'm 5 years old now. I won't cry," she murmured to herself. The white girl, looking disdainful, muttered something in rapid English that no one understood but ended with, "Dirty Chinese, get away from me." The little girl, though not fully understanding, was scared by the hostile tone and began to cry. The white girl snorted arrogantly and tried to walk away. "Do you think you can just walk away after hitting someone?" Song Yun initially thought it was a misunderstanding and didn't pay much attention. But seeing the arrogant attitude of the white girl, he couldn't hold back his anger any longer. After all, insulting Chinese people on Chinese soil was something he couldn't tolerate. He walked over to the white girl, with Yuan Xie and Wen Shu following closely behind, comforting the crying little girl. The white girl looked at Song Yun impatiently, her eyes full of defiance. "Who are you?" she asked. Song Yun responded coldly, "Speak Chinese. Don't use foreign languages here." The girl looked at him in disbelief. She hadn't expected this handsome man to curse at her. Pointing a finger at Song Yun, she snapped, "How dare you speak to me like that? Do you know who I am? Do you know where I'm from?" Song Yun grabbed her finger and twisted it backward. "If you can speak human language, you should know that pointing at people is very rude. Since your parents didn't teach you that, I will." The girl screamed in pain as Song Yun increased the pressure, forcing her to crouch down. At this moment, the restaurant manager and the little girl's parents arrived. After confirming the girl wasn't hurt, the young couple thanked Song Yun profusely. "I went to the car with Sen Sen's mom to get something, and this happened while we were gone," the father said, looking at his daughter with concern. It's okay, just be more careful next time, Song Yun replied before turning his attention back to the white girl, whose forehead was now covered in sweat from the pain. Have you learned your lesson? He asked. The girl wanted to curse back, but the pain intensified, causing her to kneel and close her eyes in agony. I understand, she stammered. Sir, this young lady isn't an ordinary person, the restaurant manager whispered to Song Yun. She is the daughter of the military attaché at the American consulate. Ordinarily, someone hearing this might prefer to avoid further trouble. But Song Yun, already frustrated by foreign luxury brands causing issues, wasn't about to let this slide. So what if she's the daughter of a military attaché? I thought she was some desert princess, Song Yun scoffed, maintaining his grip. The restaurant manager, unsure of how to handle such a tough customer, was at a loss for words. Just then, a blonde woman rushed over, calling out, my precious daughter. What happened to you? Mommy, help me. This man is breaking my fingers, the girl cried, tears streaming down her face. As the woman approached, a strong perfume filled the air. Song Yun grimaced at the overpowering scent, mixed with another unmistakable smell of hormones. Seeing that the main person had arrived, Song Yun let go, allowing the little girl's parents to leave with their child. This ordinary family would be powerless against such people, and he didn't want them caught in the crossfire. The father gave Song Yun a deep bow before picking up his daughter and leaving hurriedly. You little punk, how dare you hurt my precious daughter, the woman yelled. Do all Chinese people have such low morals? You're the wife of a military attaché, right? Song Yun replied. Before you get angry, check what your daughter did first. Chinese people don't start trouble, but we're not afraid of it either. If you think a consulate position gives you the right to act arrogantly in Shanghai, you're sorely mistaken. China won't tolerate any threats. Song Yun's loud voice filled the restaurant, earning cheers from the other patrons. Your country is no saint, breaking families apart and displacing people. Do you really think you're the embodiment of justice? Get out of here. This isn't a place for you to act out. This woman is ugly and brainless. Do foreigners just marry anyone they find on the street? Years ago, when foreign powers bullied us, we accepted it because we were weak. But now, after the efforts of countless predecessors, we stand as a leading nation. If these foreigners still look down on us, we will fight back. The woman was furious but knew this incident wouldn't lead to an international crisis. And with so many people criticizing her, she knew no one would be held accountable. Pointing at Song Yun, she spat, I won't forget you. I will make sure you pay for this. Song Yun remained unfazed. Even if the ambassador himself comes, he'd probably slap you for being so ignorant. The woman, seething with anger, began dialing the consulate. The restaurant manager was caught between two sides, struggling with how to handle the situation. On one hand, there was the national pride at stake, and on the other, the powerful consulate. Suddenly, the restaurant door opened with the sound of a bell. A chubby man hurried in, wiping sweat from his face and shouting, I'm the owner, make way. As he pushed through the crowd and saw Song Yun, he was stunned. Boss, this is the manager, started Mr. Song. It's an honor to have you here at my humble restaurant, the owner exclaimed, shaking Song Yun's hand. Song Yun, with a look of appreciation, said, I trust you'll make the right decision. The owner, understanding the importance of the situation, carefully shook Song Yun's hand, seeing it as an olive branch. Handling this well could mean great opportunities with the richest man in Shanghai. I don't care who you are, but in this country, if you make a mistake, you pay the price. My restaurant has 8 security cameras. If you think your precious daughter did nothing wrong, I can call the police and we can watch the footage together, so you can't say we ganged up on you later. The chubby owner's righteous words left the foreign mother and daughter confused. They were regular customers at this restaurant, and the owner would always personally attend to them with great hospitality. But today he was reprimanding them because of a man. Where was the respect for international guests? The white girl felt her pride was challenged, while her mother sensed something was off. Could this young man be someone important? It seemed likely. With a serious expression, the woman pulled the owner aside and asked bluntly, Who is that young man? You're from the United States, right? You must know about Shanshui Group. That man is the largest shareholder. Hearing this, the woman's face paled. Shanshui Group was a conglomerate backed by immense capital and influence. Offending one of its major shareholders could bring down a tidal wave of retaliation. And this young man was the largest shareholder. Her husband had mentioned this before. The man with the largest shares in Shanshui Group was none other than the richest man in Shanghai. No wonder he was so confident. Even the ambassador's wife wouldn't dare confront him. The woman was grateful she hadn't made the call yet. Foreigners couldn't act recklessly in China if they offended the wrong person. Even the consulate would reprimand them. Though she was the wife of a military attaché, a confrontation could ruin her husband's career. She pulled her daughter, wanting to leave quickly. But the girl, never having faced such a situation in China, stubbornly wanted to call her father to use his position to teach Song Yun a lesson. Leaving already, Song Yun sneered. The wife of a military attaché sure has a lot of nerve. Realizing they were in trouble, the woman struggled to maintain her dignity. She said, "I apologize. Being a parent who can't discipline their child is a failure in itself. You can go, but your daughter needs to apologize too," Song Yun stated firmly. The woman tugged at her daughter's arm, urging, "Ruth, apologize to this gentleman." Ruth, with her arms crossed, refused defiantly, "I won't." Song Yun clapped his hands slowly, saying, "If you don't apologize, you won't leave this restaurant, even if your superiors come." The crowd, now emboldened, shouted in unison, "Apologize. Say you're sorry. First you knock down a little girl and then insult China. If you can't even apologize, you should be deported tomorrow." Apologize? Ruth found the word foreign and humiliating. Her mother could apologize under pressure, but she, representing the new generation of Americans, would never apologize to these people. "Ruth, listen to your mother. Apologizing isn't shameful." The woman was desperate, knowing they had to return to the consulate soon for the daily roll call. Ruth's silent defiance only made things worse. Unable to bear it any longer, the woman slapped Ruth across the face. In the United States, such an action could lead to police intervention and loss of parental rights, so it was rare for parents to hit their children. Ruth was stunned, tears welling up. "Apologize," her mother demanded. Ruth, covering her face, and with tears in her eyes, reluctantly yelled at Song Yun, "I'm sorry." Under Song Yun's firm stance, the foreign mother and daughter finally bowed their noble heads. The crowd, witnessing this, felt the satisfaction of seeing justice served. The two left in disgrace, and the restaurant erupted in applause. To the onlookers, young people like Song Yun, who stood up to power, were the backbone and hope of the nation. "Today's incident has disrupted everyone's meal. I've decided to offer a 30% discount for everyone. Enjoy your meal," the chubby owner announced with a smile. The crowd cheered, thrilled at both the spectacle and the unexpected discount. "Mr. Song, from now on your and the ladies' meals here are on the house," the owner said nervously, hoping to impress Song Yun. "Have we met before?" Song Yun asked. He didn't blame the restaurant, understanding their need to run a business and appreciating the owner's righteous stance. The owner's face lit up, relieved and grateful. "Although you rarely make public appearances, I once saw a profile of you in a business magazine," the chubby owner said, scratching the back of his head in admiration. "You've built your empire from scratch at such a young age, making us middle-aged folks feel like we've wasted our lives." "It's not like that," Song Yun said, patting the owner's shoulder. "At least you have a righteous heart. Here's the deal: from now on, your restaurant will be the official supplier of lunch and dinner for Shan Shui Group. As long as the food and ingredients are up to standard, you'll be well compensated." "Really, Mr. Song?" The market value of Shan Shui Group was astronomical. Becoming a catering supplier for such a multinational corporation would bring immense profits annually. The owner felt incredibly fortunate for his choices today, realizing how life-changing it was to recognize and seize opportunities. After finishing their meal, Song Yun took Wen Shu and Yuan Siyu back to the Huashu villa. Wen Shu had recently become obsessed with the motion sensing games in the living room, spending all her time playing games or watching videos on her phone, showing signs of being a gaming addict and homebody. While Wen Shu was engrossed in her game and Qing Qing was still at the hospital, Song Yun signaled Yuan Siyu to follow him upstairs discreetly. 2 hours later, Yuan Siyu fell asleep exhausted, and Song Yun, hearing someone downstairs, dressed and went to check. "How did the checkup go?" Song Yun asked, hugging Qing Qing's slightly rounded waist with a smile. Qing Qing, nestled in his arms, twitched her nose playfully, her eyes filled with mischief. Song Yun felt a bit uneasy under her scrutinizing gaze. Although Yuan Siyu was brought over by Qing Qing herself, still. "The baby is doing great. The doctor said I should exercise regularly to make labor easier," Qing Qing said, touching her belly with a look of maternal love. Since having the baby, she felt a shift in her perspective on many things. "I'll go on more walks with you in the evening," Song Yun said, kissing her forehead. To him, a woman bearing his child was the ultimate act of love, and he was determined to repay Qing Qing's love manifold, fulfilling her every wish. Several days passed, and the news about ML continued to spread like wildfire across social media. Amidst the boycott, people also discovered the mall's owner. Knowing it was owned by Shanghai's richest man, some people's firm stances began to waver. They feared Song Yun might compromise at the critical moment to avoid losing billions. During this time, George Child was extremely troubled. ML's business in China had plummeted, not just in the commercial sector but even in entertainment. The influence of celebrities in China was immense. Fans would support whatever products their idols endorsed and shun those they disliked. As a result, ML stores were deserted, and the few customers who did enter only came to pick fights. Damn it, George Child punched the table in frustration. Before he could outlast Song Yun, it seemed ML would be outlasted first. His family had issued an ultimatum: resolve the issue within a week or be replaced by his arch-rival. George Child had two options: betray the luxury brand's alliance and apologize to Song Yun, or hold out and force Song Yun to meet their demands. After much deliberation, he decided to gamble. There was a Chinese saying, "Fortune favors the bold." He couldn't believe Song Yun would dare oppose so many luxury brands. Decided, George Child texted his lover but received no reply, which was unusual. Growing suspicious, he called her. Not caring if her husband answered, they were all friends. The phone rang for a while before a woman's voice answered. "What is it? Do you have time now?" George asked. "Sorry, George, I'm having some issues and can't leave the consulate," she replied apologetically. His excitement fizzled, but with more lovers to turn to, he contacted another woman. Half an hour later, reinvigorated, he instructed his assistant to prepare for a press conference the next day and invite Song Yun for negotiations. The ML machine began to turn again. At home, Song Yun was cuddling with Kyung King, watching a romantic drama, when he received a call from Lao Yan about George Child's actions in Shanghai. Unfazed, Song Yun told Lao Yan he would attend the meeting the next morning, not to negotiate, but to put them in their place. "Honey, is it about ML again?" Kyung King asked, snuggling closer. "Yes, these foreigners always think they can take advantage without consequences. Do they think I'm that easy to manipulate? Tomorrow, I'll show them who's boss." Ching Ching laughed and said, "Kiss me, and I'll give you a reward." Song Yun obliged, and Ching Ching proudly showed her phone. Someone caught George Child having an affair in an underground parking lot and didn't know who to sell the photos to, so they posted them online. Jasmine found them and bought the negatives at a high price. "I was saving them for when ML strikes back, but since you're going to face them tomorrow, I'll give you this stick to help." "Let me see," Song Yun said, curiously taking Ching Ching's phone. He stared in disbelief at the woman in the photo, caught in the car with George Child. "Is something wrong?" King King asked. No, this photo. It's incredible," Song Yun exclaimed, pulling Ching King into a hug and planting a kiss on her cheek. He laughed loudly, recognizing the woman as the consulate officer's wife, who had clashed with them at the restaurant a few days ago. That day he had noticed a strange scent on her, which now made sense: she had been involved with George Child. If these photos were made public at tomorrow's press conference, it would cause chaos. He wouldn't even have to lift a finger, they would self-destruct. People working at the consulate, along with their families, represented their country's image. A scandal like this would likely outrage officials back home. "Honey, is this the woman?" Song Yun recounted the incident at the restaurant. King Ching listened in shock, covering her mouth. Tomorrow's ML press conference in Shanghai was bound to become an international scandal. The next morning, after breakfast, Song Yun donned a formal suit. He wasn't just representing his company, he was standing for countless netizens who were boycotting ML online. Driving to the company, he saw Lao Yan and dozens of negotiation experts standing behind him, each an elite in their field. "Good morning, Mr. Song," they greeted in unison. Song Yun smiled and said, "Today you're just here to observe. There's nothing to negotiate with ML. Just enjoy the show." The experts were taken aback. ML wasn't just any company, it was a near trillion-dollar luxury brand. It had also rallied other luxury brands in the mall to exert pressure. Mishandling this could mean the mall's closure. ML had scheduled the press conference for 10 a.m. Song Yun deliberately waited until 10:15 to leave, making sure everything was set for a grand entrance. At the largest conference hall in Shanghai, hundreds of media outlets, both domestic and international, had gathered. George Child, backstage, had meticulously prepared, anticipating today as the day he would bring down Shanghai's richest man. He had a strategy to pressure Song Yun into submission, imagining the humiliation of the Shanghai tycoon at his hands. This thought filled George with glee. The live stream of the press conference was being watched by countless viewers. The issue had transcended a mere business conflict, becoming a national affair. If Song Yun publicly admitted fault, he would be scorned by many. At 10 a.m., George Child took the stage with his team. Seeing Song Yun's empty seats, he wondered if Song Yun was avoiding the confrontation. But he knew many were waiting for the clash. Song Yun couldn't afford to be seen as surrendering. As George greeted the journalist warmly, some unexpected guests arrived: the consulate's ambassador and military officer, along with their wives. Their presence stirred the reporters, hinting at something significant. George hurried over to greet them. The ambassador said, "I believe this is a misunderstanding. I hope you and Mr. Song can resolve it amicably. ML's products are well suited for China, don't you agree?" George nodded repeatedly and invited them to the front seats. But the ambassador declined, stating they were attending as friends, not choosing sides. By 10:30, Song Yun still hadn't arrived. George impatiently picked up the microphone, saying, "Everyone can see Mr. Song's lack of punctuality. Should I assume he's too scared to face us? If so, there's no need to wait." Just then, the doors swung open. Song Yun entered with a group, backlit dramatically. "Mr. Song, are you here to negotiate or to surrender?" a reporter asked. "Mr. Song, it's half an hour past the scheduled time. Why are you late?" another queried. "Mr. Song, sources say you'll lose billions if you don't meet ML's demands. Is that true?" Song Yun smiled, gesturing for silence. Once the room was quiet, he declared, "I am a Chinese citizen, and I will not allow any entity to insult us through coercion. That's my stance." The room erupted. Clearly, this was going to be a fierce battle. "Mr. Song, as a successful businessman, you know time is money. You've wasted half an hour of ours. We demand a 3-month extension to the rent-free period," George Child said arrogantly. Song Yun scoffed, thinking how he never intended to waive the rent for these bastards. He hoped George wouldn't cry too hard when he got what was coming to him. "Mr. Child, I will not agree to any of your conditions because you don't deserve my apology," Song Yun said calmly. The room buzzed with chatter. The luxury brand representatives condemned Song Yun's arrogance, threatening to make him pay. Song Yun tapped the microphone and announced, "ML Group has been deceiving customers since moving into the mall. Therefore, I am expelling ML products from the mall." He continued, "To those brands allied with ML, you have a chance to turn back. If not, you will face the same fate as ML." "Song Yun, do you know what you're saying?" George Child pointed at Song Yun, his eyes filled with rage. Song Yun calmly tapped the table and said, "What's wrong? Can't understand plain speech? Fine, let me make it clearer: ML's good days are over. How dare you do this?" George Child, no longer resembling the successful businessman he usually was, looked disheveled as a few strands of his slicked back hair fell out of place due to his agitated movements. "Song Yun, you'd better think carefully before you speak. If we all pull out of the mall, do you think there will still be any customer traffic? It doesn't matter. If no one comes, I'll close it down. After all, as the richest man in Shanghai, I've made enough money to last several lifetimes. But since you at ML have rallied others to threaten me, I'm ready to fight you to the end. Let's see if any store in all of Shanghai dares to sell your products after this." Song Yun's words were incredibly bold. The expressions of the people present varied, but the viewers in the livestream cheered loudly. This was how a true tycoon should behave: unafraid of confrontation, willing to incur losses just to bring down the opposition. You're not a businessman at all," George Child roared, resembling an enraged lion. "It's over," he thought. This decision would certainly lead ML to lose huge sums annually. Shanghai was a leading city representing most fashion trends. If there were no ML stores in Shanghai, other cities would eventually forget ML too. "Those allied with ML, I'll give you 3 seconds to leave while you still can," Song Yun said leisurely, raising 3 fingers. As he counted down, many of the luxury brand executives on George Child's side couldn't stand it any longer. One by one, they left, leaving George cursing them as traitors for abandoning him at such a crucial moment. George Child had lost his composure. He grabbed the microphone and shouted at the departing executives, "Today you abandon me, tomorrow someone will abandon you. Traitors deserve to burn in hell for all eternity. Mr. George Child, to show our sincerity, I've found evidence of your violations. Let's switch to the live feed for a store closure," Song Yun said cheerfully, signaling to connect the projector. With that, Song Yun began counting the remaining stubborn luxury brands. 132. This would be a considerable amount of work. Most of these stores had some illegal activities, which Song Yun easily discovered. It was time to make an example of them. They thought he wouldn't fight back? He was going to live stream the closures to show everyone who would crack first. The live feed showed law enforcement officers receiving a list of the stores involved, each accompanied by documented violations. This made their job straightforward. They divided into teams and proceeded to shut down these stores, placing seals on the doors. Soon, calls flooded in to the executives at the press conference, creating a cacophony of ringing phones. Each executive, after answering, left with a grim expression. Their stores were being sealed, leading to significant monthly losses. Their frustration shifted from alliance to animosity towards George Child, who they now blamed for their predicament. George Child turned pale, realizing the gravity of his failure. His status within his family would plummet. He had built his career on success in China, but now he was being abandoned by his family because of his failures here. It was a cruel irony. As the video of the store closures played, a photo suddenly appeared on the screen. Though it was quickly taken down, everyone had seen it clearly: George Child with the wife of the consulate officer. The reporters immediately turned their cameras toward the consulate officer, eager to capture his reaction. The consulate officer was stunned, his mind blank. Had he really seen his wife in that photo? He didn't want to believe it, but the reality was undeniable. He clenched his fists, struggling to control his emotions. "John, The consulate officer growled through gritted teeth. "This is a public place. You represent the dignity of our country, Jenny. We will discuss this at the consulate." Jenny, the woman in the photo, was indeed the white woman from the restaurant. She lowered her head, avoiding the cameras. "Sorry." That photo. Song Yun paused with a smile, then continued. "That's George Child's personal matter, so I won't discuss it here. But I have information that might interest the consulate officer." The consulate officer forced a smile and gestured for Song Yun to continue. "Consulate officer, you're a good man, and good men shouldn't be deceived. I don't want you to be kept in the dark any longer. Your daughter might not be yours." The reporters gasped. This wasn't just a business dispute, it was turning into a major scandal. "Mr. Song, there's an old saying in China: you can't just speak without proof. Do you have evidence to support such a claim?" The consulate officer's eyes bore into Song Yun. Song Yun shrugged. "It's simple. Do a paternity test, or ask the woman next to you, she'll give you the answer." Song Yun was confident, because he knew that if the restaurant incident came to light, it would escalate into an international issue. "Is it true?" the consulate officer asked his wife Jenny. Jenny knew that once suspicion took root, her husband would definitely do a paternity test. Admitting the truth now seemed less painful than being caught later. "John, Jenny clutched the hem of her dress, mustering the courage to meet her husband's gaze, but the words stuck in her throat. "Enough, I understand." John gritted his teeth, barely able to contain his fury as he abruptly stood up from his seat. Jenny saw the flashing cameras and knew this scandal would eventually reach back to their homeland, leading to widespread condemnation. "John, for the sake of your career, please don't be impulsive, okay?" This only fueled John's anger. He grabbed her shoulders and shook her violently, shouting, "Why? I've been so good to you. Why did you do this to me?" "I'm sorry, John," Jenny sobbed, tears streaming down her face. "George Child seduced me, and later he blackmailed me with photos, forcing me to obey his every command. If I didn't, he threatened to release the photos." Jenny was clever, understanding that her countrymen loathed mistresses even more than they hated cheating spouses. If the blackmail was true, George Child would be dragged to court. The truth was, George had taken photos and videos, but they were consensual. However, in court, they would be damning evidence. Moreover, the scandal of a consulate officer's wife having an affair would tarnish the reputation of their officials, something the higher-ups would want to avoid at all costs. They would likely downplay the incident and put the blame on George Child as a scapegoat. Jenny knew how to kill two birds with one stone. "What about the child? What's the truth about our child?" John roared, pushing aside the ambassador's calming hand. "Before I met you, George took advantage of me." Jenny wept. "When I found out I was pregnant, he suggested I marry into a respectable family." John let out a primal scream. "George Child, you bastard." John remembered how George had introduced Jenny to him at a party. They had drunk too much, and he woke up the next day to find Jenny beside him. Initially, he had no intention of taking responsibility, as he came from a privileged background and had been with many women. But when Jenny announced her pregnancy, his world shattered. As a devout believer, he couldn't bear the thought of an abortion. For his faith and honor, he decided to marry her. But now, it was all a lie. John kicked Jenny in the stomach and yanked her by the hair, snarling, "You whore. I'll deal with you when we're back home." Everyone in the room watched in shock, not expecting this tall man to resort to violence, especially in front of the media. Holy crap. This was prime material. This was a hot news topic. The journalists silently thanked George Child for providing such a scandalous story, ensuring their promotions and raises. George Child, watching the scene unfold, felt his legs go weak. He was a pampered young master, not a fighter. Jenny lay on the floor, bleeding, as no one dared to intervene. After a while, John composed himself and turned to leave. But Song Yun wasn't done. He wanted to make sure the situation escalated. "Mr. Officer, is that all the courage you have?" Just to hit a woman, Song Yun's voice rang out. John's barely contained rage flared up again. Everyone else silently prayed for Song Yun to stop provoking him. John turned back, his gaze as sharp as a knife, and said, "Mr. Song, thank you. But I know what dignity is. I'll handle George Child myself." He then shifted his gaze to George, who felt a warm trickle down his leg in fear. John left, followed by the ambassador, who sighed deeply, realizing the international repercussions of today's events. He didn't even glance at Jenny as he left, shielding his wife from the reporter's flashes. George Child felt a momentary relief, fearing John might kill him on the spot. "Get help," George croaked. His aides quickly called an ambulance and carried the unconscious Jenny out. No one could understand how things had spiraled so badly. Song Yun walked up to George, smiling. "Mr. Child, I found evidence of your company's illegal activities in Shanghai and handed it to the authorities. You know what I mean, right?" George broke into a cold sweat. He knew Song Yun was referring to espionage. Now, he just wanted to return to his country and never leave his house again. Song Yun waved to the reporters and left with his team. George, fearing the reporters would dig deeper into his affairs, quickly fled. Once in the car, his secretary handed him a phone with a grim expression. "Boss, it's your father." George's brief relief turned to dread as he took the phone, trembling. "Damn you. You've cost the family billions every year and brought shame on us with your scandal. Why couldn't you just get hit by a car and die?" As expected, George Child barely brought the phone to his ear when his father's harsh voice came through. George Child forced himself to stay calm, but the fear instilled in him since childhood was impossible to shake off. When he was young, every mistake would result in his father locking him in the attic of their mansion. Dark, damp, and pitch black, he often fainted and woke up in a hospital bed. From then on, even the slightest frown from his father would make George's heart race. "Father, I'm willing to step down as the head of ML's operations in China," he stammered. His father was unmoved. "Even if you didn't, we'd make you step down." The call ended abruptly. Despite the severity of the situation, George felt a twisted sense of satisfaction. His actions had deeply affected his father, even if it meant his own ruin. This thought brought a smile to his face. This scandal quickly gained international attention, affecting ML's operations not only in Shanghai but throughout Europe as well. By the end of the trading day, ML's stock had plummeted, with its market value halved. Countless investors and small shareholders faced enormous losses. The Child family's wealth shrank significantly due to this fiasco. In an attempt to salvage their reputation, the Child family issued a statement: George Child would be relieved of all duties, and 10% of ML's annual profits would be donated to improving education in impoverished areas. At first glance it seemed positive, but astute observers soon discovered that the charity was actually controlled by the Child family. People felt deceived, thinking, "Do they think we're fools?" Public resistance to ML skyrocketed. A few days later, Song Yun saw a news report about an international spy being captured, thanks to a tip from a concerned citizen. The report urged people to report suspicious individuals. Song Yun, sitting on his sofa, smiled secretly. He was that concerned citizen. After discovering ML's suspicious activities, he handed the information over to the authorities, leading to the spy's arrest. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. You are awarded the title Torchbearer of the Nation. Torchbearer of the Nation, despite the hardships faced by our land, the spirit of our people remains unbroken. This title honors those who embody our national pride and resilience. Note the holder of this title is blessed with the nation's fortune, sharing its fate. Holy crap. Song Yun had received some personal luck before, but this was on another level, being blessed with the nation's fortune, sharing its fate. This meant as long as the country stood, his luck would continue. While Song Yun was still in shock, his phone rang. It was the head of business operations at Shan Shui Group. "Mr. Song, the project we were stuck on has been approved," the excited voice on the other end shouted. The project had been halted unexpectedly, causing daily losses of millions. Now, it was suddenly greenlit and even fast-tracked as a national project. Song Yun praised the manager and hung up, his excitement bubbling over. This had to be the power of his new title. From then on, everything seemed to go smoothly. Song Yun spent his free time at home, pampering his wife and enjoying intimate moments with his second wife. "Honey, I'm tired of the home-cooked food. You know what I mean, right?" After Song Yun had secretly taken her out for a special meal last time, Yi Qingqing found it hard to get excited about Yang Yingying's cooking. Pregnant women often crave special foods, but under Captain Yang's strict supervision, every indulgence was quickly discovered. Song Yun, lying in bed with Yi King, gently rubbed her growing belly. Sweetheart, I'm afraid Captain Yang will catch us. I don't care. I want shrimp from Zui Xianlu, pan-fried buns from Yun Shenglu, and… Darling, those are all forbidden in Captain Yang's eyes. She'd think I'm trying to harm our baby. Yi King pouted in frustration. Pregnant women's cravings were beyond logic. I don't care. I want it tomorrow, no matter what she demanded. Song Yun gently patted her backside. Yi King turned away, sulking. She swore she wouldn't speak to her cowardly husband all day tomorrow. Maybe half a day, she reconsidered. Yes, stay firm, Yi King. The next morning, Yi King woke up to find Song Yun massaging her legs. She stretched out her arms and said playfully, "Hug me, hubby." Song Yun held her and whispered, "I heard there's a new restaurant in HP district from Beijing called Ba Xuan Lu. I reserved a spot for us. Let's sneak out later." Waking up to find her wishes fulfilled was the best feeling. Yi King beamed and snuggled into Song Yun, showering him with praise. After breakfast, they prepared to leave. In a few days, it's old Master Ouyang's birthday. We'll go to Beijing as a family, Song Bo said, frowning slightly. Song Yun was puzzled. This was a good thing, so why was his father unhappy? What should we prepare for old Master Ouyang's birthday? Yi King asked, sensing the strange atmosphere at the table. Song Bo had a grim look on his face, lost in his thoughts. Bai Qiu was also filled with worry. Song Yun was completely confused. What could old Master Ouyang have done to upset his parents so much? They looked so unhappy. Dad, is there something I don't know about? Song Yun asked cautiously. Song Bo finally sighed deeply and waved his hand dismissively. It's not something we can't talk about. Your mother's family is also in Beijing and holds some power. When your mother wanted to marry me, your grandfather was strongly opposed, so we never went back. Wow, Song Yun thought. So that's how it was. His parents had eloped. In those days, even though society was becoming a bit more open, family approval was still crucial, especially for powerful families. The fact that his father had eloped with his mother and hadn't been found was quite remarkable. Is it the Bai family in Beijing? Yi King suddenly asked, covering her mouth in shock. Seeing her mother-in-law nod in acknowledgement, Yi King realized how daring her father-in-law had been. Are they very powerful? Song Yun asked, filled with curiosity and feeling left out. Husband, don't you know? The Bai family in Beijing. The Bai family. So Song Yun asked, still puzzled. The #1 family in Beijing. More powerful than the Ouyang family. Yi King sighed, seeing her husband's ignorance about such matters. Song Yun was stunned. His mother's family was that influential? The top family in Beijing, even more powerful than the Ouyang family? If this were a novel, wouldn't that make him a hidden prince raised in obscurity? But recalling his childhood, running around in open crotch pants, Song Yun felt embarrassed. If not for his system, he might never have known the truth. We'll definitely have to meet your grandfather this time. So, sigh, Song Bo said, looking troubled. Song Yun now understood his father's worry. After all, they had eloped to Shanghai, living incognito for so many years. His grandfather's anger must have simmered all this time. But it also showed how resourceful his father was, hiding for so long without being discovered. It should be okay, right? It's been so many years, Song Yun began, but was cut off by his father's loud interruption. If we had been caught, we would have faced the Bai family's harsh punishment. The whips had barbs. One strike would tear the skin, Song Bo exclaimed, shaking his head. Song Yun shuddered at the thought. What should we do? We can't just skip old Master Ouyang's birthday, Song Yun said, spreading his hands. Maybe I'll take Song Yun back to see my family first and gauge the situation. Bai Qiu suggested hesitantly. She felt guilty since the elopement was her idea. All right, Song Bo agreed reluctantly. After breakfast, Yi King was still processing the shocking news about her mother-in-law's true identity. Wife, follow my lead. We'll sneak out later, Song Yun whispered in her ear. Yi King looked at her husband with a strange expression. Instead of trying to reconcile with his grandfather for future benefits, he seemed indifferent. Husband, you can still eat at a time like this. What else can I do? Worry myself sick over a grandfather I just found out about. Too little, too late. I've built my empire from scratch. I don't need to rely on anyone, Song Yun replied with a smile. Yi King realized her husband was right. For an ordinary person, this would be a chance to rise, but Song Yun was already the richest man in Shanghai. Aligning with such a family might even pose a threat. You're right, honey. I was thinking too narrowly, she admitted, hugging his neck. If you weren't pregnant, I'd have to punish you for that, Song Yun teased. How would you punish me? She replied playfully, making him shiver. He quickly excused himself to the study. You can't mess with a pregnant woman. Around 11 a.m., Song Yun signaled to Yi Qingqing, then slipped out of the house. Yi Qingqing noticed Yang Yingying in the kitchen and quietly followed him out. Did anyone see you? Song Yun asked, his heart racing. No, let's go. I'm starving, Yi Qingqing urged. They drove away in an inconspicuous UV, heading to Bhuan Lu. Inside the restaurant, the decor was traditional and elegant, giving off an ancient vibe. At the counter, Song Yun said, Good morning. I reserved a private room under the name Tu Chuan. Sorry, sir. The private rooms have been occupied. You'll have to dine in the main hall, the clerk replied coldly without looking up. Song Yun frowned, ready to argue, but his wife tugged his sleeve. Not worth getting upset over, she whispered. Song Yun didn't want this unpleasant episode to ruin their day. He snorted coldly and led his wife to a table. However, they sat for quite a while without any waiter bringing tea or taking their order, which made Song Yun really annoyed. He waved to a waiter and asked to order. The waiter slowly walked over, grabbed a menu from another table, and handed it to Song Yun. Song Yun opened the menu and saw that the prices were quite reasonable. A group of people could have a decent meal for less than 1,000 yuan. I'll have the shredded pork in Beijing sauce, 4 joy meatballs, and squirrel fish. Song Yun ordered 7 dishes in total. The waiter's disdainful look eased a bit, and he even brought over a pot of tea. As the waiter left, Yi Qingqing clung to Song Yun's arm and asked curiously, Honey, how does a restaurant with such poor service stay in business in Shanghai? Maybe they have more important customers in mind, Song Yun replied with a playful glint in his eye. Yi Qingqing looked around. It wasn't even lunchtime, and only a few tables were occupied. None of the customers looked particularly special. Just then, 4 Audi cars pulled up outside. Several middle-aged men in casual clothes got out. As soon as they appeared, the restaurant's staff perked up, and the manager hurried to greet them at the door. Welcome, the staff chorused. Director Wang, Captain Lu, Section Chief Li, Commissioner Qian, Director Zhao, welcome to our restaurant. I'm Manager Zhou Qi. You can just call me Xiao Zhu, the manager said obsequiously. See? There are the VIPs, Song Yun said with a smile, though his eyes were cold. Yi Qingqing suddenly understood. No wonder the waiters claimed there were no private rooms available. They had been reserved for these people. This restaurant's main business wasn't serving regular customers but cultivating connections with influential people to secure lucrative orders from various units. Ordinary people might spend 1,000 yuan on a meal, but the profits from these VIPs would be much higher. Song Yun watched as the men went upstairs and entered the private room he had reserved earlier that morning. His eyes grew colder. Why should I, who booked through the proper channels, be bumped for someone else? Yi Qingqing was also furious. They hadn't wanted to reveal their identities and just wanted a quiet meal, but this was too much. She slammed the table and shouted, Waiter! But all the staff were focused on the VIPs upstairs. They didn't care if the ordinary customers downstairs left without paying. Seeing no one respond, Yi Qingqing picked up her teacup and smashed it on the floor. Do you want to stay in business? Are your ears stuffed with donkey hair? She shouted. We're all here to eat. Do the new customers have 2 heads or something? Her words shocked everyone. The waiters glanced over, and even the door to the private room upstairs opened. A man with his hands behind his back stepped out. The waiters turned pale. If they offended the boss's friends, they would definitely be docked their bonuses. Who do you think you are, talking like that? Have some manners, the man shouted, pointing at Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing wasn't intimidated. She tapped the table with her chopsticks and said calmly, I happen to have the disciplinary department's phone number. Want me to call them? Her words were like a dagger to the man's heart. He opened his mouth but couldn't find the words. This girl had a fiery temper. Maybe she really was a fearless youngster. He didn't dare continue arguing. If word got out, a minor reprimand would be the least of his worries. Many had lost everything over such small incidents. He glared at Yi Qingqing, trying to remember her face for future retaliation. What are you staring at? Look at me again, and I'll gouge your eyes out, Song Yun yelled, slamming the table. If you're not guilty, come and argue with me. The man was furious. In his position, no one had ever spoken to him like this. What's wrong? Not satisfied? Let's film this and let the netizens decide, Song Yun said, pulling out his phone. The man immediately retreated into the private room, not daring to say another word. Coward! Song Yun's roar echoed through the restaurant. The other officials in the private room wanted to intervene, but were stopped by the man who had gone out earlier. Manager Zhou Qi hurriedly opened the door and apologized profusely. That guy took photos. Go down and make him delete them, one of the officials demanded. I'll take care of it, Zhou Qi replied. Downstairs, Song Yun sipped his tea, waiting. Manager Zhou Qi was not as polite. He reached for the phone on the table, but Song Yun's quick reflexes stopped him. The teacup spun in his hand and shot towards the manager's wrist. Ah! How dare you, Zhou Qi cried, clutching his hand like a wounded animal. Song Yun picked his ear lazily. If you're a dog, act like one. Don't bite, or I'll knock your teeth out. Insulted and enraged, Zhou Qi shouted, you don't know who you're messing with. Don't make me use force. Woof woof, Song Yun mocked. I don't understand dog language. You Zhou Qi stammered, furious. He was the owner's brother sent to Shanghai on a mission, now thwarted by this kid. Zhou Qi lunged at Song Yun to grab the phone, but it felt like hitting a wall. His arm went numb from the impact. Seizing the moment, Zhou Qi managed to grab the phone with his other hand. Put my phone back where it was, or don't blame me for what happens next, Song Yun demanded coldly. He hadn't expected the manager to be so stubborn, nor that he would dare to snatch the phone in front of so many people. Holding the phone, the manager sneered and taunted Song Yun. Not only will I not return it, but I'm going to smash it. Let's see what you can do about it. With that, he threw the phone to the ground, shattering it into pieces. The surrounding diners frowned at the scene. They had come to enjoy a meal, spending their money here, but the restaurant's attitude was outrageous. Many decided they wouldn't return. Check, please. Charge my table as well. Damn it. I've lost my appetite. Some patrons had already been enduring the poor service, and this incident was the last straw. Oh, so you all have tempers now. Zhang, go collect their payments, not a penny less, the manager barked, looking smug. He didn't care about these cheap customers who only spent a few hundred yuan. Their leaving would make room for more valuable clients. What kind of attitude is this? Is this how you run a business? A young man with his girlfriend stood up and protested. The manager, however, showed no remorse. Pointing to the broken phone, he arrogantly threatened, "Did I beg you to come eat here? Eat or leave, but keep your mouth shut, or you'll be leaving in a stretcher." The young man wanted to say more, but seeing the manager raise his fist, he wisely chose to leave with his girlfriend. Hey, I thought you were someone important, the manager scoffed. Our restaurant caters to high-end clientele. If you come, you eat and pay. If you don't, it won't affect me. But cause trouble, and you'll regret it. The remaining diners, all ordinary people, chose not to escalate the situation. They paid and left, not wanting more trouble. Soon, only Song Yun and his wife were left in the large dining hall. What, aren't you going to pay and leave? Or do you want my fist in your face? The manager boasted arrogantly. As a native of the city, he had grown up fighting in the streets and had developed a tough demeanor. So, you think you can just break my phone and that's the end of it? Song Yun asked calmly. The manager laughed and clapped his hands mockingly. Who do you think you are? Want compensation? You should find out who owns this restaurant and who dines here. As if on cue, 2 more cars pulled up outside. 3 men got out and walked in. The manager pointed at Song Yun, the threat clear in his eyes. Director Su, Secretary Lu, Section Chief Yin, what a rare visit, the manager greeted them, bowing obsequiously. These 3 men held high positions, much higher than the previous guests. The manager was thrilled, thinking he could curry favor with them. Is the food here as good as you say? Secretary Lu asked, looking around. But then he saw Song Yun, a man he could never hope to curry favor with, standing there. Mr. Song, what an honor to meet you here. Secretary Liu rushed over, ingratiatingly. Yu and Yin, noticing Secretary Liu's rush, were shocked to see Song Yun. They cursed Liu inwardly for trying to steal the limelight. And you are? Song Yun asked, feigning forgetfulness. You might not remember me, Mr. Song. I'm Liu from the municipal office. We met at a conference, Secretary Liu said, then turned to Yi Qingqing. Miss Ye, it's been a while. You look more beautiful than ever. Hey, with the way things are going, I'll be old and ugly within a year, Yi Qingqing retorted coldly. Secretary Liu was puzzled by her attitude. Had he come at a bad time? Were they having a marital spat? Hello, Mr. Song, I'm Manager Zhu from the bank. Hello, Mr. Song, I'm Section Chief Yin from the organization department. After introducing themselves, the 3 squeezed onto the bench opposite Song Yun, looking comically out of place. Why are you all sitting here instead of going to your private room? Song Yun asked, tapping his chopsticks impatiently. With you here, how could we dine anywhere else? Manager Shu said, smiling. But why are you dining in the hall, Mr. Song? Don't be modest. I'm just an ordinary person, out to be bullied, Song Yun said, pointing to the shattered phone. Someone here likes to call himself master and smashed my phone. Who dares to threaten you in Shanghai? Mr. Song's secretary Lu demanded, slamming the table. Keep it down, or you'll be next, Song Yun said softly. The manager was trembling with fear. He wanted to explain that it was all a misunderstanding, but the broken phone was evidence he couldn't ignore. Oh? Did someone upset you? Secretary Lu probed. More than upset. They smashed my phone, Song Yun said, pointing to the broken pieces on the floor. They've been throwing their weight around, acting like big shots, threatening me with violence. Secretary Lu slapped the table again. Shanghai is a city with excellent law and order. Who dares to act so recklessly? Keep your voice down, or you might get hit too, Song Yun warned. The manager was sweating bullets, his legs shaking uncontrollably. He wanted to claim it was all a misunderstanding, but the phone fragments told the truth. Lu, director and section chief, took a deep breath. To make Shanghai's wealthiest man, Song Yun, say such words, the person must have considerable influence. Could it be someone from the capital? But they quickly dismissed the idea. They hadn't received any notice about a major figure visiting. So, who could it be? They racked their brains. But no clear answer came to mind. Mr. Song, could you give us a hint? Lu asked in a low voice. Song Yun smiled and pointed at the manager standing behind them. It's no one far off. This manager here smashed my phone and threatened to beat me. How could I dare cause trouble? No, it's a misunderstanding, sir. It's all a misunderstanding, the manager stammered, almost in tears, as he faced the stern gazes of the three high-ranking officials. I didn't know your connection with these three gentlemen. It's a misunderstanding. I'm willing to compensate you. Compensate? My phone contained many confidential files. Can you afford to compensate for that? Song Yun sneered. And if I hadn't met these three, you would have bullied me freely. The manager swallowed hard, unable to respond. Why so silent now? Weren't you very arrogant just a moment ago? Song Yun walked up to the manager, took a napkin from the table, and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Don't be afraid. Just repeat what you said to me earlier. The manager couldn't take the pressure any longer and fell to his knees, clutching Song Yun's leg and begging for mercy. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't know who you were. If you'd just said a word, I wouldn't have dared to smash your phone. I realize my mistake. I'll compensate you for all your losses. Lu, director, squinted and walked over to the manager, prodding him with disdain. You sure have guts, smashing a customer's phone. I don't think your restaurant wants to stay in business. The manager, exhausted and tearful, continued to apologize profusely. Just then, a middle-aged man entered. He was the manager's uncle, here in Shanghai to oversee his nephew and maintain relationships with various factions. Half an hour earlier, he had been playing golf with some high-ranking officials. When he got a call about trouble at the restaurant, he rushed back. On arrival, he saw the situation was far worse than expected. Lu, director, Yi Xiu and section chief Yin, all three were here. Any one of them would warrant the highest level of service, let alone all three at once. But something must have gone terribly wrong for this to happen. Where was his nephew in all this? And why hadn't he dealt with it? Lu, director. Long time no see, the middle-aged man greeted, smiling as he approached. But then he noticed his nephew clinging to the leg of a young man and sobbing, a pitiful sight. What on earth was going on? The man was bewildered. Lu, director? Who is this gentleman? He asked quietly. Hey, running a business in Shanghai and not recognizing Mr. Song here. Your restaurant sure has high standards, Lu, director, mocked. The man searched his mind frantically, finally landing on one name, Song Yun. The wealthiest man in Shanghai, Song Yun. He had heard countless praises about Song Yun from many high-ranking officials. How had he ended up in this situation today? Mr. Song, welcome to our restaurant. I hope you find our dishes satisfactory, the man said, forcing a smile. He had no idea what had happened but felt proud that the wealthiest man in Shanghai had chosen to dine here. This would surely attract more high-profile clients. But Song Yun's face remained expressionless, his gaze fixed on the middle-aged man. The man's outstretched hand hung awkwardly in the air. Mr. Xia, how can you welcome Mr. Song without understanding what happened? Liu, director, sneered. You'd better figure out the situation first. What? Xia, completely bewildered, turned to his nephew. What happened? Uncle, I smashed Mr. Song's. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue, Liu, director, slammed the table. Your restaurant has some nerve smashing Mr. Song's phone. Do you know how many critical matters he handles daily? How many projects his company has in Shanghai? Without his phone, he's cut off from crucial decisions. Do you know how much that could disrupt? Liu, director, was well versed in official rhetoric. delivering a scathing rebuke that left Shea feeling like a criminal. Lu, director. No buts. Your restaurant standards are too high for us. If anyone wants to come here, let's see if I can remember them, Lu, director, threatened. Shea panicked. Expanding into Shanghai was meant to attract such high-profile clients. Offending Song Yun would deter all potential patrons. You scoundrels, Shea slapped his nephew across the face. The manager, holding his swollen cheek, whimpered. I didn't know he was so important. Even if he were an ordinary person, he's still a guest. Have you learned nothing from me all these years? Shea slapped him over and over until his hand hurt. Shea was furious. Song Yun was a figure to be revered. His presence should have been an honor, but his nephew's foolishness had jeopardized the restaurant's future. Shea needed to placate Song Yun quickly to save face for the restaurant. Apologize to Mr. Song immediately. You really think an apology will make this all go away? Yi King asked coldly from her seat. Jia Fu clearly hadn't grasped the full situation. While Song Yun had a high status and wasn't inclined to get his hands dirty, he was relatively easygoing. Yi King, however, was a different story. As the wife of Shanghai's wealthiest man and a strong-willed woman, she could find 1,000 reasons to make your life difficult if she wanted to. And who might you be? Xia Fu asked curiously, licking his lips. As someone new to Shanghai, he hadn't yet familiarized himself with all the influential figures, especially the women. This is Ms. Yi King, Mr. Song's wife and the daughter of the former richest family in Shanghai, the Yi family. Lu, the director, announced dramatically. He knew that flattering a woman might sometimes work better than flattering her husband. So, it's Ms. Ye. Xie Fu quickly responded with a sycophantic smile. My nephew has been a troublemaker since he was young, with little education. If he has offended you in any way, please be lenient and give him a chance. Yi King looked at him coolly and said, a child. He's grown yet still a child. You have a very broad definition of child, and it's not just your nephew that's the problem. This entire restaurant makes me uncomfortable. Are your servers all lords here? They don't greet customers and just stand around staring at their phones as if they own the place. Is this the specialty of your Bhuan, Louisiana? Xia Fu was taken aback. According to their procedures, this shouldn't be happening. Although they were new in Shanghai, their management and selection of staff followed strict protocols from their headquarters. All employees had to pass through a rigorous 3-step process before being hired. Their service was supposed to rival that of Shanghai's top 5-star hotels. This doesn't seem likely, Xia Fu muttered, frowning. While they weren't as powerful, he couldn't believe they were being falsely accused. Not likely? There are surveillance cameras, you can check them yourself, Song Yun sneered. To be honest, your Bhuan, Louisiana is quite trashy. Having their reputation trashed was a significant blow to a centuries-old establishment. Xia Fu suppressed his anger and checked the surveillance footage. After reviewing it, he was speechless. He grabbed his nephew by the collar and shouted, I told you to watch the restaurant, and this is how you do it. Why were there no servers attending to the diners? I pay them to provide top-notch service, not to act like lords. The manager, trembling in his uncle's grip, finally stammered, What I? Speak. I can't believe they'd dare act this way without your approval. I have some relationships with them. Song Yun looked around the room, noting the dozen or so female servers. This kid had quite the fortune with women and wasn't worried about straining his back. You scoundrels! Xia Fu kicked his nephew to the ground. This troublemaker was far too irresponsible. Previously, he had caused a scandal with his promiscuous behavior, forcing the family to pay 200,000 yuan to settle the issue. Now, without his brother's supervision and with his uncle often away, the nephew's dormant desires had resurfaced. He had seduced many staff members with promises of raises and favors. Xia Fu was deeply disappointed. His older brother was so much better than this worthless nephew. Mr. Song, this is clearly my oversight. I apologize for the unpleasant experience. I'm truly sorry. Xia Fu bowed deeply, then turned to the terrified servers. You all, come here and apologize to Mr. Song. The servers, not daring to resist, lined up and bowed, saying in unison, We're sorry. Louder. Did you not eat? Xia Fu yelled. We're sorry, they shouted louder. Mr. Song, are you satisfied now? Xia Fu asked, rubbing his hands together in apology. You should ask my wife, Song Yun said calmly. If my wife's anger isn't appeased, your restaurant won't last a day in Shanghai. And don't worry, I won't use underhanded tactics. I'll just crush you with money. Xia Fu realized how tricky this situation was. He approached Yi King with a fawning smile. Miss Yi, as long as you say there's still a grievance, I'll make sure it's rectified. Even if it means shutting down Bhuan Lu, I'll do it. His words were music to Yi Qingqing's ears. She wasn't a troublemaker by nature, and her anger was mostly to defend her husband's dignity. Regardless, your Bhuan Louisiana won't survive in Shanghai. Better leave soon, she said, waving her hand dismissively. Thank you, Xia Fu said, bowing with hands clasped together. Given the circumstances, this was the best outcome. Song Yun hadn't demolished their restaurant, which was a considerable favor. What's all the commotion? Two middle-aged men staggered out from upstairs, reeking of alcohol. One hiccuped and shouted, "Xie, hurry up and settle this. We're in the middle of drinking." Mr. Wang, Mr. Liu, I apologize for the disturbance. Apologize? Someone was taking photos of us earlier. How's that being handled? Xie Fu finally found the root of the problem. He looked at the two men upstairs, cursing internally. It was because of these idiots that millions in investments were now down the drain. You two have some nerve, Liu director said with narrowed eyes. Liu Qianshu, Wang Yigiguo, you think you're so important. The two men sobered up quickly when they saw who was speaking. Oh no! When had Liu director arrived? While they were each powerful in their own right, they were no match for someone like Liu, who was closely connected with top officials. A few bad words from Liu, and their careers could be over. Wang Yiguo slapped his face to sober up further and quickly descended the stairs to shake Liu director's hand. It's an honor to see you here today. I would never dare to be associated with someone as important as you, Liu Dami said, as he discreetly pushed away Wang Yiguo's hand. Wang Yiguo felt a surge of panic. Normally, Liu Dami was always respectful and polite towards him, never speaking with such sarcasm. Why was he acting so strangely today? Liu Dami, what are you saying? I'm always eager to get closer to you, Wang Yiguo said with a forced smile. In your eyes, is Liu Dami the only person that matters? Are the rest of us invisible? Director Yishu joined in with a similarly sarcastic tone. Though they were usually part of different systems, Yishu outranked Wang. Oh, I see how it is. I drank too much and didn't pay attention. Wang Yiguo quickly apologized. Director Shu, Director Yin, it's good to see you both. We're not doing as well as you, enjoying fine food and drink. Life must be good, Director Yin said, eager to distance himself from Wang. These fools cause trouble in their own small domains, without a thought for the bigger picture. Now they had crossed someone they shouldn't have, and being summoned for a stern talking to would be the least of their worries. Please don't say that. I apologize for my mistake, Wang Yiguo said, bowing deeply before turning to Xie Fu. Xia, don't you recognize these three important figures? Make sure to treat them properly. Xie Fu inwardly cursed Wang Yiguo and his arrogance. It was because of these idiots that all his recent efforts were going down the drain. Director Wang, what are you waiting for? Quickly arrange a private room for these three, Wang Yiguo demanded. Your service is appalling. It's no wonder you're struggling to establish yourselves in Shanghai. Bravo, Liu Dami clapped his hands, his laughter cold. Wang Yiguo, you sure are powerful. You can close down a restaurant just like that. Impressive. No, I wouldn't dare. It's all thanks to your support, Director Liu, Wang Yiguo stammered. I wouldn't dare support someone as important as you. I'm just a secretary, far below your rank. I could never pretend to be your equal, Liu Dami retorted. But it seems like Shanghai has become your domain. Do you even care about the people or your duties anymore? Wang Yiguo was stunned by the rebuke. What was going on? Why was Liu Dami so antagonistic today? What are you talking about? I don't understand, he said, bewildered. I speak plainly and deal fairly, Liu Dami shouted, slamming the table. Didn't you order someone to smash a gentleman's phone? You have some nerve, destroying public property. This matter will be reported. What? Wang Yiguo was thunderstruck. With the alcohol clouding his judgment, he struggled to understand the gravity of the situation. It wasn't me, he tried to protest. Enough. Prepare to face the consequences, Liu Dami warned. Wang Yiguo couldn't believe it. Because of one lunch, he was about to lose his position. I'm not under your direct supervision. I have people above me too. I refuse to believe a broken phone could ruin me. Do you know whose phone it was? Liu Dami asked. It doesn't matter whose phone it is. At most I'll buy them a new one. Seeing Wang Yiguo's defiance, Liu Dami smiled. Some people had grown too comfortable in their positions. Wang Yiguo, you're done for, Director Yin said disdainfully. We're not here to save you. Deal with the mess you made on your own. The commotion downstairs had drawn the remaining four from the private room. They stood together, projecting a false sense of authority. Liu Dami, just because you work closely with the boss doesn't mean you can bully us. What have we done to deserve this attitude? One of them demanded, swaying slightly from the alcohol. Lu Dami couldn't care less about their complaints. These five had been entrenched in their positions for too long, losing their initial diligence. Many reports had suggested they be moved to less important roles until retirement, but those had been suppressed. Now, they had crossed a line. Their superiors would likely cut ties to avoid any fallout. "You've done well." "Very well," Lu Dami said dismissively. The five men were baffled. The looks from everyone around them screamed, "You're finished," but they couldn't figure out why. What had they done wrong besides smashing a phone? "Jaya, tell us what's going on. Why is Lu Dami so angry?" Wang Yiguo whispered. Xia Fu wanted to kick them all out but decided it was better to stay quiet. He subtly pointed to Song Yun, who was seated calmly. "That young man? He's just a regular person, right?" They pondered if Lu Dami was related to him. If so, it made sense why Lu was so upset. Realizing this, Wang Yiguo thought he had a solution. He pulled out his wallet and took out a wad of cash, around 7 or 8,000 yuan. He placed it next to Song Yun and patted his shoulder. "If you knew Lu Dami, you should have said so earlier. This is just a misunderstanding. Here's some money for a new phone." Lu Dami, Director Xu, and Director Yin felt their hearts leap into their throats. Wang Yiguo was being reckless. "Oh? You think this will compensate me?" Song Yun asked with a wry smile. "Is it not enough?" "Not nearly enough." Wang Yiguo, believing money could solve the issue, signaled the others to contribute. They pooled over 20,000 yuan, placing it before Song Yun. "Is this enough to settle the matter?" "It's still not enough." "Are you trying to extort us?" young man Wang Yiguo asked angrily. "Do I know you well?" Song Yun sneered at Wang Yiguo. "Ah, you young man have quite the temper." "Lu Dami, don't say I didn't give you face," Wang Yiguo retorted, taking the money off the table. He had no goodwill left for this young man, who had first threatened them with photos and now acted so arrogantly. Did he really think that just because he was related to Lu Dami, he could act with impunity? "You seem to be mistaken. Mr. Song is not my junior, and his background is..." Lu Dami looked at Wang Yiguo like he was already a dead man. If he had a junior like Song Yun, he would have worshipped him like a god. "What do you mean?" Wang Yiguo, a bit tipsy, couldn't grasp Lu Dami's point. What significant background could this young man have? There were no notable figures with the surname Song in the system they knew. "Figure it out yourself. There's no one important named Song." Wang Yiguo kept racking his brain, unable to connect the dots. Then, Song Yun spoke up. "Don't think too hard. I'm Song Yun. I run a few companies. You sound like just a small business owner." Song Yun. Wang Yiguo's expression shifted from disdain to shock, then to utter disbelief as he stared at the young man in front of him. Even though he had settled into a comfortable life without striving for more, the name Song Yun was one that everyone in Shanghai knew and respected. "You're Song Yun. I mean, Mr. Song." Wang Yiguo licked his dry lips. When he saw Lu Dami nod, he nearly fainted from the shock. "Damn it! Lu Dami set me up. You knew this was a big shot. Someone who could shake Shanghai's economy with a stomp, and you didn't warn me." The four people behind Wang Yiguo stepped back in unison, wishing they could sneak away unnoticed. But there was no escape. They had to face the consequences of today's actions. "Mr. Song, this is all a misunderstanding. If I had known you were the wealthiest man in Shanghai, I would never have let the manager do such a thing." Wang Yiguo grovelled. "So, if it were an ordinary person, you would have dared?" Song Yun's eyes were cold. Just one glance from him made Wang Yiguo shiver and snap out of his drunken state. "Of course not." Wang Yiguo laughed nervously. "Mr. Song, please tell us what we can do to make amends. We'll do our best to satisfy your demands." "Oh." Song Yun's smile was mocking. "What if I say I want the land in the South District that's about to be redeveloped?" That's Wang Yiguo was troubled. While there was room for manipulation, he couldn't extend his reach that far. "How about we compensate you 10 times the value of your phone?" Wang Yiguo desperately suggested a compromise. After all, it was just a phone, and even 10 times its value shouldn't be too much. "You said it. No backing out." Song Yun said calmly. He picked up a chopstick from the table. "Each chopstick represents 50,000 yuan. Let's see how much you owe me. My phone contains countless confidential files. To restore them, I need the best technician, and that alone costs at least 50,000 yuan. Wang Yiguo froze. This was going to cost a fortune. "Mr. Song, repairing a phone shouldn't cost that much." "It does if I need someone trustworthy to ensure my files aren't leaked, causing even greater losses." All right, continue." "Next, I've had this phone for 6 months. There's sentimental value which is priceless, but I'll let that slide for 100,000 yuan. Do you agree?" "Agreed." Wang Yiguo gritted his teeth. "And the phone itself is a custom-made model from Huami. costing me 380,000 yuan. You can verify this with the invoice. As Song Yun laid out the chopsticks, Wang Yiguo's anxiety grew. Damn rich people, using phones worth hundreds of thousands. That's 530,000 yuan in total. With 10 times compensation, that's 5.3 million yuan. Cash or transfer. The high amount stunned everyone. Wang Yiguo was dumbfounded. 5.3 million. And he was the one who had proposed the tenfold compensation. If he could turn back time, he'd slap himself before uttering such nonsense. Mr. Song, we can't afford such a high price. What do you mean? You suggested the compensation, not me. Song Yun's smile was icy. Divided among 5 people, that's 1.06 million each. It's manageable, Wang Yiguo mumbled, looking at his 4 friends. You each. Old Wang. You said tenfold compensation. Not us, Lu team leader said, grinning. He wouldn't pay a penny of the hefty sum. That's right. You decided on tenfold compensation without consulting us. You pay it all yourself, another added. Old Wang, you're a fool. You should have asked about the phone's value before making such promises. I can't help my mother just had surgery and I'm broke. The others chimed in, making it clear they wouldn't contribute a cent. Wang Yiguo was betrayed by his friends. He pointed at them, trembling with anger. This has nothing to do with you. Mr. Song is generous. He won't hold it against you as small fry. You just wanted to impress him and made a fool of yourself. Bastards. You bastards, Wang Yiguo shouted, realizing too late that he had placed his trust in the wrong people. Mr. Song, you're a magnanimous person. Please just let us off the hook, Lu team leader pleaded, his face full of shamelessness. You're such a big shot. Getting angry over something so trivial is beneath you. Yeah. For you, losing a few 100,000 yuan is nothing. What does a single phone matter? Seeing their shameless faces, Song Yun couldn't believe how thick-skinned they were. Lu Dami stood aside, embarrassed, covering his face. Even though he wasn't directly related to these 5 men, they were all part of the same system. Their behavior could make Song Yun look down on him, and might even cause Song Yun to dislike him by association. If he could, Lu Dami would have kicked them all out himself. No matter how rich I am, what does that have to do with you? My money didn't just fall from the sky, Song Yun retorted. Lu team leader hurriedly waved his hands. We just hope you'll be lenient and let us off. As for what Wang Yiguo said, he can deal with that himself. The 4 of us will compensate you for the phone's original price. How about that? Song Yun's eyes swept over them before resting on Wang Yiguo. How does that feel now? They're all just fair weather friends. I wish I'd never met them, Wang Yiguo spat angrily, hanging his head. The other 4 looked ashamed. They knew they were being dishonorable, but the amount of money involved was just too high. Fine, you 4 can pay for the phone and leave, Song Yun said, giving them a bank account number. The 4 men quickly gathered the money, and after 5 minutes, Song Yun's account showed the transfer. He waved them off, and they left happily. Now, Wang Yiguo, what about you? Song Yun asked. I don't have any money. Oh? Your position must come with plenty of perks. How can you not afford this? Wang Yiguo bit his lip, muttering, I've been in this position for almost 10 years and haven't taken a single bribe. Even if this goes to an investigation, I can say that with confidence. The most I've done is accept a meal here and there. Song Yun looked questioningly at Lu Dami, who cleared his throat and said, despite his lack of competence, he is indeed clean. He still lives in an old house built in the 1980s. Oh, so he hasn't done anything seriously wrong. Song Yun addressed Wang Yiguo directly. Although you are clean, are you really that innocent? When you dine at restaurants, do you ever pay? You're better than those 4, but not by much. Song Yun then turned to Lu Dami. What about those 4? How bad is it? Lu Dami hesitated. Despite Song Yun's high status, he wasn't an insider, and revealing such secrets could be troublesome if they got out. Seems like it's not simple, Song Yun remarked, taking out his phone and calling UGI. When Lu Dami heard Song Yun address the person on the other end as Uncle Yu, he straightened up. In all of Shanghai, only one high-ranking official matched that description. Song Yun explained the situation to UG, who became furious and immediately ordered an investigation into the 4 men. After hanging up, Wang Yiguo was puzzled. Throughout the call, Song Yun had only mentioned the 4 who left. Was he going to be spared? Wang Yiguo, you heard the call. I'm dealing with those 4 because they've done bad things, but you're not as bad. So, go back, arrange for an early retirement or resign, and that's it. Wang Yiguo knew the higher-ups disapproved of those who didn't strive to improve. This incident would probably lead to a purge of many such individuals. Retiring early was the best outcome for him now. Thank you, Mr. Song. Leave. After Wang Yiguo left, Lu Dami and the other two were extremely uneasy. They had witnessed Song Yun's influence in Shanghai firsthand, and the most startling thing was that Song Yun was not even 30 years old yet. They couldn't predict how powerful he would become in the future. Mr. Song, enjoy your meal. We won't be third-wheeling anymore, Lu Dami said respectfully. Don't come to places like this too often. The food is expensive and not good. Song Yun's words were a reminder for them. Given their positions, it was indeed inappropriate for them to frequently attend such expensive banquets. After everyone left, only Xie Fu and his nephew remained, standing there trembling. In Beijing, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that most people they encountered had significant backgrounds. Although businessmen in Beijing made substantial amounts, they were cautious and didn't overstep their bounds. But in Shanghai, they were amazed by the connections between business and the city's upper echelons. Seeing Song Yun's influence today, Xie Fu's perception of him changed drastically. This young man was incredibly powerful. You have 3 days to close the restaurant. Can you manage that? Song Yun asked calmly, as he continued eating. You're our last customer in Shanghai. Once you're done, we'll close immediately, Xie Fu replied respectfully. The food is good, the prices are fair, but the people have ruined it, Song Yun said, standing up with Yi King, and they left Ba Chuan Lu. Xie Fu exhaled deeply. The pressure from Song Yun was immense. Even without saying or doing much, just one look from him was intimidating. Uncle, do we really have to go back to Beijing? The manager asked, holding his swollen face. He didn't want to go back. In Beijing, he lived with his family, constantly under his older brother's scrutiny. It was nothing like the freedom he enjoyed in Shanghai. It's all because of you. If you had learned anything from me, our restaurant's reputation would have soared today, Xie Fu said, frustrated. Now, get ready to be scolded by your brother when we return to Beijing. The manager sighed, looking around at the restaurant and its staff, knowing he would have to say goodbye to it all. When Song Yun and Yi King returned home, Yang Yingying immediately targeted Song Yun, seemingly disliking him as long as he was around. Honey, maybe I should apologize to Yingying. After all, it was my idea to go out, Yi King suggested, feeling sorry for Song Yun's helpless expression. Song Yun shook his head with a sigh. After all, this was his wife carrying his child. How could he bear to do anything harmful to them? Yang Yingying had previously encountered a similar situation while working for an aristocratic family abroad. The lady of the house became pregnant, and her husband had an affair with her sister. The husband, influenced by the sister, even agreed to get rid of his wife. Thankfully, the hospital managed to save both the mother and the child. Because of that incident, Yang Yingying's service level was downgraded as a punishment. She learned that some men, who seemed obedient and good on the surface, could be hiding evil intentions. Just as Song Yun was lying on the couch watching Wen Shu and Yuan Siyu play video games, his phone rang. It was Yezi calling. Hey brother. It's been a while since you called, Song Yun teased. What can your big brother do for you? Yezi's voice was low and strained. Song, could you lend me 10,000 yuan? 10,000 yuan was nothing to Song Yun, not even the cost of a meal out. However, Yezi asking for money out of the blue made Song Yun curious. If it was something urgent, he wouldn't hesitate to lend even 100,000 or 1,000,000. But if Yezi was in trouble, Song Yun wouldn't just give him money, he'd also make sure to help him straighten things out. Sure. But what's the money for? Yezi hesitated. I just started dating this girl. Today she saw a bag she liked and wanted me to buy it for her. I don't have enough money on me, so I thought I'd ask you. Don't worry, I'll pay you back next month when I get paid. That's nonsense, Song Yun laughed. It was good that Yezi was dating since he was at the age for marriage. But it seemed like this girl had quickly gotten him to start spending money on her. Song Yun didn't think much of it though. Matters of the heart were personal, and Yezi surely had his reasons. He ended the call and transferred the money to Yezi via WeChat. Thinking that was the end of it, Song Yun was surprised when Yezi called again around 4 p.m., saying he had a fight with his girlfriend and didn't know what to do. After asking for details, Song Yun learned that after buying the bag, the girl saw a dress worth over 10,000 yuan and wanted it. Yezi, short on cash, suggested waiting until his next paycheck, but the girl accused him of not loving her. Embarrassed in the crowded mall, Yezi suggested they talk outside, but the girl grabbed the new bag and walked off. Brother, this girl, Song Yun muttered, realizing she saw Yezi as nothing more than a cash cow. Song, what should I do? Should I just buy her the dress to make her happy? Ah, you poor thing, you're clueless about relationships, Song Yun thought. He recalled his own naivety before meeting Yi King, when he foolishly gave all his money to the Yesu family. If it weren't for the system and Yi King, he might have done something stupid. Brother, where are you now? Song Yun asked. I'm still at the mall, wondering if I should buy the dress, Yezi replied. Don't. Come to Huashu Villa and see me, Song Yun instructed before hanging up. An hour later, the doorbell rang. Yezi walked in, looking dejected. He greeted everyone and followed Song Yun to the study. Song Yun handed him a cigarette, and they started smoking. How long have you been dating this girl? Song Yun asked. About a month. She returned from studying abroad 2 months ago, and we started chatting on a social app, Yezi explained. A month isn't short. Have you been to her house? How far have you two gone? Song Yun asked, noticing Yezi blushing. Nothing much. She said she wants to save the special moments for marriage, Yezi mumbled. Seriously, Song Yun thought, recognizing the same lines Su Luding used before. Are you still a virgin? He asked bluntly. Yezi hesitated, then quickly denied it, though his expression betrayed him. Song Yun chuckled, realizing his brother's naivety. The girl clearly didn't care about Yezi, only using him to get what she wanted. What's her name, where did she study, and what does her family do? Song Yun probed further. Her name is Lin Yu. She studied finance at Harvard. I don't know about her family, she never mentioned it, and I didn't ask, Yezi replied uncomfortably. Unbelievable, Song Yun thought, realizing how gullible Yezi was. Why don't you invite her to dinner with us? Yezi immediately agreed, trusting Song Yun's judgment in matters of the heart. He called his girlfriend in front of Song Yun. Honey, please don't be mad. I swear I'll buy you that dress next month when I get paid. Don't be mad, okay? Baby. A friend of mine wants to invite you to dinner tonight. How about it? Yezi asked cautiously. Lin Yu firmly refused, saying she had plans with her girlfriends. In reality, she had plans to meet another guy who had already spent over 10,000 yuan on her. Though she'd been seeing him for a while, they had only held hands and kissed. Tonight, she planned to take their relationship further to ensure he didn't slip away. When Yezi invited her out, she imagined it would be a cheap dinner at a street stall. Annoyed, she felt like blocking him. Alright, have fun with your friends. Just don't drink too much, Yezi said. Got it. Got it. You're so annoying. Lin Yu's irritated voice came through the phone. Song Yun, who had been listening, took Yezi's phone and said, Hi Lin Yu. I'm Yezi's friend. I booked a table at a Michelin restaurant tonight. Are you sure you don't want to join us? Hearing Michelin restaurant, Lin Yu's tone changed immediately. Oh, hello. That's so generous of you. It's really too much for a first dinner. She was surprised. Yezi never mentioned having such a wealthy friend. Michelin restaurants were her favorite, where meals cost tens of thousands and were a status symbol. Great, then we'll see you at 6:30 p.m. at the Michelin restaurant in HP District, Song Yun said, then hung up. Listening to the dial tone, Lin Yu began to believe Yezi's friend was a rich heir. Wealthy second-generation heirs were always commanding, which oddly reassured her. Back at Huashu Villa, Yezi was puzzled. Song, why did you hang up? I wanted to talk to her more. Don't worry, you'll see her tonight, Song Yun assured him. At 6 p.m., Lin Yu was applying lipstick in her living room. Her roommate, yawning, walked in and asked, Who are you dressing up for? Who else? Yezi. Lin Yu replied without looking up. But didn't you say you were going to ignore him for a while? Did our gorgeous Lin Yu suddenly decide to be kind? Her roommate teased, tickling her. Stop it. We're having dinner with someone else too. Lin Yu laughed. Who? Is he handsome? Rich? What does he do? The roommate was intrigued. Lin Yu usually put on light makeup for Yezi, but tonight she was going all out. He seems like a wealthy heir. He's taking us to a Michelin restaurant, Lin Yu explained. The roommate gasped and grabbed Lin Yu's arm. Take me with you. I've only been to a Michelin restaurant once, and I had to split the bill with a blind date. You're scheming. Aren't you? Lin Yu understood her roommate well. She was a gold digger, willing to do anything for money. Pretty please, Lin Yu, just this once. I promise not to cause trouble. Lin Yu hesitated. Her roommate had introduced her to several good prospects before. Excluding her could strain their friendship. Alright, let me call Yezi and ask. She dialed Yezi's number. Yezi, my girlfriend insists on coming with me. She won't let me leave without her. Can I bring her along? It'll be more fun with more people. Yezi felt awkward. The dinner wasn't on him, and Michelin meals were expensive. But Lin Yu's sweet voice swayed him, and he agreed. Lin Yu grinned at her roommate. Hurry up and get dressed. Her roommate cheered, pulled out a revealing dress, and prepared quickly. At 6:30 p.m., at the Michelin restaurant in HP District, Song Yun and Yezi waited at their table. Yezi kept checking the time, anxious not to waste Song Yun's time. Thankfully, Lin Yu and her roommate arrived soon after. Sorry we're late, Lin Yu apologized with a bow. Seeing Song Yun's handsome face, Lin Yu was stunned. He was exactly her type. If she could be with him, she wouldn't mind being the one pursued. No problem, you're only a few minutes late, Song Yun smiled, calling for the waiter and handing over the menu. Seeing the prices, the two girls were thrilled. They knew a salad costing 700 or 800 yuan only needed a few yuan to make, but the Michelin label justified the cost for them. I'll have this, and this, Lin Yu ordered. I'll have the same, her roommate echoed. Yezi calculated their order and realized it would cost over 10,000 yuan just for the two of them. Lin Yu's roommate, despite eating little, managed to rack up a hefty bill with her expensive choices. Yezi watched in horror as a single steak cost over 5,000 yuan, realizing that a month's salary would barely cover four of them. His worldview was shattered in that instant. Handsome, what do you do for a living? Lin Yu eyed Song Yun up and down, noting his tasteful attire and the sparkling, unknown brand watch on his wrist that screamed wealth. A big catch. No, a whale. If only she had met Song Yun before Yezi. But it was not too late. Lin Yu believed no cat could resist sneaking a bite of fish. Many of her ex-boyfriends were brothers of previous partners, won over with just a flirtatious gesture. I run a small business, Song Yun replied with a friendly smile. Lin Yu was heavily made up, exuding a seductive charm that was irresistible to someone as inexperienced as Yezi. My silly brother, Song Yun thought. How can you not see that a woman who spends tens of thousands on whims is beyond the means of an average salaryman? She might drain you dry and disappear. A businessman, how impressive, Lin Yu's roommate cooed. Her sweet voice could send shivers down any man's spine. But Song Yun remained unaffected, smiling politely without showing interest. This bruised her ego. Hi there, handsome. I'm Wen Qingyan. What's your name? Wen Qing batted her eyes at Song Yun, making Yezi's heart sink. Damn, what kind of friends does Lin Yu have? Song Yun came to help their relationship, not to get hit on by her friend. What would his wife think? My brother prefers to keep a low profile, and doesn't like sharing his name, Yezi quickly intervened. Where's our food? It's taking so long. The two women scoffed internally. This bumpkin had clearly never been to such a high-end restaurant where chefs took their time crafting each dish with precision. It should be ready soon, Lin Yu said with a feigned ladylike smile. Though her mind raced with ways to flirt with Song Yun. As for Yezi, who was Yezi? What do you ladies do for work? Song Yun asked with a smile. You both look so elegant. Are you in administration, or maybe you're big-time influencers? His compliment hit the mark. Being called elegant by someone like Song Yun made them feel valued. Oh, nothing much. I just lost my job and am looking for something new. Do you have any openings? Wen Qing asked innocently, her eyes wide and filled with desire. This act usually worked wonders, making men fall head over heels. But Yezi saw through it and jumped in. Hey, our company needs a receptionist. Interested? Idiot. Wen Qing cursed internally. What a moron. She maintained her sweet facade, saying, Oh no, I've never worked as a receptionist. I believe in empowering myself. Being a receptionist doesn't offer growth, and I don't want to be just a pretty face in the company. Her words gave Yezi goosebumps. This woman was too seductive. Exactly, our Wen Qing is not only pretty but also very capable, a real power woman, Lin Yu added, seemingly praising her friend, but actually undermining her appeal to wealthy men who preferred docile and obedient partners. Wen Qing's face fell as she signaled to Lin Yu, who ignored her. Lin Yu continued, Unlike me, I just want to find a good man to marry and stay home, raising kids. That's the life I aspire to. Yes, honey, whatever you want, I'm with you, Yezi agreed enthusiastically, lacking confidence due to Lin Yu's high standards. Lin Yu's smile froze. Damn it, who does he think he is? She only dated him out of boredom, and he latched on immediately. Now he talks about supporting her as if he could. Yes, I think Yezi and you are a good match. When are you planning to marry? I must be the godmother to your first child, Wen Qing said, making Lin Yu's face burn with shame. She had no intention of marrying Yezi. If it were Song Yun, she would marry him tomorrow. I don't plan on marrying Yezi soon. We need to save for a down payment on a house first, Lin Yu deflected. The two friends began subtly sparring with words, hiding their true intentions. Wen Qing, why don't you find a man and get married? You're a year older than me, Lin Yu countered. I just haven't found the right one yet. If I met someone as wonderful as this handsome guy here, I'd have children by now, Wen Qing shot back. Only when all the dishes had been served did the two women finally fall silent. Besides Yezi marveling at how well the two women got along, Song Yun thought to himself that the money spent on this meal was worth it for the drama alone. Wow. This steak is so delicious, Wen Qing exclaimed, covering her small mouth in surprise. She cut a piece and offered it to Song Yun with a smile. Little brother, it's really good. Do you want to try some? Song Yun shook his head gently. I've already tried everything this restaurant has to offer. Wen Qing's eyes sparkled. Wow! This isn't just any rich second-generation kid. He's a super rich second generation. How could anyone else have tasted everything in a Michelin restaurant? That would cost millions. Little brother, are you single? What do you think of me? Wen Qing eagerly made her move, realizing Lin Yu had already set her sights on Song Yun. She had to act fast, throwing away all pretense. Lin Yu, seeing her friend's forwardness, seethed with anger. How could Wen Qing be so desperate? They had only just met, and she was already making moves. Look at him, he's so handsome. How could he not have a girlfriend? He might even be married already, Lin Yu said, patting Wen Qing's shoulder with a smile. Yezi clapped his hands and exclaimed, How did you know? Ha ha, the three of them stared at each other in surprise. Yezi explained seriously. My brother is indeed married. He'll have a child next year. Damn! What the heck? How could such a handsome guy already be married? What a waste! Lin Yu and Wen Qing were both shocked and their expressions grew grim. Little brother, is what Yezi said true? Wen Qing asked sadly. Song Yun nodded calmly, and the two women felt their hearts shatter. But soon, they recalled Yezi's words he'd have a child next year. That meant his wife was pregnant. Men often cheat during their wives' pregnancies or after many years of marriage. They didn't care if Song Yun had a family, they cared if they could get involved now. This was their chance. Little brother, your wife is pregnant, so life must be tough for you. Pregnant women can be quite troublesome. Wen Qing probed, hoping to stir up some dissatisfaction. But Song Yun just smiled. I love my wife very much, so I love everything about her. Wow! An absolutely perfect man. The two women were at a loss. They weren't afraid of cheating men, but a man who was steadfastly loyal was a real challenge. Hurry up and eat your steak before it gets cold, Yeezy said, his mouth full, much to the two women's disdain. Song Yun watched the two women's performance and found it amusing. Did they really think he was just a naive rich kid? They seemed to judge purely based on looks or some superficial skills. In reality, the second-generation rich kids Song Yun knew were all sharp, especially regarding relationships. They valued gains and losses highly. If they ever found out a woman was trying to deceive them or approaching them with ulterior motives, they would immediately withdraw without hesitation. Hey little brother, how about we have some red wine? Wen Qing said flirtatiously. She was a queen of nightlife, used to drinking by the bottle. If she could get Song Yun drunk and take him home tonight, the future looked promising. No thanks. I drove here today, Song Yun declined politely. But Lin Yu, sharing the same goal, chimed in. Oh, come on. You can let Yezi drive you home if you get drunk. No way. My brother drives a sports car. I wouldn't dare drive it. Even a scratch on the paint would cost thousands. Yezi quickly refused. If Song Yun had driven an ordinary car, he might have tried. But today's ride was a high-end sports car, and the powerful acceleration had already terrified Yezi on the way here. Driving it himself was out of the question. A sports car. Wen Qing and Lin Yu exchanged glances, seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. Team up, Lin Yu texted Wen Qing. Wen Qing's phone pinged, and she discreetly nodded after reading the message. The plan was to join forces. If one woman's allure wasn't enough, then two might do the trick. Few men could resist such temptation. We can just hire a designated driver. There are plenty who can handle your car, Wen Qing suggested with a mischievous smile. Or are you afraid your drinking skills won't match up? Afraid? Me? Song Yun pretended to take the bait and called over a server to bring some wine. Soon several bottles of wine were chilling in an ice bucket on the table. Song Yun poured for the three of them, and they clinked glasses and drank. The wine went down smoothly, and the two women were visibly impressed by the quality, much better than what they usually had at nightclubs. Wen Qing took on the role of pouring, and in just over 10 minutes they had finished 4 bottles. Both women were tipsy, occasionally giggling foolishly. Song Yun, on the other hand, remained composed, showing no signs of intoxication. Little brother, you are so handsome, Wen Qing giggled, reaching out to touch Song Yun's face. Yezi, alarmed, quickly pushed her hand away. HMP Wen Qing pouted, then stretched her long leg towards Song Yun. But in the process she felt another leg, clad in black stockings, bump against hers. Looking down she realized Lin Yu had the same idea. No way. She couldn't fall behind now. Their legs met their target, rubbing up and down. Yezi shivered and stood up abruptly. Wen Qing, why are you touching my leg? Please show some respect. I'm Lin Yu's boyfriend. Wen Qing looked down again and saw they had targeted the wrong person. Why are you flirting with my boyfriend? Lin Yu immediately questioned, making Wen Qing feel embarrassed and unsure how to respond. That was accidental. The space under the table is so small. What's the big deal if we touch a little? Wen Qing said, pouting and looking pitiful. Oh, it was accidental. Yezi nodded and sat down. Be careful next time. If Lin Yu misunderstands, it'll be hard for me to explain. Wen Qing cursed internally, thinking how self-absorbed Yezi was. Did he really believe she was interested in him? Even Lin Yu wasn't truly focused on him anymore. He was so delusional. With this misunderstanding, Wen Qing dared not stretch her legs again, fearing Lin Yu would make a scene. Little brother, I've had too much to drink. My head is spinning. Wen Qing acted, clutching her temple. Seeing this, Lin Yu felt furious but helpless. With Yezi present, she couldn't openly flirt with Song Yun. Song Yun had enjoyed enough of their back and forth. He smiled and asked, how about another drink? Oh, you're so naughty. But if you want to drink, I'll join you. Wen Qing giggled. Yezi, you should join us too. I remember you could handle your liquor well in college, Song Yun suggested. He had a plan. Everyone but him should get drunk tonight. Yezi had spent a lot of money, and it couldn't go to waste. Do I have to, brother? Yezi asked, hesitant, but seeing Song Yun already lifting a bottle, he reluctantly agreed. One bottle after another, they drank, the high-quality wine going down easily. Wen Qing and Lin Yu fought to stay conscious, while Yezi's face turned red, his eyes glazing over. Song Yun finished his last glass and snapped his fingers. A server approached. Mr. Song, any instructions? This Michelin restaurant was partially owned by the Yi Group, now under Song Yun's name, making him one of the bosses. Book a presidential suite at the Pearl Hotel and arrange a car to take these three there, Song Yun ordered, lighting a cigarette and looking at his dazed brother with concern. Yes, Mr. Song. Right away, the server replied, efficiently handling the arrangements in under 10 minutes. As the two women, both barely conscious, clung to Yezi, thinking he was Song Yun, they were taken to the car. Song Yun also arranged for a driver to take him back to Huashu Villa. The next morning, in the presidential suite of the Magic Pearl Hotel, Leaf opened his eyes groggily. He had drunk too much last night, and now he had a terrible headache. He pulled out his numb arm and sat up, looking around at the unfamiliar surroundings. He was suddenly wide awake. Let me sleep a bit more. A woman's murmuring voice came from beside Leaf. He looked down and saw his girlfriend lying there, looking satisfied and still asleep. What the heck? What did I do last night after drinking too much? Leaf felt extremely thirsty now. Just as he was thinking about how to explain himself, an arm wrapped around his waist. He turned stiffly to look the other way. It was Wen Qing. Oh crap. What did I do last night? Brother Song? Yes, where is Brother Song? He gently removed Wen Qing's arm, carefully got out of bed, got dressed, and left the bedroom. Sitting in the living room of the presidential suite, Leaf made a call to Song Yun. What's up? Song Yun's voice came through. At that moment, he was sitting at the dining table having breakfast with his family. Brother Song. Last night, weren't you? Where are you now? Leaf stammered. Song Yun put a fried egg into his mouth and laughed. Last night, I went home after getting drunk. But you? Did you have a wonderful time with two beauties last night? Brother Song. My dear brother. It's not just that this morning I feel like I'm in a nightmare. Leaf lowered his voice and shouted, Brother, what should I do now? What if Lin Yu wakes up and wants to break up with me? Brother, can't you see? These two women are not easy to deal with. Song Yun said slowly. Did you really think your girlfriend Lin Yu is innocent? I have an investigation report here. Want to hear it? Leaf, still feeling dizzy from the hangover, asked in confusion. What report? Lin Yu, real name Lin Xinru, was born in the Coal province. Her parents are working class. She got into a third-rate university in the city and settled here. Her so-called overseas experience is fake. During her university days she had 6 different sugar daddies, 2 of whom were old enough to be her grandfather. Not only that, after graduating she had over 30 boyfriends, 4 of whom were financially ruined because of her, leading to police involvement. She only returned half the money. Currently, besides you, Lin Yu is also involved with 3 other men. Brother, face the reality. Hearing this, Leaf was stunned on the sofa. He found it hard to believe, but Song Yun had helped him so much that he couldn't be lying about something so trivial. So, it was likely all true. He had been made a fool. Leaf lit a cigarette and hoarsely said, Brother Song, what should I do now? As a novice in matters of love, Leaf felt deeply saddened that the woman he deeply loved was actually a heartless player. What to do? Wait for me at the hotel. I'll come over after breakfast. Song Yun hung up the phone and finished his glass of milk. What happened? Yi King blinked her curious eyes, asking. She had heard her husband mention reports and names, and it seemed interesting. Leaf got scammed by a woman. Song Yun shrugged. The kid is too naive. He spent tens of thousands buying her bag shortly after meeting her. If he hadn't run out of money and come to me for a loan, I wouldn't have known. Thank goodness for the timely intervention. Once entangled with such a woman, there's no getting away without significant loss. Yi King sighed. You should go help Leaf sort it out. Tell me the rest when you get back. Song Yun smiled and patted Yi King's head, then had Huang Baoding drive him straight to the Magic Pearl Hotel. At the door of the presidential suite, Song Yun could hear loud arguing inside, even through the hotel's top-notch soundproofing. Inside, Leaf covered his ears and gestured to the two women to lower their voices. Ever since they woke up 10 minutes ago and saw him, they had been arguing non-stop, accusing Leaf of taking advantage of them last night. Leaf, I thought you were a decent man, but now I see you're just like the others out there. Lin Yu shouted angrily. What the heck? She had drunk too much last night, and her last memory was being with Leaf's brother. How did she wake up with Leaf? Wenking had the same confusion. She was just an outsider wanting to climb up by seducing Leaf's brother. How did she end up here? Knock knock knock. Someone knocked on the door, and Leaf hurried to open it. Seeing Song Yun, he breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Song, thank goodness you're here. Song Yun patted his silly brother on the shoulder and walked inside. Why are you two ladies so angry so early in the morning? Song Yun sat on the sofa and lit a cigarette with a smile. The two women had countless questions, but seeing the bodyguard behind Song Yun, they held back. Lin Yu, oh no. I should call you Lin Xingru. Song Yun looked calmly at her. Is it so fun to deceive my brother? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Lin Yu's eyes showed some panic. What happened last night? I remember being with you, but why did I wake up with Leaf? Did you take advantage and leave Leaf to take the blame? I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Song Yun clapped his hands. I must say, your imagination is impressive. He took out his phone and played the Michelin restaurant surveillance video provided by the staff. The video showed the two women clinging to Leaf at the restaurant entrance, unable to be pulled away. Seeing this, the women turned pale. They had indeed drunk a bit too much last night and mixed up the people. We were drunk last night, and Leaf took advantage. I will make a big deal out of this and let everyone see what kind of people you brothers are. Wenking was a gold digger. She hadn't expected to get nothing but be taken advantage of instead. There's what you want in the card. I know I shouldn't have dragged you into this yesterday, but we had the meal and drinks, so no regrets, right? Song Yun tossed a bank card onto the table. Wenking quickly checked the card number, then made a call to verify the amount. She mumbled, 100,000. She was the simplest kind of gold digger. As long as there was money, it didn't matter what happened last night. She would gladly accept it, no matter how outrageous. Lin Yu, on the other hand, was at a loss for words. She coveted the money too. But she and Leaf were in a relationship. Given the situation, she had no grounds for threats. Lin Yu, these are the documents about you. Do you want to take a look before deciding? Song Yun threw a folder in front of Lin Yu and calmly watched her as he crossed his legs. Lin Yu's hands trembled as she opened the folder. Seeing all her past deeds documented, she felt a wave of panic. To be honest, despite deceiving so many men, she hadn't saved a penny. She spent extravagantly on luxury items and beauty treatments. Who exactly are you? Lin Yu glared at Song Yun with a resentful look. Song Yun put out his cigarette and said indifferently, It doesn't matter who I am. I just have one question. My brother can't be deceived for nothing, right? I didn't deceive him. Everything he did was voluntary. Lin Yu, now like a cooked duck, refused to admit anything. Song Yun had countless ways to deal with such people. He laughed coldly and collected the documents. It's okay. I accept that my brother is naive. But if you pull this stunt again, I'll send these documents to your new guy every time. This statement hit Lin Yu hard. She opened her mouth to argue but couldn't find the words. I'll return everything he bought for me. Will that be enough? Come on, what would my brother do with women's handbags? Song Yun laughed lightly. What exactly do you want? If you don't want this or that, what do you want? Lin Yu was on the verge of madness, pulling her hair in frustration. Money. Song Yun said matter-of-factly, consider that bag something you bought for yourself. You can use it as you please. Lin Yu checked her phone and saw she only had a little over 3,000 left. Barely enough for this month's expenses. The bag Leaf bought her was worth over 30,000, not even a tenth of what she needed. Can I pay in installments? What do you think? Lin Yu was almost choked by Song Yun's attitude. She tentatively sent messages to the men in her contacts, hoping to borrow some money. Buzz 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 buzz. Her phone soon buzzed with replies. Goddess, I only have 500 left. I'll transfer it to you immediately. Last night you stood me up and now you want to borrow money? No way. Miss, we've only known each other for a month, and you already seem like a scammer. Bye. Sweetheart, see you at our usual place at 7 p.m. tonight, and I'll give you a big red envelope. Lin Yu quickly scrolled through the messages, but only managed to gather around 2,000, with many hoping to take her out instead of lending money. AHH. They were all a bunch of useless friends. Lin Yu was almost driven mad. She didn't expect to have no reliable contacts in her circle. She then turned her gaze to Wenking, who was happily sitting nearby. Wenking. Wenking. Don't call me that. If you hadn't kept pushing drinks on me last night, I wouldn't have blacked out. Wenking rejected her immediately. Lin Yu forced a smile. Just lend me 30,000. Look, there's 100,000 on that card. If it weren't for last night, you wouldn't have gotten such a windfall. None of your business. This is my own earned money. Wenking rolled her eyes and scoffed. Who told you to keep stringing men along for money? Now you've met your match. Let's see what you do. Just 30,000. I promise to pay you back next month. Lin Yu cornered Wenking, determined not to let her go without lending the money. It's not that I can't lend you the money. Didn't Leaf buy you that bag? How about transferring it to me? Wenking's eyes twinkled with a sly smile. Remembering Lin Yu's smug look when she got the bag yesterday, Wenking felt a wave of disgust. She loved money too but believed in fair exchange, unlike Lin Yu, who only knew how to get gifts without giving anything in return. Lin Yu gritted her teeth so hard they made a grinding sound. This woman, who acted like a good friend, was now showing her true colors. Fine. Take the bag, transfer the money to me. Just so you know, the bag is second-hand now. I'll only give you 26,000. Lin Yu's expression changed. She grabbed Wenking's hair and started to fight. You witch! Is it that hard to lend some money? Hey, don't pull my hair, I just had a hair transplant. Will you lend it or not? No. If you don't let go, I won't even give you the 26,000. You? In the end, Lin Yu, pressured by the need for money, compromised. She took out the bag, removed her belongings, and threw it to Wenking. Wenking, unfazed, smiled and transferred the money to Lin Yu. Finally, Lin Yu had enough money to pay back Leaf. Her chest heaved with relief as she painfully handed over the 30,000. This encounter left her with a heavy loss. Wenking ended up with a bag and still had 70,000 left. Leaf got both money and a lesson. The experience from last night would be unforgettable. And Lin Yu? She lost the bag, money, and her dignity. What was it all for? Can I leave now? Lin Yu packed her belongings into a plastic bag and asked. Go ahead. Song Yun smiled. Don't deceive men anymore. I'm lenient now, but next time you might not be so lucky. After Lin Yu left, Wenking quickly followed, calling Song Yun generous. She lived with Wenking and didn't want her ruining her makeup and clothes out of spite. Leaf, do you get it now? You need to find someone suitable for life. Wenking and Lin Yu are beautiful, but can you afford either on your salary? Song Yun advised, consider last night a dream. Life goes on. Leaf realized that all this talk about love was nonsense. Only by becoming truly strong could he do what he wanted and meet the people he wanted to meet. Brother Song, it's so good to have you. Leaf said emotionally, looking at Song Yun. Song Yun shivered under his gaze. Gross, get lost. Laughing, they left the hotel together. Huang Baoding first drove Leaf home, then took Song Yun back to the Hua Shu villa. As soon as they entered, they saw Song Bo standing in the yard, smoking continuously. The ground was littered with cigarette butts, almost half a pack. What happened? Did you have a fight with mom? Song Bo looked at his son and sighed deeply. We're going to Beijing today, and I get anxious just thinking about your grumpy grandpa. Damn, if his dad hadn't reminded him, Song Yun would have forgotten all about this. According to his dad, the Bai family's rules were strict. If anyone made an unforgivable mistake, they'd be taken to the ancestral hall and whipped with a barbed whip. The thought alone was terrifying. Dad, tell me the truth. If I go back to the Bai family with mom, they won't take it out on me, right? Song Yun asked seriously. He expected his dad to reassure him, but Song Bo stammered, Shouldn't be a problem. Dad, you don't even have confidence in that. Are you using me as a scapegoat? Is this what a father should do? Damn! Don't worry, son. After all, you have Bai family blood in you. They won't be too harsh. Song Bo patted his son's shoulder reassuringly. But Song Yun still saw a hint of panic in his eyes. Originally, Song Yun planned to bring Yuan Siyu with them, but due to some postoperative complications with her mother, she had to stay in Shanghai to take care of her. The group going to Beijing included Song Bo, Bai Qiyu, Song Yun Yigqingqing, and 6 bodyguards led by Huang Baoding and Yang Ying. At Shanghai Airport, on Song Yun's private jet, Song Bo lay on a comfortable leather sofa and sighed. I don't know what kind of fate I have. Not only did I marry a beautiful wife, but my son is also so accomplished. Here we go again. They hadn't even departed yet, and he was already flattering his wife and son, hoping they'd handle the Bai family well and not get him involved. Song Yun knew exactly what his dad was thinking. He rolled his eyes and took his wife back to their room for a nap. The flight plan was approved quickly, and an hour and a half later, they landed at Beijing Airport. As they got off the plane, the airline executives lined up to greet the big boss. From a distance, it looked like some foreign dignitary was arriving. Boss, welcome back to Beijing. The general manager greeted them respectfully. What brings you here this time? Song Yun waved his hand, attending an elder's birthday banquet. You can disperse the crowd, we have someone picking us up. The general manager nodded and instructed the executives to go back to their duties, personally escorting Song Yun and his group to the exit. Wait, where's my dad? As they counted heads outside the airport, Song Yun noticed Song Bo was missing. How did he disappear so quickly? Don't worry about him. Let's head to the Bai family first. Bai Qiyu composed herself. To be honest, she hadn't returned to Beijing in over 20 years and was anxious about her parents. When far from home, one only feels occasional nostalgia, but stepping back onto their native soil, emotions are both excited and nervous. Outside the airport, a line of black Audi cars waited. Ouyang-ji, looking cool in sunglasses, stood at the front. Seeing Song Yun, he rushed over and gave him a tight hug. Brother-in-law. It had been a while since Song Yun saw this guy, and he was happy. But after hearing brother-in-law, his expression changed. Get lost. We're not at that point yet. If you call me that again, I'll break your legs. Song Yun warned. Let me introduce you. This is Aunt Bai. No, Aunt Bai? Ouyang-ji, wide-eyed, stammered. Aunt Bai? I'm Ouyang-ji's grandson. My father is Ouyang Rong, and my grandfather is. Bai Qiyu smiled gently. I haven't been in Beijing for so long. How do you know me? Your legend lives on. I found your photo in my dad's study. Did I say something wrong? Wow. Could this be an old, unrequited love spanning decades? Song Yun was worried about his dad's reputation. Hey, please take us to the Bai family. Bai Qiyu smiled. Aunt Bai, you might not know, but your father is hospitalized. It's rumored he won't make it through the month, and people are already writing his eulogy. This shocking news left Bai Qiyu stunned. She grabbed Ouyang-ji and asked seriously, when did this happen? 2 months ago. Before he finished, Bai Qiyu was already sitting in the car with a grim face. They quickly got into the cars and headed to the hospital, led by Ouyang-ji. At the Exishan Yuquan nursing home, home to many high-ranking officials who had fought in past wars, these people were national treasures, the backbone of the nation's history. At the entrance, the convoy was stopped by 2 armed guards. Ouyang-ji got out and presented his credentials, but the guards only allowed him to enter alone. That was their duty. Aunt Bai, my status isn't enough to get you in. Ouyang-ji apologized. Bai Qiyu coldly replied, tell the guards to call the senior officer inside and say Bai Qiyu wants to see her father one last time. Ask if they will let me fulfill my filial duty. Ouyang-ji shivered at her stern tone. After negotiating with the guards, one called the highest-ranking officer's office inside. Officer Zheng, any issues? Sir. There's a woman named Bai Qiyu at the gate, wanting to see her father one last time. Who did you say? Reporting, sir. Bai Qiyu. The person on the other end swallowed hard. Tell them to wait, I'll be right there. Anyone who has lived in Beijing for some years knows about the big event in the Bai family over 20 years ago. The Bai family's young lady fell in love with a poor boy and eloped with him against her family's wishes, disappearing without a trace. Despite the Bai family's efforts to find her, they came up empty-handed. As time passed, everyone assumed she had either gone missing or passed away, but then, she returned. The head of the nursing home ran to the gate and froze when he saw Bai Qiyu. No mistake about it. This was indeed the famous Rose of Beijing. He felt his mouth go dry, and his usually calm heart started racing again. Sister San. With tears in his eyes, the head of the nursing home opened his arms and walked towards Bai Qiuyu. Tears welled up in Bai Qiuyu's eyes as well, and she let the man embrace her. Sister San. Where have you been all these years? Brother, I. Bai Qiuyu choked up. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. The head of the nursing home wiped away his tears, grabbed Bai Qiuyu by the shoulders, and looked her over carefully. It's been so many years. Knowing you are alive is enough. How have you been? Did that bastard ever mistreat you? If he did, tell me, and I'll fix him up for you. Brother. What are you saying? Bai Qiuyu regained her composure and pointed to Song Yun. This is my son, Song Yun. Son, say hello to your uncle. Song Yun was stunned. He had thought it was some old romance rekindled, but it turned out to be his mother's family. Hello, uncle. Hello, Song Yun. The man walked over, patted Song Yun's shoulder, and said with a smile, my nephew is tall and handsome. Clearly he got the Bai family genes. This is his wife Yi Qingqing who is pregnant. Bai Qiuyu introduced everyone to her brother. Really? That's fantastic news. He laughed heartily. You must stay in Beijing this time. Live with us, and the Bai family will take good care of my nephew's wife. No need, we are doing well on our own. Bai Qiuyu glared at him. This made the man a bit upset. He pointed a finger at her forehead and said, still so stubborn. You've always been bullheaded. Don't you miss anything about the Bai family? And where is that bastard Song Bo? Why isn't he here? He had something to do, he'll come later. HMPsh. I bet he's afraid to come. Took our sister away for over 20 years. I'll break his bones when he gets here. Beijing Bing. Can you be serious? Bai Qiuyu frowned. How's Dad doing? I heard from Ouyang that. Bai Jingbing noticed Ouyang Ji behind the group, feeling puzzled about the connection between his sister and the Ouyang family. Dad. I don't know how to explain. We've had numerous doctors look at him, but no one can figure out what's wrong. He sighed deeply. It's good you're back. In his last days, Dad kept mentioning you, saying he shouldn't have broken up your relationship. He regrets not seeing his daughter before he dies. This made Bai Qiuyu emotional again. She covered her mouth and cried silently. Let's go. At this stage, every visit could be the last. Bai Jingbing waved to the guards, signaling them to let them through. The Exishan Yuquan nursing home was a vast complex with over 50 villas, each home to notable figures who had contributed significantly to China. The vehicles stopped in front of one villa. Bai Qiuyu stood at the door, overwhelmed with emotions. Bai Jingbing went up and knocked on the door. Soon, a nurse opened it and saluted Bai Jingbing. Hello, sir. Who's home today? The old master, the old mistress, and your third brother. The third brother too. Bai Jingbing frowned, displeased. The Bai family had 4 siblings: Bai Weguo, Bai Jingbing, Bai Hakshu, and Bai Qiuyu. Of the 4, Bai Hakshu was the troublemaker, fighting with the neighborhood kids since childhood, and getting involved in shady businesses after high school. He even married a woman of questionable background, which almost got him disowned by their father. This man was a disgrace to the Bai family, and if not for his elder brother's support, he would have been cast out long ago. Xiaomi? Go get my mother. Tell her I need to speak with her. Bai Jingbing wanted to avoid any commotion that might upset their father, so he had his mother come out first. The nurse nodded and went inside. A few minutes later, she helped a white-haired elderly woman out. Mom, I have a surprise for you. Bai Jingbing took over from the nurse. The old woman smiled and playfully slapped his arm, wondering what surprise could be left at her age. As they stepped out, the old woman immediately spotted Bai Qiuyu among the group. She couldn't believe her eyes, removed her glasses, rubbed them, and when she put them back on, tears filled her eyes. She let go of Bai Jingbing and slowly ran towards Bai Qiuyu. My daughter. She embraced Bai Qiuyu, crying, Where have you been all these years? I searched everywhere for you and never found you. My heart aches. Mom. Bai Qiuyu hugged her mother and cried. After a while they calmed down, and the old woman held on to Bai Qiuyu, fearing she would disappear again. Mom, let me introduce you. This is your grandson, Song Yun, and this is his wife Yi Qingqing. She's pregnant with your great-grandchild. Hello, Grandma. Song Yun and Yi Qingqing greeted together. The old woman nodded, holding Song Yun's hand and smiling. Good, good. It's good to have you back. Stay with your mother at the Bai family home. She then waved for Yi Qingqing to come closer, gently touching her belly, "the child you're carrying is blessed. No one will dare harm you once you're with the Bai family. Seeing you all together makes this old woman's heart very happy." The old woman said contentedly, "Where's that rascal? Why don't I see him? Or is it that Mom Songbo had some business in Beijing? He'll come after he's done." Bai Qiu defended her husband. She couldn't admit that he ran off as soon as they landed because he was afraid of the Bai family's rules. "HMP, better I don't see him, or I'll whip him a few times," the old woman said coldly. At this point, Bai Jingbing stepped in to smooth things over. He had always been close to Song Bo and was happy when his sister got together with him. If it weren't for their father's strong opposition, he would have supported Song Bo. "Mom, how's Dad doing today? We don't want him to get upset when our sister goes in." Hearing her son's concern, the old woman glared at him and said, "Aren't you going to ask why your sister came back? She must have faced some insurmountable problem to set aside her pride in return. Bai Jingbing, you investigate. If anyone dares to bully Qiuye, this old woman will be the first to deal with them." This warmed Bai Qiuyu's heart. She patted her mother's hand and smiled. "Mom, I didn't face any problems. Your grandson Song Yun is now a very successful man. He's the richest man in Shanghai." "The richest man in Shanghai?" Bai Jingbing exclaimed. Beijing might be the center of the system, but Shanghai was the commercial hub. Carving out a path among so many fierce competitors meant his nephew was truly remarkable. "I've heard of Shanghai's richest man, but I never knew it was my nephew." "Well done, Song Yun, you've made your mother proud." Bai Jingbing patted Song Yun's shoulder and said, "But you're still young. Think carefully about everything you do. If you run into trouble, tell me. I might not be very capable, but I can still help with some problems." "Too humble, uncle." Everyone knew the Bai family was the most powerful in Beijing. Song Yun gratefully accepted his uncle's concern. The old woman also adjusted her glasses, looked at Song Yun, then at Bai Qiu, and finally said with emotion, "A true young hero. Extraordinary indeed. Mom, don't spoil him too much. He still has a lot to learn from his elders." Bai Qiu laughed. "Let's go see the old man. He'll be very happy to see you all." The old woman quickly took Bai Qiu's hand and led her to the villa. Inside, they went to a bedroom on the second floor. The old woman opened the door and said, "Old man, guess who's here?" The old man lying in bed barely lifted his eyelids. Despite his age, his imposing presence was still very strong. "Who could it be at my age? Could it be Bai Qiu?" The old man asked the nurse to place a pillow behind his back and slowly leaned back. "Dad?" Bai Qiu walked in from the door and threw herself by the bed, crying. The old man was stunned. He reached out with a trembling hand to touch Bai Qiu's head, mumbling, "Am I dreaming again? But this dream feels so real." "Old man. Our daughter really came back." The old woman wiped her tears and said gently. The old man's eyes widened, his jaw clenched, and he looked like he might faint. "Call the doctor quickly." Bai Jingbing was frightened. The old man was the backbone of the Bai family. As long as he was alive, their enemies wouldn't dare act rashly. "Let me see." Song Yun quickly stepped forward, taking the old man's wrist. Fortunately, it wasn't too serious. The old man's blood pressure had just spiked from excitement. Lowering it would solve the problem. He massaged an acupoint on the old man's chest. At this moment, a man burst in and threw himself by the bed, crying, "Dad, how could you leave us? What will I do? I don't want to live anymore." "Old third, what are you doing?" Bai Jingbing pulled Bai Hakshu up, his face dark. His father's complexion had been calming down, and now this guy was causing a scene. "Huh? The old man is fine." Bai Hakshu rubbed his eyes and then noticed Bai Qiu, his mouth dropping open in surprise. "Little sister? You came back." Bai Qiu didn't have a good impression of her third brother. She just nodded slightly. "Stand aside." Bai Jingbing scolded. Song Yun continued massaging and sending energy into the old man, but after a minute or two, he was almost exhausted. He looked like he had just been fished out of water. "Make way, please." A doctor in a white coat squeezed through the crowd. Seeing Song Yun, the leading doctor stopped and bowed. "Greetings, Master Uncle." Everyone was stunned, especially Bai Jingbing, who knew the old doctor's status in the medical field. "Dr. Qi, are you mistaken?" Bai Jingbing cautiously asked. But Qi Shan didn't respond and remained respectfully bent over. Song Yun glanced at him and said, "Calming soup. Go make it." Qi Shan nodded and left without a word. "What's going on?" Bai Jingbing was dumbfounded. That was Dr. Qi, the most senior figure in traditional Chinese medicine. How could he call you Master Uncle? It's a long story. We'll talk later. Song Yun stood up but nearly collapsed. Chewy Yair. Is that you? The old man slowly opened his eyes and asked with trembling lips, why did you come back? Did that bastard bully you? I told you Song Bo wasn't worth trusting. Now look what's happened. Never mind, since you're back, the Bai family won't let you go hungry. But from now on, no more contact with that bastard. This made Bai Qiu a bit embarrassed. She massaged her father's leg and said, Dad, we came back for Grandpa Ouyang's birthday. We came straight here when we heard you were ill. The old man was stunned. So, his daughter didn't come back for him?
Hi guys, your opinion means a lot to me. I'm working on improving the stories to make them more interesting for you. Please leave a comment and let me know what you liked about this story. Your feedback helps me get better and create content that you'll enjoy. Your feedback is very important to me. Thank you for your support and attention. If you enjoyed this story, I can't wait to share its continuation with you.